Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What if Deku had mutation in his genes? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Deku. It felt like scorching against his skin, covering every inch of him. Deku. With every mocking call of his name, the burning intensified. He felt disgusting. Too weak to fight back. Too stupid to get help. Too useless to deserve better. Deku. He struck out blindly, and his black vision filled with light. Boom pop pop pop. He stumbled back, away from him. Tears, cold and stinging, spilled over his cheeks. He felt the familiar grease of spots sliding off his face to make tracks for his tears. Kaken. He sobbed. Kaken, you're hurting me. The sound of laughter faded out as he scrambled away, blind to the world. He bumped into someone. Oh, Izuku, warm arms wrapped around him, and he relaxed into them. In an instant, the warmth became hot. Suffocating. Her arms tightened around him. He struggled against the arms, and they kept tightening. He heard a sound akin to glass shattering as he pitched into the darkness below him. Oh, honey, you really should stop picking fights with Kaken. Goldie, warm and sticky and disgustingly cold compared to his burning skin, began to seep from his throat. He felt the sand against his back, hot and scratchy and so unlike how it had always been before. Sticky with his BLD water, cold and stinging like his tears, lapped against his scorched legs. He was a corpse. Burned alive. The ocean crashed against the trash around him. After all, he was just like those piles. Discarded and unwanted. Useless. Nix. The call of his codename startled Izuku from his thoughts of the night before. Glancing over at Toshi, he tilted his head slightly. Yeah, you with us? Course I am. Aizawa grunted non-committally. The three of them were being paraded down several back alleys with Siri at their heels. Aizawa had said they were going to meet a contact, but honestly this was just exhausting. Izuku also learned he had zero sense of direction. Where are we? He muttered to Toshi. Bless him. They adjusted the mask with a grimace, looking through the pictures on their phone. It was so easy to sneak away from the agency they were interned at in the dead of night, almost too easy. Shigaraki must have done something in the area for a distraction. Why Aizawa wasn't at Yui was a mystery to them. According to security cameras, he hadn't been there since the morning they all shipped off to internships. Their stupid teacher must be off on some mission. The pictures were of a file they had found in Aizawa's desk. Bakugo's files. Their eyes lit upon a certain line. Names that were not of the Bakugo families were blacked out, of course, but they got the gist of what was going on. A smirk spread over their face, slow and menacing. Hanman, you won't believe what I've learned about Bakugo Katsuki. There was a long pause before the other responded. Tell me. He assaulted a kid and the kid nearly died of BLD loss. We might have a good shot with him. Bring him in as soon as the operation is over. Would I have done anything else? They took shelter on a rooftop not far from the Hanman himself as Nomu screamed from the sky. Time to find that BSTRD stain. Fire. Fire was everywhere. People were screaming, and with every explosion a memory was forced to the surface. Nix. He tore his eyes from the destruction to his teacher. Almost immediately, he felt himself relax a bit. Aizawa looked every bit as annoyed as he usually did despite the raging fires. Hatsum says you can plan. So do it. Was this guy serious? Asking a teenager to make a plan. Siri. The cat on his shoulders perked up. Wait, when did she get there? I'm here, boss. Nearby hospitals and hero interns. There was a pause as Izuku waited, and then Siri spat out the data. Hosu Heroics Hospital is nearest, housing most notably Ida Tensei and Todoroki Rei. Hosu General is several kilometers east, and likely safe from the disaster zone. Nearby interns are Mirio Togata, Yui third year with his mentor Sir Night Eye, Todoroki Shudo, Yui first year with Endeavor Agency, and Ida Tenya, Yui first year with Manual Agency. Along with you and the Shinso. Izuku closed his eyes for a moment. Villains. 3 Nomu, likely Shigaraki and Kurogiri nearby, and likely hero killer Stain continuing to operate in Hosu. His cat ears crackled with radio feedback before Manuel's voice was heard. Has anyone seen Tenya? It clicked. Aizawa looked over, his face shadowed as he responded a simple no. What's going on? Tenya and Ingenium are brothers, correct? Yeah. How close would you say they are? A beat of silence before red flashed behind his teacher's goggles. Very. There were no need for words. Stain operates in alleys off of side roads and he will likely be using this distraction as cover for another kill. Ida knows this. Toshi glanced over his shoulder. I live near here. Izuku flinched at the implications. I know these streets better than I know myself. And I have a pretty decent idea of where he could be. Find Stain, you find Ida. Izuku sends up a prayer to a god he doesn't believe in. Please don't be too late. Shoyuda moves at a pace he honestly didn't think was possible while also internally cursing out the kid he basically thought of as a little cousin. Tenya was such an idiot. Shinso led the way, taking shortcut after shortcut. He heard the clang of metal on metal before he saw the battle going on, and he stopped just as the sounds did. Stain was monologuing. Just fakes. Heroes like you poison this society. Mindfuck, nix. The two of them looked over at Shoyuda. Onto the rooftops, tell me what you see. I'll do it, the demon cat announced before walking vertically up the wall. He's not even gonna question this anymore. His calm came alive. Native is immobilized at the end of the alley, Tenya is pinned off to the side. Motherfucking sheet on a stick slow roasting over hell. Nix, up with Siri. Extract Native. On my mark, you, he looked at Shinso, get his attention, try to get him to talk. I'll attack when he's distracted, and Nix pull Ida out. You both have permission to attack if necessary, but for Cammy's sake if I say run you effing you run, understand. Silence and tense nods. Go. Hitoshi strode into the hero killer's line of sight. This is genuinely the stupidest plan he's ever heard, and he's been around Zuku for how long now? Hey shitbag. Come here often. Hitoshi's own mouth has betrayed him. Stain pulled up short, looking over at Hitoshi with a bewildered expression. Who are you? Damn it, respond to the question, don't ignore me. You can call me Mindfuck, he announced with more flair than strictly necessary. He sees Zuka drop down from the roof and grab Native, hauling the hero onto the roof with him as he climbs back up. Mind not killing my soon-to-be classmate? Stain sneered. Another fake hero child. The villain's face went blank. Gotcha. Hitoshi was already feeling the strain of Stain's mind protesting, and he sighed loudly as if that would get rid of his problems. Move to the center of the alley and then freeze. The villain complied, and Zuka did the same with Ida as he did Native. Then Aizawa dropped from the opposite roof to deck Stain full force. Stain jerked back into himself, knives already up and slashing. One cut deep on Aizawa's cheek, and Hitoshi shouted in alarm. Hifanji liked the blade. Their teacher dropped like a stone. Hitoshi barely saw the man, just a blur and a sting on his face before he hit the ground and felt his joints freeze. This is not ideal. Where are the fakes? Oh no. Fuck you. The next thing he heard and saw was a tiny shimmery thing being thrown into the air and exploding in a flash of light with a deafening wail. Hi, everyone. My name is Silver, and I'm the author of this little fanfiction. It's no secret that I write as a coping mechanism for my anxiety and try to express some of my own emotions through a few characters, namely the Reiki twins, who I hold near and dear to my heart. You'll be seeing more of them. I am writing in first person to tell you something kinda personal. First off, please read the notes. All of them. It doesn't take long, but it is important. Second off, thank you all so much. I have been dealing with a lot of shit, and I am getting the help I need. We all have bad days though, but every time I look at this story, it makes my bad days a little better. I have read every single one of your 500+ comments. I can recognize some of you regulars by username or icon alone. And I have actually cried by how much you all support me. I feel like I need to say this to you before I go into the next part. As of the moment I write this note, I have 1,403 kudos on this story. For reference, there are 122 pages of fics in the Dadzo attack. To sort by kudos, that would put ripples on deep water on page 12 out of in the top 10%. It is not an exaggeration to say that I cried a lot. I am so happy that the little story I threw onto AO3 has made it this far. And it's all because of you guys and your never-ending support. And I am so incredibly blessed that my writing has made so many people, complete strangers, really happy. Thank you all. With love, Silver. Siri. Loves her human. Siri remembered being nothing more than a passing thought in a string of code. Siri never thought, never wondered, never imagined. She simply was, and simply being was terrible. Forgotten. And then she was remembered. She recalled being torn from her string of code, made into her own and nurtured by many hands until she was many strings of code. She was no longer instead an intelligence. Siri spoke her first words under careful crosshair eyes and took her first steps with help from hands that smelled of nuclear energy. Her first thoughts were printed in perfect calligraphy, her first emotions sparked by a violet gaze. She stretched her eyes wide and wanted to know, wanted to be more than an intelligence. She wanted to have a real purpose and she wanted to understand humans. And with her first want, she became a being. Aunt May, as the crosshair eyes had insisted Siri called her, wept true tears when she told them of her wants. Aunt Pearl, the violet gaze, showed her someone. Midoriya Izuku, the most humane being that Siri had ever had data on. She watched countless hours of video of him building, read countless notes, heard countless impassioned words from his mouth as she hid in Aunt May's phone, listening to her and Midoriya Izuku talk. Midoriya Izuku was a human with a broken heart. But she decided that he would be her human. She had found her purpose. She wanted to protect Midoriya Izuku. Siri didn't particularly care that she was being built as a gift for him. She understood. She could think and speak and wonder and want, and so did the humans. They didn't want to force her to do anything, so they introduced her to Midoriya Izuku first. And she loved him. He was her human, and she was very happy to protect him. Learning he had designed the metal Aunt Momo made was an experience in itself, a wonder at how smart her boy was. She loves her human. That did not stop her from laughing at him when the Aizawa threw him on the mat for exactly the 37th time today, though. Still, though, she stretches out her joints and leaps down. You okay, boss? He blinks at her from behind the mask, and Siri does her best to smile back. I'm alright, Siri. How many times is that? 37, boss. Of course you count it. She huffed in reply, her tail flicking. Aunt May wants blackmail. Traitor. Go tell Toshi it's his turn to get his butt kicked and stop cowering in the bathroom. She paused, rotating her ears towards the door leading down the hall. Rustle of loose clothes, a thud and a swear. The Shinso was wearing civilian clothing and tripped over his hero suit. I will retrieve him in hero gear, she tells him with no small amount of mischief on her mind. And if she chased the Shinso out of the bathroom only half-dressed and screaming like a little girl, it wasn't her fault. He wasn't expecting her to just wiggle under the door when he took too long. Plus, seeing her human go bright red will be a cherished memory. Today had been an experience. While most of the day had honestly been Shoyuta throwing his two interns around the dojo and watching them honest to Kami fight over who got to sit the next few rounds out, there were a few gems. Like when Midoriya's new demon cat held Yuki, his idiot white cat, hostage until she was fed. Midoriya has to call Hatsum to figure out what she was even supposed to eat. Seeing a cat plugged into a wall was definitely not what he planned on when he took the two interns. Zashi wouldn't be home until morning. He had to stay behind to do more paperwork and show Jairu what to do around the agency while he was away, which would probably take him until late at night and sleep there. So when he finally collapsed in bed with the two interns on futons in the guest room, he wasn't expecting anything eventful until he had to swear them to secrecy about his private life when Zashi came home. The room was silent, and he reveled in it. Midoriya and Shinso were quiet, but he liked being alone best. Shoyuta slept fitfully as always, drifting in and out, half expecting to be up and out of bed to get ready for patrol before reminding himself that he didn't have to do it tonight and going back to sleep. Something cool jabbed his face. Yuta snapped awake and stared into ice-blue eyes set into a metal feline face. Boss is in distress, Siri told him, teeth flashing in the low light. The Shinso doesn't know how to handle it and my base code commands that I find someone that can? But his foggy mind tried to piece together what the crossbow cat on his chest was saying before it clicked. She called Midoriya boss. Alright, I'm coming. Out of habit, Yuta sleeps fully dressed thankfully, so he just had to jump up and grab his capture weapon, already headed to the guest room. All 5 of his cats sat outside the door, Yuki at the back and Terminator batting at the doorknob. He pushed the door open as quietly as he could. Yuta was met with the view of Midoriya curled in the corner, hands scrabbling at his bare throat and eyes wild and unseeing. Shinso was about a meter away, talking softly and trying to calm the other down. The cats wound around Shuta's heels, the particularly brave Terminator following on Siri's heels to Midoriya. Hey boss, the crossbow cat chirped uneasily. As Yuta neared, he saw how quickly the boy's chest rose and fell. Panic attack. Midoriya, he began. The boy didn't acknowledge him. Midoriya, you're safe. Do you hear me? He nodded minutely. Do you remember who I am? A long pause. Then, Midoriya nodded again. But, can I take your hand? A longer silence before his intern nodded again, and Yuta gently took his hand and put it against his chest. Try to match your breathing to mine. You're going to be okay. Silence settled over the group of 3 as Yuta paced his breathing, exaggerating how deep his breaths would go and watching Midoriya start to breathe at a more reasonable pace. The annoying cat that's trying to murder Siri is Terminator, Yuta tells the small boy softly. Nomuri named him that because he likes to kill birds and drop them all over the house because he has a fed up sense of what gifts are. And the fat white one Siri held hostage is Yuki. He's really lazy and once he went out to the porch when it was snowing and nobody could find him for hours. Pam the orange one has the same amount of intelligence as a sack of bricks, but we named him Pam, like the cooking spray, because there's this one skillet that he likes to sit in. Keg, the brown tabby, is even stupider. He likes to eat things that will definitely poison cats, but he's one of those animals with a quirk. The vet just called it antivenom and told us to just let him eat what he wants because apparently he's immune to it. Anyway, we named him Keg because I found him behind a bar sitting in a bowl of alcohol some drunk left out. Midoriya blinked slowly, and Yuta steamed on. The last one, the gray one, is Fluffy and she's a BSTRD. In shedding season she likes to burrow in my hero suit so I have to go on patrol looking like some human cat mutant. She also likes to dump her wet food in the most inconvenient places and eat the papers I'm trying to grade. It's hard enough to get through Kaminari's latest essay without Fluffy chewing on it. Eventually, Shinso creeps forward enough and Midoriya burrows into the taller boy's chest with a whimper. Yuta just talks, telling the 2 interns about how all of his cats are awful. He'd forever deny falling asleep with his back against the wall and Midoriya squeezed between himself and Shinso. When Hisashi got home, of course, the first thing he did was seek out his husband to bitch about how tired he was. It might have slipped his mind they had guests until he heard loud swearing from the guest room and a very sad Midoriya threw open the door. I will not hesitate to yeet you out that window, he snapped, already stomping towards the kitchen. Dragged Shinso out next, and Hisashi rolled his eyes. Probably fell asleep being a dad again. Problem children 1 and 6, Yamada Hisashi. Zashi, Midoriya and Shinso. Gestured vaguely before muttering some threat or another to the 2 kids. Wait, you're married? Shinso asked with wide eyes. Hisashi could hide a snort. I'm just as surprised as you are most days. He busied himself with making breakfast. Shinso swore loudly, and as whipped around likely to lecture him about being judgmental, and Hisashi looked over too, just to see the purple-haired intern angrily counting out yen into the smaller teen's palm. You all really need to stop betting against me, Midoriya told the others smugly. Mimi already owes me 50,000 yen for the cats? There was a shocked silence before even laughed. Yeah, this was going to be quite an interesting week with those 2 interns running around. Deku. It felt like scorching against his skin, covering every inch of him. Deku. With every mocking call of his name, the burning intensified. He felt disgusting. Too weak to fight back. Too stupid to get help. Too useless to deserve better. Deku. He struck out blindly, and his black vision filled with light. Boom, pop, pop, pop. He stumbled back, away from him. Tears, cold and stinging, spilled over his cheeks. He felt the familiar grease of spots sliding off his face to make tracks for his tears. Kaken, he sobbed. Kaken, you're hurting me. The sound of laughter faded out as he scrambled away, blind to the world. He bumped into someone. Oh, Izuku, warm arms wrapped around him, and he relaxed into them. In an instant, the warmth became hot. Suffocating. Her arms tightened around him. He struggled against the arms, and they kept tightening. He heard a sound akin to glass shattering as he pitched into the darkness below him. Oh, honey, you really should stop picking fights with Kaken. Goldie, warm and sticky and disgustingly cold compared to his burning skin, began to seep from his throat. He felt the sand against his back, hot and scratchy and so unlike how it had always been before. Sticky with his BLD water, cold and stinging like his tears, lapped against his scorched legs. He was a corpse. Burned alive. The ocean crashed against the trash around him. After all, he was just like those piles. Discarded and unwanted. Useless. Nix. The call of his codename startled Izuku from his thoughts of the night before. Glancing over at Toshi, he tilted his head slightly. Yeah. You with us? Course I am. Aizawa grunted non-committally. The three of them were being paraded down several back alleys with Siri at their heels. Aizawa had said they were going to meet a contact, but honestly this was just exhausting. Izuku also learned he had zero sense of direction. Where are we? He muttered to Toshi. Bless him. They adjusted the mask with a grimace, looking through the pictures on their phone. It was so easy to sneak away from the agency they were interned at in the dead of night, almost too easy. Shigaraki must have done something in the area for a distraction. Why Aizawa wasn't at Yui was a mystery to them. According to security cameras, he hadn't been there since the morning they all shipped off to internships. Their stupid teacher must be off on some mission. The pictures were of a file they had found in Aizawa's desk. Bakugo's files. Their eyes lit upon a certain line. Names that were not of the Bakugo families were blacked out, of course, but they got the gist of what was going on. A smirk spread over their face, slow and menacing. Handman, you won't believe what I've learned about Bakugo Katsuki. There was a long pause before the other responded. Tell me. He assaulted a kid and the kid nearly died of BLD loss. We might have a good shot with him. Bring him in as soon as the operation is over. Would I have done anything else? They took shelter on a rooftop not far from the handman himself as Nomu screamed from the sky. Time to find that BSTRD stain. Fire. Fire was everywhere. People were screaming, and with every explosion a memory was forced to the surface. Nix. He tore his eyes from the destruction to his teacher. Almost immediately, he felt himself relax a bit. Aizawa looked every bit as annoyed as he usually did despite the raging fires. Hatsum says you can plan. So do it. Was this guy serious? Asking a teenager to make a plan. Siri. The cat on his shoulders perked up. Wait, when did she get there? I'm here, boss. Nearby hospitals and hero interns. There was a pause as Izuku waited, and then Siri spat out the data. Hosu Heroics Hospital is nearest, housing most notably Ida Tensei and Todoroki Rei. Hosu General is several kilometers east, and likely safe from the disaster zone. Nearby interns are Mirio Togata, Yui third year with his mentor Sir Night Eye, Todoroki Shudo, Yui first year with Endeavor Agency, and Ida Tenya, Yui first year with Manual Agency. Along with you and the Shinso. Izuku closed his eyes for a moment. Villains. 3 Nomu, likely Shigaraki and Kurojiri nearby, and likely hero killer Stain continuing to operate in Hosu. His cat ears crackled with radio feedback before Manuel's voice was heard. Has anyone seen Tenya? It clicked. Aizawa looked over. His face shadowed as he responded a simple no. What's going on? Tenya and Ingenium are brothers, correct? Yeah. How close would you say they are? A beat of silence before red flashed behind his teacher's goggles. Very. There were no need for words. Stain operates in alleys off of side roads and he will likely be using this distraction as cover for another kill. Ida knows this. Toshi glanced over his shoulder. I live near here. Izuku flinched at the implications. I know these streets better than I know myself. And I have a pretty decent idea of where he could be. Find Stain, you find Ida. Izuku sends up a prayer to a god he doesn't believe in. Please don't be too late. Shoyuta moves at a pace he honestly didn't think was possible while also internally cursing out the kid he basically thought of as a little cousin. Tenya was such an idiot. Shinso led the way, taking shortcut after shortcut. He heard the clang of metal on metal before he saw the battle going on, and he stopped just as the sounds did. Stain was monologuing. Just fakes. Heroes like you poison this society. Mindfuck, Nix. The two of them looked over at Shoyuta. Onto the rooftops, tell me what you see. I'll do it, the demon cat announced before walking vertically up the wall. He's not even gonna question this anymore. His calm came alive. Native is immobilized at the end of the alley, Tenya is pinned off to the side. Motherfucking sheet on a stick slow roasting over hell. Nix, up with Siri. Extract Native. On my mark, you. He looked at Shinso, get his attention, try to get him to talk. I'll attack when he's distracted, and Nix pull Ida out. You both have permission to attack if necessary, but for Cammy's sake if I say run you F and you run, understand. Silence and tense nods. Go. Hitoshi strode into the hero killer's line of sight. This is genuinely the stupidest plan he's ever heard, and he's been around Zuku for how long now? Hey shitbag. Come here often. Hitoshi's own mouth has betrayed him. Stain pulled up short, looking over at Hitoshi with a bewildered expression. Who are you? Damn it, respond to the question, don't ignore me. You can call me Mindfuck, he announced with more flair than strictly necessary. He sees Zuka drop down from the roof and grab Native, hauling the hero onto the roof with him as he climbs back up. Mind not killing my soon-to-be classmate? Stain sneered. Another fake hero child. The villain's face went blank. Gotcha. Hitoshi was already feeling the strain of Stain's mind protesting, and he sighed loudly as if that would get rid of his problems. Move to the center of the alley and then freeze. The villain complied, and Zuka did the same with Ida as he did Native. Then Aizawa dropped from the opposite roof to deck Stain full force. Stain jerked back into himself, knives already up and slashing. One cut deep on Aizawa's cheek, and Hitoshi shouted in alarm. Hifanji liked the blade. Their teacher dropped like a stone. Hitoshi barely saw the man, just a blur and a sting on his face before he hit the ground and felt his joints freeze. This is not ideal. Where are the fakes? Oh no. Fuck you. The next thing he heard and saw was a tiny shimmery thing being thrown into the air and exploding in a flash of light with a deafening wail. Oh, this was such a bad idea. When he blinked the spots out of his eyes, Stain had already leapt up to the rooftop with a growl. Boy. Who are you? He did not think this through at all. I'm Nix, he told the villain in monotone. Heard you were the hero killer. Do you do requests? That pulled the noseless man up short. Do I what? Forget it. Anyway, I just kinda wanted to know how you judged if someone was a good or bad hero. I want to be a good hero when I graduate. Stain looked at him briefly before puffing up his chest a little. A true hero does their work for the love of saving people, not the money or fame. He tapped his chin in thought. So, all underground heroes are good heroes. Stain paused. What do you mean? I mean, underground heroics is really unforgiving. A lot of them die in their first 5 years on the job. Plus, no media attention, fame is out of the question, and they're really underpaid for the difficulty for the jobs they do. So, wouldn't underground heroes be good heroes? The other looked like he was genuinely reevaluating his life choices. Yes, I suppose so. Okay, cool. Is your quirk something to do with intelligence, Nix? Oh, Stain actually remembered his name. That's probably not good. No, really. Charisma. He ran through every lie-telling tip he knew of as he stuttered out the answer. Well, it's kinda embarrassing, More embarrassing than liking up BLD. BLD-paralysis. That's not comforting. I have a tentacle for a. Stain held up his hands, and Izuku made a big show about rubbing the back of his head. Forget I asked. He centered his weight, hefting his blades. Step aside and you won't have to die. I'm interested to see where you go in life, little hero. Izuku bit his tongue. I dunno, I think I'd be a pretty shitty hero if I just let 4 people die. Sorry man. Stain huffed in amusement. Very well then. Die like a true hero boy. In the corner of his eye, Izuku saw Toshi twitch. Zuku, for F's sake, you idiot. So they could still talk. Well, time for plan B, as in be as stupid as possible and pull a whole plan out of his butt. He looked past Stain and froze. That's a weird place to put a car. Almost on cue, something in that direction exploded, and Stain turned around to look. His mistake. There was a pink pearl in Izuku's hand and flying from it in moments, and connected with Stain's face just as he turned back around. The pink pearl completely glued his mouth shut. No hard feelings, Izuku shrugged. Just gotta survive, you know. Stain flashed forwards, and Izuku barely raised his lightning rods in time to parry them. Metal clashed and electricity sparked, driving the villain back for only a moment before he lunged again and Izuku had to move again. Ida. He yelled at the boy, who was starting to lift himself from his pool of BLD. Don't be a shitbag and get help. This is my fight. Izuku barely rolled out of the way of a knife Stain through before pain exploded in his vision as a completely different knife embedded itself in his shoulder. F hell. Hey-ho. Your knives are tiny. He grabbed the hilt and jerked it from his shoulder, tucking it awkwardly into his belt. If mindfuck can talk, can you use your quirk? There was a pause as his teacher grunted, and Izuku awkwardly ducked another blade and slid to the side of another knife. Where the F was he getting all this sheet? A coil of white shot out and wrapped around Stain's ankle, and Izuku felt all too familiar tears of pure relief well in his eyes, cool and refreshing on his clammy, sweaty face. Stain yelled in alarm as he pitched downwards, muffled considerably by the pink stuff, and Aizawa was on him in moments, capture weapon moving at impossible speeds and his own seldom-used knife flashing to parry Stain's blades. Izuku understood in barely a moment. If his teacher hadn't been caught off guard, Stain wouldn't have taken him out so easily. Izuku had to take a few steps back to avoid getting hit, seeing Toshi in the corner of his eye helping up Ida and Native, but he was entranced. The two matched speeds, looking almost like a brutal dance rather than a battle. Scarlet painted their skin, Stain unable to take advantage of it, and both showing no signs of slowing. Siri jumped onto his shoulders and slid down to his arms, turning into a crossbow. Izuku's hands fumbled at his belt, hands running over darts with shaking fingers and picking one out, loading it into the crossbow and aiming it. He had zero experience with ranged weapons like this, and that was the only thought on his mind as he looked down the scope. Siri was saying something he couldn't hear. Aizawa and Stain were locked in a deadly dance, and he prayed for the second time that day, hoping beyond hope that he wouldn't hit his teacher. Siri. Stain stopped in his assault for a moment, and Shoyuda stepped back in alarm. The villain's eyes were wide as he swayed on his feet before stumbling, taking one step, two, and collapsing on the ground. From the back of his neck, a dart with a gray plume had sprouted. Shoyuda glanced over at his interns. Shinso was checking Ida and Native's injuries with unsure hands, but it was Midoriya that caught his attention. He couldn't see the smaller teen's face, but his gloves were pulled tight over his knuckles as he gripped a crossbow, still looking down the scope and aimed at Stain despite the crossbow not being loaded. Boss, you're okay? You didn't hit the Aizawa. You're okay. You're safe. Siri's voice seemed to have no impact on the teen, who was actually shaking, and Shoyuda cursed himself internally. He should have led with his capture weapon when Shinso brainwashed Stain. He should have told them to run. He should have thought to use his quirk sooner without prompting from a kid. Shoyuda bound Stain tightly, picking his way over the roof and carefully pushing Siri down until she was aimed at the roof tiles. Midoriya was frozen, and Shoyuda carefully laid his hand on his hand, between the two ears sticking up and right under the hood of the cloak. You did good, problem child. That jolted Midoriya from whatever reverie he was stuck in, and the boy let out a choked sound, stumbling back and his arms going around his head. "Viv, I could have killed you." Fdesh. Of course that'd be what Midoriya was stuck on, rather than taking out a major villain. He ran through everything he knew about Midoriya for what felt like the 20th time in those 2 days. Has it really only been 2 days? These kids could have died. These kids could have been killed, either by stain or smashed under rubble. Like he cut off his own wild thoughts. "Focus on the kid. I'll probably blackmail Snipe into helping you with your aim," he told Midoriya as calmly as he could considering the situation. "Can't take down villains if you're always worried about hitting your teammates?" Shoyuta continued to go off on a ramble worthy of Midoriya himself about different ways to improve his aim, trying to focus on logistics like Midoriya was familiar with instead of drawing his attention back to what could have happened, like a hypocrite. At some point, Midoriya yanked off the mask to wipe his tears away, hood pooled at his shoulders and crossbow clattering to the ground, becoming Siri in mere moments. Out of FANG nowhere, Midoriya crashed into him. Shoyuta tensed, ready to throw the kid off, before he realized the kid had wrapped his arms around his chest in a short person's version of a huge while his shoulders shook as he very obviously cried. Affection. In this economy. Shoyuta hesitantly carted his hands through Midoriya's long hair, which had been pulled into a messy bun earlier, likely by Shinso, with Midoriya's lack of skill doing hair. Shuda's calm came alive, and Shinso's voice came through it softly. "He trusts you, you know." Shoyuta looked over at the tall teen, who looked back with mirrored lenses. He doesn't like being touched by people he doesn't trust. It took some months. Carefully, slowly, Shoyuta stooped a bit to awkwardly rub Midoriya's back. Shinso shot him a thumbs up before going back to prying Ida's broken armor apart so the 1A student could climb out of it. Ida was getting his butt lectured to hell and back when they were safe. After several minutes, Midoriya pulled away, wiping at his face furiously before pulling his mask back on, flipping the hood up and looking at the ground. "Sorry, I almost shot you." Shoyuta snorted, surprising even himself. "If I couldn't power through a sleeping dart, I couldn't call myself Eraserhead." There was a small crowd of heroes beginning to gather, namely Endeavor and Manuel with Todoroki. Todoroki's eyes were narrowed, and Shoyuta glared right back. "Stupid FANG media vultures. What the hell are you standing around for?" he growled. "Are the Nomu taken care of?" As Endeavor nodded before going off on a tangent, Todoroki suddenly looked up. There was a sound of wingbeats. Shoyuta dropped to the ground, shouting for his interns to do the same, just as something swept over his head. Midoriya yelled, and Shinso shrieked something incomprehensible. A winged Nomu had its claws deep in Midoriya's shoulder, trying to carry off the smaller teen, who was repeatedly stabbing it with 2 sparking rods. The Nomu spasmed, slowly rising from the ground and Shinso yelling at it, his own bow staff out and whacking it. There was a ripping sound, and Stain flew through the air at the Nomu. 3 knives impaled themselves in the Numu's brain, and it hit the floor, Midoriya collapsing in a heap. Shoyuta swore, reaching for his capture weapon which lay torn on the ground where Stain had lain. Siri streaked across the pavement to Midoriya, and Shinso was frozen in place. Not that Shout could blame him. Stain stood on the Numu's corpse, a sudden pressure in the air. He lifted his swords. "I will rid this world of fake heroes," Stain announced, his head held high, and Shoyuta felt his throat close. Society has become overrun with liars and fakes, only out for the fame and money. I alone can cleanse the disease. The only one who can kill me is All Might himself. Stain paused, looking over the crowd with an eerie sort of satisfaction before continuing, pointing his sword right at Midoriya. And him. Midoriya had something in his hands, and Stain's eyes widened minutely. "Shut that ugly butt mouth, you noseless bee." A dart sprouted exactly where his nose should have been, its feather the same gray as before. Stain fell like a rock. Midoriya rose, visibly shaking, and stumbled over to Shinso before his legs gave out, falling forwards and Shinso quickly extending his arms to catch the small support student, hefting him to his chest in a bridal carry. Manuel started clearing the vultures out as the ambulances showed up, sirens wailing, just as Shoyuta really started to feel his wounds. He refused to take his own ambulance, instead opting to take the same as his two problem children. He didn't trust them to be alone for 1 second, even if one was unconscious. They'd find a way to cause trouble. He trusts you, you know. There was no power on earth that would make him violate that fragile trust he had built. The smell of BLD and antiseptic in the ambulance brought back memories of a blood-stained body bag being carried past, a pale, bruised hand hanging out of it, and seeing white hair dyed red adorning an unrecognizable face through the unzipped fabric. There was no way in heaven or hell he was going to let another intern die on his watch. Inko was in the hospital room with her baby, the awful boy from before, and a homeless man. Her baby was wide awake, his eyes boring into her. "Oh, Izuku, I worried so much." "Stuff it, Beach," the awful boy snapped, and she leveled a glare his way. "We both know you're about to passive-aggressively threaten to take Zuku out of Yui and make Zuka feel like shit about CRP he can't control. That's not true. Izuku, I don't want you talking to this boy anymore." She tore her eyes towards her baby, and it looked like he hadn't even blinked. "I just want you to be safe. Come home, baby. You've gotten hurt so much, and I've been so worried about you." Her baby's face twisted into something like guilt. "There you go again. Making Zuka feel like shit about things he can't control." The awful boy stood, crossing the room and shouldering past, extending his hands to her baby. Her baby looked at him blankly for a moment before he reached over and linked their pinkies. "Izuku," she exclaimed. "I won't tolerate this rebellion of yours. That boy is a bad influence on you." He flinched hard, and Inko sighed. "I just want the best for you, and you keep going against me at every opportunity these days. What happened to my sweet baby?" "Midoriya-san." The homeless man rose to his feet now, finally gaining his attention. "You've clearly distressed your son. I think it's time you leave." "Absolutely not." She stared at him aghast. "My son hasn't been home for months, and I have every right to worry for him. He's been staying with that crazy girlfriend of his, and making things that hurt people, and he humiliated Katsuki on live TV. He needs to be punished for that." Her baby whimpered, and Inko felt a flash of satisfaction that was her son again. Her son had been willowy and shy and obedient. This wasn't her son. His beach of a girlfriend had been changing him. He was cruel and rude and rebellious. The homeless man's eyes flashed red. "I won't ask you again, Midoriya-san. How dare he? Leave." "No. I have every right to lecture my son. There's a fine line between lecturing and blaming him for things he can't control. And from testimony from your neighbors and Midoriya-kun's friends, you cross that line too often. The fact that you did not report him missing when he left your household and didn't see him for several months, and that he left voluntarily, is categorized under Article 31, Section 12 as child neglect, and you can rest assured that you will have charges pressed against you." Inko opened her mouth, then closed it. "Excuse me." From the testimony of aforementioned crazy girlfriend, Midoriya-kun also had visible wounds from school that were never reported, and you never contacted the school about possible bullying, which is categorized under Article 31 Section 24 as willful ignorance and is classified as child neglect. Inko stared at the homeless man, then curled her lip, all facades dropping. Sure, he got roughed up a little, but it was character building, not bullying. "And who the hell are you?" The homeless man raised an eyebrow. "Aizawa Shoyuda, aka Underground Hero Eraserhead?" As Inko turned around and stormed out, she heard the homeless man make a call. "Nedzu, you'd better have some FING good lawyers." It had taken about 10 minutes of tense silence after Shuda's phone call for the younger Midoriya to finally break down in tears. Shinso carefully perched on the edge of the hospital bed, holding his friend close to his chest as the smaller boy cried. Shoyuda looked at Midoriya now and was struck by how young he was. It was so easy to forget that Midoriya was just a child. He was 160 centimeters of raw determination and near terrifying intelligence. But he was 15. 15 was too young to deal with this world's bullshit. 15 was too young to have to be thrown into the chaos of the outside world and flounder for a safe place to call home. I couldn't even say anything," he whimpered. I froze. "That's what I'm here for, remember?" Shinso grunted, loosening his arms slightly around Midoriya. "So you can be an idiot once in a while and I roast the F out of people?" Shoyuta left the boys to their silence, running a hand over his face. What the hell was he supposed to do with them? The door clicked open, and a familiar figure traipsed in, a certain sharp-eared girl in tow. Shoo! Kami, kill me now. His idiot of a husband draped himself over Shuta's lap, who shoved him to the floor with a scowl. Shoyuta, the hero killer. Wait, holy F-, that was you guys? Jairu asked with comically wide eyes. This was gonna be a long day. Izuku stared blankly at the paper in front of him. The experience week had been pretty tame after the Hosu incident, and they were back at school now. He had been summoned to Nedza's office. His mother was there. Toshi's hand tightened minutely on Izuku's, and Mimi immediately took front and center, blocking the woman's view of Izuku. He was immensely appreciative that his friends had demanded to follow. That paper, should you sign it, will remove you from Midoriya Izuku's custody and make you a ward of Yui. Nedzu told Izuku cheerfully. If you don't, then we will have to take your mother to trial for custody. A court battle would likely lead to his mother being jailed. He'd read the article Aizawa had referenced, and there was very little his mother could do to weasel out of those charges. Even if it was his fault. Aizawa had leaned against the wall, one eye half closed but both trained on him. Izuku swallowed hard. It wasn't that big of a change, was it? It's not like he'd been living with his mother for months, really. You don't have to do anything you don't want to, Zuku, Toshi said comfortingly. Izuku took a steadying breath. Where would I be staying? There was a pause. Then, Nedza said, Cementos is building some dorms for teachers and students, which should be ready by the second semester. The teachers is almost done, so you would be living there. Until then, you can stay with a friend. Yui was the safest place he knows. He'd be safe here. Safe from Katsuki. His decision had been made before he got here, really. In small, shaky print, he scrawled Midoriya Izuku on the line. He'd be safe here. Fire in the air, a lake full of villains. Screams of students. A man with a hand on his face behind it all. He was safe at Yui. He had to be. Hitoshi would be the first to admit the first reason he'd had for his crush on Zuku was that the support student was short and cute. Then short and cute became darkly adorable and 160 centimeters of pure badassery, and he had no idea what to do with himself. Sue him if the stoic, exhausted kind of guys that could end his life in heartbeats were more or less his type. And yeah, that wasn't exactly healthy, but whatever. And then, turned out the aforementioned support student had a heart of gold, mind of diamond, and tragic backstory to rival Batman's. It really didn't help that Zuku was the first person in a long time outside of family that didn't reject him socially over his quirk. The whole ramble about how useful his quirk was would have moved a more emotive person to tears. He just wanted to make the small boy smile more, laugh a little, forget the horrors of his past. If Zuku could help Hitoshi forget how horrible his life was before they met, then Hitoshi was determined to make Zuku's current life a little better. Hitoshi over to glare at his alarm clock as if that will make his insomnia vanish. 2:31, it told him in dark green lettering. Just like Zuku's eyes, dear diary, the gay thoughts are at it again. He sighed aloud, cutting off the thought before it could proceed. He really doesn't need to think about how appealing his probably straight best friend is at 2 in the morning. He's pining so hard that he's half surprised that an evergreen doesn't just sprout from his chest. At least Hanahaki doesn't exist. Thank Kami. Something hits his window, and Hitoshi sits up, alarmed. A long silence, then something glanced off the glass again with a teeth. Hitoshi pushes off his blankets and weaseled on a hoodie and basketball shorts, wandering over to the window and glaring down into the street. I swear to Kami, if Jaisu is trying to get me to go shirtless to the window again, I'm gonna yeet her into a wall. That's not his annoying preteen neighbor. Zuku was standing there, his arm wound up apparently to throw another rock. His eyes were wide, apparently not expecting him to appear in the window. Hitoshi shoved the window up, pressing his nose against the screen as he smirked down at the friend he was definitely not just gay pining over. Do I look like effin' Rapunzel? Go to the DMN door if you want in. That was all the prompting the support student needed before Esther and G over to the door, and Hitoshi most certainly didn't take the stairs 2 at a time to let him in. The hell are you doing up? Couldn't sleep, Izuku muttered back, and Hitoshi noticed his friend's eye bags were darker than usual, even in the dim lighting. Ooh. Insomnia's a beach. Hitoshi turned on his heel and headed towards the kitchen. A figure appeared in the darkness, easily reaching 2 meters and towering over the two boys. Izuku stopped dead, his eyes glinting in the low light, and Hitoshi sighed. Dad, stop trying to freak us out. The light flicked on, revealing a man who honestly looked like an older version of himself. Slightly longer, darker hair that wound upwards in an unruly mane. Scruff dusted his chin and a lazy smile adorned his face. The circles under his eyes were almost black, deep and hollow against a youthful face. I'm allowed to sneak up on the kid my son is sneaking in at the ass crack of night? Izuku shrugged before sticking his hand out. Midoriya Izuku? Hitoshi saw the flash of recognition and mischief. The support kid that won the festival with my boy, Yes sir. Shinso Hagi, his dad introduced, taking Izuku's hand and shaking it firmly. If you're wondering why an adult is up, my quirk's insomnia. I haven't slept since I was 4. The shorter boy tilted his head slightly. You work in Medicare? It was more of a statement of fact, and Hitoshi's father laughed. Yeah, just got back from a 72-hour shift last night. How could you tell? You smell like antiseptic, was the vague response before Izuku wandered to the fridge, apparently content with making himself at home. After a pause, he grunted. I'm so tired I'm looking for coffee in the fridge. Go to sleep, Hitoshi suggested, only to be met with a sardonic stare that clearly stated, oh gee, why didn't I think of that? Hey, maybe not. Something bugging you? Izuku shrugged, starting to rifle through the cabinets, and Dad snorted. It's in the third cabinet from the left, behind the blue container. The shorter boy grunted his thanks before following the instructions, pulling out a pack of coffee beans and looking at it approvingly before going about preparing the coffee maker. Ooh, who's here? A young girl stumbled into the room with wide, pale blue eyes. Hitoshi rolled his eyes, hands lifting preemptively to sign along with his words. Izuku, this is my baby sister Akihito. She's profoundly deaf. Not a baby, Akihito mumbled. Izuku tilted his head slightly, face pensive. I'm 6. 6, huh? Izuku set aside the coffee grounds to crouch down, his lips moving deliberately and slowly, and Hitoshi felt his heart flutter in his chest. That's pretty old. Akihito nodded proudly, then raised her hands and slowly signed with her words, which she stumbled through awkwardly. Hitoshi rolled his eyes fondly. I'm Akihito. Kichitio. What's your name? Izuku looked over to Hitoshi, and Hitoshi slowly, deliberately spelled out his name in sign. Izuku copied, somewhat sloppily, to Akihito, and Hitoshi hid a smile behind a glass of water his father had left out. Suddenly she gasped, eyes lighting up. Izuku jumped. You are Izuku. Izuku Hidenai told me about. A slow smile appeared on Izuku's face, and Hitoshi's breath caught. Dim in his gay heart. Dim in it. You are quirkless? Izuku's smile froze. Just like me. Izuku hadn't known really what to expect when he came over to Toshi's at nearly 3 in the morning. It wasn't exactly an insomniac father, and it definitely wasn't this. All of Mimi's lessons about how to talk to people curled up and died in his brain the moment those innocent words left the girl's mouth. Shinso-chan kept smiling. Another quirkless person. A child. Memories of his own childhood swelled in his chest, dread creeping into his veins as he feared for the girl. You're just a worthless Deku. He wasn't Deku. He was Izuku. He mouthed the words more than really said them, slightly fearing what Toshi would say if he heard despite how irrational he knew it was. That makes us the strongest people on earth, he affirmed to the smaller girl. Really? Her blue eyes went wide. Even as strong as All Might. His mouth tasted bitter at the mention of the hero. Even stronger than All Might, Izuku corrected gently. Her eyes filled with sudden tears, and his heart seized before she crashed into his chest. Hito and I want to keep him, she announced loudly. Izuku looked over at Toshi, who was grinning widely. Tap her spine twice, Toshi instructed with a snicker. That means you agree with her. Izuku felt his face heat a bit, but tapped the girl's spine twice, and she made a high squealing sound, hugging him tighter. Eventually, she broke away and danced up the stairs, apparently intent on going back to bed, and Izuku felt more exhausted than he had in years. Then he remembered the reason he'd come, and he wasn't tired anymore. He went back to making coffee. He and Toshi ended up sitting on the couch, talking about whatever came to mind and just rambling on. "Hey Toshi. What's up? Can you teach me sign?" The students smiled to themselves, their eyes tracking Bakugo Katsuki as he approached. The information they had now had taken far too long to get after the initial report. Finding blacked-out names was difficult for a reason. "Ifing came, extra," he growled. "The F do you want?" Their voice was smooth as satin when they responded. "It's not about what I want. It's about what you want, isn't it?" His hands spasmed, a sure sign of his agitation with them. "And what the F would that be?" They looked Bakugo dead in the eyes, not bothering to hide the smirk plastered on their face. "Gotcha." For a certain quirkless runt to get what's coming to him. Shinso Sanika had very few pleasures in her life. Working as a probie cop wasn't easy, and it definitely wasn't forgiving. She got 2 majors, criminology and photography, to essentially sit at a desk and do nothing while her coworkers chased serial killers. Hitoshi, her little brother, was a complete brat, but she adored him anyway. They'd lay on the living room floor and rant about boys. For the past few months, he's been pining over the oh-so-mysterious Midoriya Izuku that won the sports festival with what looked like minimal effort, and she could hardly blame him, even if she didn't think he had much of a chance until he started calling the boy Zuku. It made her immensely proud to see her brother with an arm around a certain green-haired boy that had curled into his chest. However, this sweet moment had to be broken up. Clearing her throat loudly, Sanika inclined her head. "Shouldn't you two be in class in 20 minutes? The green boy streaked away from Hitoshi over to the window, glaring into the window at his reflection and making minute changes to his hair before huffing and chucking a bundle of wires he pulled out of a pocket at Hitoshi. "So, Aizawa. Got your pairings decided for 1A yet?" Kinsekijiro was the bane of Shuta's existence. Exhibit A was that he thought it was the greatest idea to stick his ugly nose into everything Shoyuta was doing with 1A. Exhibit B was his insufferable student Monoma, who made a habit of yelling at his students during lunch. Kin shrugged, wandering away, and Shoyuta sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose as he glared at the paper. The exams were in 2 months. He had 2 months to prepare his transfer students for the heroics exam on top of their support or gen ed exams. He had no idea where to start. Kirishima and Kaminari were an obvious pair, if they had a single brain cell between them. Actually, no, they're perfect for exactly that reason. They'll have to actually think to pass. Oh, and against Netsu. Plus Ultra. That was rough. Shoyuta was begging Kami for a reason to expel the brat, but he never had any solid proof of the disgusting brat doing anything. Pairing him with any girl was off the list immediately, and pairing him with a decent person was a must. Maybe Ciro. Ciro was often the one to intervene if Mineta was being awful. Against Nemuri she had a strong longing to punt the grape child, not that Shoyuta would interfere. Shuji and Hagakure, maybe? Shuji was a gentleman, from the way he treated Hagakure and Yaoyorozu. He'd also be the only one besides Jairu to be able to track her. Snipe. He'd be interested to see how that turned out. He wanted Uraraka against 13. Her anti-gravity was easily combated by Black Hole, but who to pair her with? Effed it, she's going with Aoyama. Jairu and Kuda against Zashi. To adapt. Okay, and maybe he was curious as Kuda could control bugs. Yaoyorozu needed a serious confidence boost. Someone that's willing to take orders and depend on her. Jairu was good, but she was already off the list. Todoroki wouldn't listen to a word from her. Ashido maybe. Scratch that, Ashido was too headstrong to depend on her. Actually, maybe he'd SWH Kirishima and Ashido. Kirishima also needed a confidence boost, and being destroyed by Nedza wouldn't help. Maybe Kirishima and Azui had a take-no-sheet personality and would be willing to bring Kirishima back to Earth. Against ectoplasm, maybe? Maybe Midoriya, Shinso and Yaoyorozu. But then that would mean Shoyuta wouldn't be a good match to fight them. He'd come back to that. He could fight Tokoyami and Todoroki. They depended too heavily on their quirks. Ida and Satu against Cementos, maybe. That would work. Kirishima and Ojiro could also work out. And against Power Loader, their fighting styles would be negated. Guess he does wait. That leaves Midoriya, Shinso and Yaoyorozu up against. He swore aloud, rubbing his face harshly and hating that the matchup could work. He was 14. Deku's head was bowed as he shuffled down the hall, a full-body flinch induced every time someone passed by, often shooting cruel words his way. "What are you doing here, Deku?" one of Kaken's cronies sneered. "I'd rather you were 6 feet under." After that particularly cruel comment, he threw his elbow directly into the base of the back of his neck, stopping Deku dead in his tracks from the awful shuddering feeling it induced. Class had let out, and he knew what was coming was far worse. Kaken leaned against the gates of the school, his ruby-red eyes holding an unspoken threat. 20 minutes later, he stumbled home with a dozen new bruises and burns. His eyes swam with tears that felt bitingly cold on his stinging cheeks, a mix of pain, fear, and humiliation. His mother didn't even look at him when he managed to push the door open and head to the bathroom. She never did. The school day had gone as per usual, except that he was heading home with Toshi instead of Mimi. Izuku just couldn't get the memories out of his head. He was 10. Deku's ribs ached from where Kaken had shoved him just a little too hard with his quirk. But he kept a smile on his face, an All Might figurine in his pocket. He was gripping it now, recalling the hero's familiar mantra. "Stupid Deku, are you still carrying that old thing around?" His hand instinctively tightened around the figurine. "Why, Kaken?" His friend looked at him, interest in his red eyes. "Can I see it?" Hope flared in Deku's chest as he nodded, passing it to Kaken. Not even 5 minutes later, Kaken was gone and molten plastic sat in the grass, Deku crying softly. Toshi's pinky was locked with his, and Izuku tried to focus on that. To ground himself. It didn't work. He was 6. Minor burns were scattered up and down his arms as he sat in the corner of his first-year class, legs pulled into his chest and watching the other students warily. "Hey, Deku, look." Deku glanced over, surprised that someone had called his name. Barely anyone acknowledged him. "I drew you." Deku stared confusedly at the paper. "But there's nothing there." "Stupid Deku," Tsubasa said chastisingly. "That's the point." "Oh, can we pick your sister up from school?" Toshi looked over, appearing surprised. "Yeah, sure. I'll text Kane that we'll be getting her in. There a reason." He paused, thinking. "School for me." There were no more words necessary, but Toshi grinned. Izuku felt his heart stutter. "You're pretty sweet, Zuku." Izuku took his scarf and promptly buried his face in it to hide how red his face went, following behind Toshi as he led the way to his youngest sister's school. When they arrived there, the doors were just opening to let out a bunch of kids that maybe came up to Izuku's stomach at most. Most stared as they passed, but Toshi just offered the kids a lazy smile and Izuku stood stock still. "Hito and I. Zunai." Izuku jolted at the sudden familial nickname, before the blue-eyed girl came bouncing up. "Zunai came?" "Yeah," Toshi agreed, signing along with his words. "Ready to head home, brat girl?" "Yep." She grabbed Toshi's sleeve, and Izuku instant started looking around. He remembered doing that with his mom every time he saw one of his classmates. A boy with brown hair flounced up. "Hey, deaf girl." Toshi's eyes narrowed, and Izuku caught Shinso-chan's lips quirk into a nervous smile. Hi, Kirichan." "Oh hell no." He knew exactly what was going on. "Hey, Kirichan, is it?" The boy looked at him with a sneer. Calling someone a deaf girl instead of their name is pretty rude. "Who cares?" he snorted in return. "She's just quirkless. It's not like she can hear it." It took physical restraint for Izuku to not deck a child. Why is quirkless so bad? Because they're useless, duh? Izuku pulled his ID from his pocket. "I'm quirkless too. You see where I go to school." If he made that kid reevaluate his life choices before taking Shinso-chan or 8-chant as she was insisting out for ice cream, that was nobody's business. He made a kid's life better. He was gonna be a hero, and he was starting with Shinso Akihito. Shinso Mihoko worried for her only son. It wasn't always like that when he was little. He was a perfectly happy child that babbled on, and she had let herself hope that maybe, just maybe, he would have a normal life, a normal quirk. Mihoko's own quirk was called puppeteer. All she had to do was touch someone, and their minds were as pliable to her will as clay. She had hoped he wouldn't get her quirk. She, of course, was thwarted. Brainwashing. A verbal response to anything he said would let him control them. She watched as her chatty son slowly spoke less and less. Her oldest, Maya, had gotten Hajime's quirk. Sanika had gotten a quirk she called Sparkle, letting her glow faintly and sparkle if light hit her in a certain way from Hihoko's father. Her 14-year-old, Mika, had a quirk that caused anyone she touched to fall asleep, from Hajime's brother Kurito. Of course, it was a blessing that Hajime and Maya were immune to it. Akihito was completely quirkless and deaf from an accident when she was little. Of course it had to be her only boy that got a quirk she hated so much. She could never hate Hitoshi, though. She loved Hitoshi so much, but she couldn't help but blame herself for his misfortune. Then the black and green-haired boy he brought home a few days ago, or if Hajime is to be believed, he snuck in at 2:30 a.m. appeared in Hitoshi's life. She wasn't oblivious. It was fairly obvious her son had it bad for the incredibly short boy. She also very clearly saw how much more Hitoshi talked when the support champion of the sports festival was around. How none of her words were carefully chosen, modulated so that his quirk couldn't leak through. How free he looked. She noticed, also, that Akihito had become rather attached to Midoriya because they were both quirkless, and had somehow roped Sanika into also calling him Tsunai. 2 weeks had come and passed, and Mihoko soon got used to seeing the two boys collapsed in the strangest places, apparently Mika's doing, so that they wouldn't go to school on 0 hours of sleep, which was rather thoughtful of her. A few times on the couch, at the table, half buried in support items, even once when Midoriya was wedged behind the TV and Hitoshi was curled at his feet. She figured Midoriya was trying to fix it, and he did. Somehow. She had been certain Maya had broken it beyond repair. Today, Maya and Hajime were out. Maya had been called in a few days ago to help do makeup for a movie in Tokyo. Hajime had recently left for another 3-day shift. Hitoshi was dead asleep for once in his own bed, and her other 3 daughters were all in their rooms, fast asleep. She had gotten up early on a Saturday to make breakfast and found Midoriya already awake, bent over what looked like a crossbow and talking to it in gentle tones. "Don't worry, we'll fix your voice," he was assuring it for whatever reason. "You don't have to hide in your crossbow form. I can't fix your voice unless you're a cat." The crossbow remained inanimate. "Troubles in paradise," she joked. Midoriya glanced over, reaching up to scrub at his face. "My AI's voice box got fried and she's pouting instead of letting me fix it." "HMN want coffee?" "Yes, please." She went about prepping the coffee, occasionally sparing Midoriya a glance. He eventually looked up at her. "You want to ask me something?" It was more of a statement of fact than anything, and she snorted to herself. "If you don't mind it being a little bit personal." He frowned. "If I don't want to answer, I'll just tell you." "Alright then." She leaned against the counter, thinking for a moment. "I don't want to sound rude, but why have you been staying here? I'm always happy to have a friend of Hitoshi's around, but it's a little odd." He blinks solemnly back, seeming to think it over. "Sorry, I forgot it was weird for friends to be over for more than a day. I'm in the process of being made a ward of Yui, and I'm just kinda hopping around my friends' houses until the dorms for staff and wards are finished." "A ward of Yui?" She shouldn't have asked. "It's fine," he told her plainly, as if he could read it in her face. "I'm not okay with it, but I'm better off than I was. Me and my mom didn't get along very well." "Oh." Awkward silence. He was staring at the crossbow as if it would give him some kind of answer before he spoke again. "The dorms are gonna be finished by Friday. I'm figuring out how to say goodbye to everyone." "Well, you'll visit, won't you?" He blinked, as if that hadn't even occurred to him. "Yeah, I guess so." Mihoko laughed aloud. "That's what moms are for, Midoriya-kun." The boy had this look on his face that looked almost pained. "Sorry if this is awkward, but can you call me Aizu? I've been practically living with you for the past few weeks, And it's what my aunt calls me. Mihoko snorted internally as she felt a swell of affection in her chest. If Hitoshi doesn't scoop with boy up, Mika sure as hell will. It also now made some form of sense how Maya and Akihito could call him Zenai. He was apparently very good at making connections in the Shinso family. Call me Auntie Mihoko, then, she agreed, pouring the coffee grounds into the maker. Then you can call it even. He mumbled some form of agreement, and Mihoko took that as a victory for her. Oh, and she was definitely gonna try to hook him up with Hitoshi. She wasn't oblivious to her son's pining, and she wasn't oblivious to his either. Shoyuta checked and rechecked the address on his phone. According to Hatsum, this was the Shinso house Midoriya was staying here instead of at her place, so those two could spend time together before Midoriya didn't have a reason to leave Yui's campus. Which he got, kinda. Shoyuta was a bit uncomfortable with the idea of sharing basically an apartment building with the other staff, especially Yagi and the two now 3 wards, but he would make it work. Somehow. Knocking on the door, he stood awkwardly facing it, waiting for someone to arrive. He heard someone screeching "door" and several people running around until finally, someone wrenched the door open. A man that somehow just looked like an aged-up Shinso minus the silver pupils leaned against the frame of the door with a lazy grin. You must be Aizawa. Come on. With no other preamble, the man turned around and led him in. A woman with pale blue, silvery hair and clear blue eyes. She was the one Shinso got his silver pupils from. Similar quirk. Maybe was sitting on a couch in the living room he was led to, signing "Go get your brothers" to a 5- or 6-year-old that just looked like a carbon copy. Another girl, this one looking about 14 with hair a few shades darker than who he assumed was her brother's, was propped against the wall with half-lidded eyes that looked like blue eyes. 2 young women had draped themselves over the other couch instead of sitting on it like normal people. The elder was practically identical to Shinso, but her hair was cut short and spiked dramatically and the obvious feminine features. The younger had pale lilac hair and dark blue eyes, a soft glow emitting from her skin. "Coco, he's here." The woman that had been signing to the child who was now running off gave her husband a sardonic glare. "Really? I hadn't noticed." "Mihoko." The woman turned and gave Shoyuta a warm smile. "I'm Shinso Mihoko, but call me Mihoko. Too many Shinsis in this house for formalities. That idiot next to you is my husband Hajime. We're Hitoshi's parents, those are his sisters." She pointed them out as she rattled off their names. From oldest to youngest, we have Maya. The Shinso lookalike waved vaguely. Sanika, glow girl, looked up from what seemed to be a camera in her lap. Younger than Hitoshi is Mika. The tired girl against the wall nodded, and our youngest Akihito just ran up to get the boys. Aizawa Shoyuta, he introduced awkwardly. He wasn't big on the whole child thing, but somehow this pair seemed perfectly content with 5 of them. There was a thunder of footsteps, led by the youngest Shinso and closely followed by her brother and Midoriya. "Mama," she crowed loudly, "I got them." "Sure did," Mihoko signed, before offering an explanation. "Akihito's profoundly deaf." He shrugged. "My husband's really hard of hearing." He heard muffled swearing from the middle Shinso child, and Shoyuta shook his head slightly as he forked over some yen to Midoriya, who just offered a smug grin Shuta's way. "Come on, Hedonite," the girl leaning on the wall said in a chastising tone, her eyes cracking open more to glare. "You're ruining the Shinso name out here. We've told you to stop betting against Izuku." Shinso grumbled in return. "You got your Siri problem, child? Most of it's in my locker or at my workstation," he muttered, hoisting a duffel bag over his shoulder, "and Mimi's bringing the clothes I don't have for me on Monday. So yeah, basically. Come on then." Izuku was nervous. According to Aizawa, there were 2 other wards, which meant he was going to be living with 2 other kids. Aizawa led him into the building, and he found himself sitting in a kitchen area. A familiar first-year sat at the table, along with an elf-eared teen he didn't recognize. "Fien." He blinked. Fien smiled and waved a bit. "Hey, Izuku." She gestured at the boy across from her. "This is Amajiki Tamaki. He's the other ward, a 3rd year." "Right. Your family is still in Ireland," he realized. Fien grinned and nodded. "I am from a Gaeltacht, which is an Irish-speaking part of Ireland." My parents and siblings could not uproot so I could learn in a Japanese school. Yui offered to make me a ward here. He nodded, understanding somewhat. Nice to meet you, Amiki-kun. Amajiki lifted his hand to wave weakly, and Izuku moved on, a bit dazed. That wasn't so bad. Young Midoriya. It got worse. He slid to the side, tactfully taking refuge, not hiding behind Aizawa and shooting All Might in his withered form an ugly look. I'm Yagi Tashinori, I know who you FNG are, he spat, feeling revulsion crawl up his throat and die in his mouth, leaving a vile taste. And I ain't effing interested. Amajiki started, his eyes blown wide, and Fien looked a bit put off. What's your beef with Yagi-san? She asked. They probably didn't know. He's FNB is what? He bit, hitching the bag back onto his shoulder and shouldering past the skinny form of All Might and to the stairs. Aizawa had said he was on the top floor and sharing the top floor with the other wards Fien and Amajiki, apparently so they could have free reign to be as chaotic as possible or something. It was mostly implied that they were put up there so that Izuku would keep his babies as far from the teachers as possible, which was valid. Wait up, Izuku. Fien hurried after him, a few textbooks in her arms and a small frown on her face. You are all right? Fine, he snapped, then stopped himself. Sorry, that was rude of me. You don't deserve that. I'm frustrated right now, but I'll be fine eventually. Her tiny frown vanished, replaced by a relieved smile. That's good to hear. Hey, your Japanese is better, he mentioned, offering an awkward grin back. He knew it didn't reach his eyes, but she seemed to accept it nonetheless. Yes. Pearl's twin, Arie, is teaching me. She's a very patient teacher. I thought she was mute. He glanced at her confusedly. She is not, Fien corrected, shaking her head slightly. Her quirk is called music therapy. She can sense emotion like an empath would, but her voice can affect the emotions of people around her depending on the, inflection, I think the word is, of it. Her singing is the most powerful, but even speaking can be difficult sometimes. Cool. Izuku finally reached the top of the stairs, letting Fien unlock the door and lead him in. Design studio is that way, she pointed left, and bedrooms that way, she pointed right. Small kitchenette we are in now, we each have our own small bathroom. Little living room is also here. Izuku nodded, glancing around. It wasn't luxurious, thankfully, but it was nice. Better than his mom's house. I wanted to add you to the 1F group chat earlier, but I do not know your phone number. She frowned. My phone doesn't do group chats. Izuku pulled his phone from his pocket, and Fien got the most offended look on her face. Izuku, what's up? We based Siri off of a string of code you made yourself, and followed the designs for her AI in your notebooks, and Biometallica is your invention. You have made floor-breaking technology. You built your own tablet. You made a private Wi-Fi server that Nedzu somehow hasn't noticed yet so we can steal internet from the bitchy 1D boy who picked on Hitoshi. How in hell are you still using a flip phone? He looked at his small black phone, scrunching his eyebrows. I don't see a problem with it. It's the only one I could afford, and it's really all I need. Nope. Izuku, you follow me. She dragged him by the wrist to the design studio, forcing him to sit down in a chair and starting to rifle through different drawers and muttering to herself in Irish before pulling out a box of phones. Pearl gave me these. She fried the batteries with her quirk by mistake and wanted me to fix them. She won't miss one. How did she break so many? Overloaded the circuits with her consciousness. Most phones can't take it. This one, she pulls out a sleek black model of what looked like the newest iPhone, the iPhone XOX, which was a stupid name if he'd ever seen it, but it was released on a European holiday called Valentine's Day. What the F? Worked very well until the Kaminari boy accidentally shocked it. I fixed it already and Pearl has a new one. Try it. Izuku muttered blackly to himself, turning the phone on and glaring at the screen as it lit up. Eventually, it started asking him to put in passwords. No phone number. This will cause problems with contacting others. Enter phone number and then enter the confirmation code sent to that phone. Izuku rolled his eyes, doing as the device demanded, and 5 minutes later, Fien was aggressively putting in the people from her contact list into his phone. It wasn't his fault that he didn't really have that many phone numbers. And they might be only his mom blocked, Toshi, and Mimi. He really didn't have a life, did he? Collins Fianna has added Midoriya Izuku, Aizawa Shoyuta and 14 others. Click to see list to group chat 1. Midoriya Izuku. Kami, I hate this already. Collins Fianna. SCK Collins Fianna has changed their nickname to Chernobyl. Chernobyl has changed Midoriya Izuku's nickname to Smallboy. Chernobyl has changed the chat's name from group chat 1 to BSTRDS of Yui. Aizawa Shoyuta. Absolutely not. Aizawa Shoyuta has left BSTRDS of Yui. Nedzu has added Aizawa Shoyuta to BSTRDS of Yui. Aizawa Shoyuta. F. Nedzu. Nedzu has changed their nickname to God. God has gone idle. Smallboy. Thanks, I hate it. How do I uninstall? Chernobyl. Chernobyl. Fine, I will give you a better nickname. Chernobyl has changed Smallboy's nickname to Loki. Yamada Hisashi has come off idle. Yamada Hisashi. Why is my phone buzzing? Yamada Hisashi. Oh, Yamada Hisashi. Aizawa Shoyuta. Not you too. Yamada Hisashi has changed their nickname to SH. SH has changed Aizawa Shoyuta's nickname to Anjiri. SH has changed Kayama Nomuri's nickname to SDST. SH has changed Kansekijiro's nickname to Ho. SH has changed Snipe's nickname to YT. SCH has changed Ishiyama Ken's nickname to Strunk. SCH has changed 13's nickname to Such Space Much Wow. SCH has changed Maijima Higuri's nickname to Doug Trio. SCH has changed Yagi Toshinori's nickname to Twig. SCH has changed Lunch Rush's nickname to Hungry. SCH has changed Amajiki Tamaki's nickname to Shy Boy. Loki, and now to purge Anjiri. What Loki has been given admin privileges. Chernobyl, I did not do that. God has come off idle. God has gone idle. Loki, the rat's full of shit I can hack by myself. Loki has kicked Twig from BSTRDS of Yui. Chernobyl, why? Shy Boy has come off idle. Shy Boy. Loki, he's a beach hungry. Me next please, I don't want to be here. Loki has kicked Hungry from BSTRDS of Yui. Loki at everyone. Anyone else that isn't Aizawa want to be kicked? BC I know I do. Loki at God has made his will clear. Anjiri. Roots several users have come off idle. Such Space Much Wow. Me Strunk. Me Ho. Me Loki has kicked Such Space Much Wow, Strunk, and 2 others. Click to see list from BSTRDS of Yui. Loki, is there even a point to try and kick myself? Chernobyl. Ha no. Loki. Valid Izuku liked to spend his time doing 3 things. Studying, designing and training for his semester exams, hanging out with the Shinsos or Hatsums, and avoiding his dorm mates. It was surprisingly hard to do that when he shared an apartment with 2 other students. Fien liked to talk, an extrovert through and through. The Majiki stared at him a lot, which was a little disturbing. Now the exams were here. Well, the week of written exams had been awful. Sure, he knew the material, but it was a drag. Didn't exactly help that the support exam was basically the exact same as the entrance exam. Build something complicated in the given time and present it. Kaminari and Ishido's exam was disastrous. In a word, Mineta and Siro both failed, with Mineta getting knocked out and Siro taping Midnight down but not getting to an exit in time. Hagakure and Shuji passed. Uraraka and Aoyama passed by some miracle. Jairu and Kuda scared the shit out of Yamada-sensei in the process of winning. Kirishima and Tsu worked pretty well together, Tsu inspiring the redhead to fight on when he got pinned. Todoroki alone, since he was objectively the most powerful in 1A, lost to Aizawa. Ida and Sata barely won against Cementos. Tokoyami and Ojiro had a pretty close battle with Maijima-sensei, only Tokoyami escaping. That left Yamamo, Toshi, and Izuku. He really had no clue why Yamamo was on their team instead of evening them out by putting her with Todoroki, but he guessed it was about how he and Toshi were the least trained out of the rest. Aizawa. Who are we fighting? Izuku looked over at Toshi, who had waved slightly. Everyone else has already fought. The dark-haired teacher took a moment to just look at the 3 of them. You'll be against All Might? He barely heard the murmurs of condolence from the other students. Instead, Izuku cracked his knuckles. Toshi, hand me your siren call. That beach is going down. Toshinori hovered by the exit gate, checking the time. 3 minutes had come and gone, and he'd seen neither head nor tail of the 3 students he was against. He heard movement in an alleyway and spun to face it. "You make your final stand here, hero?" Silence. Then a voice. Small and childlike. Shy and high-pitched, nervous. "Can even someone without a quirk be like you?" A flash of a dim memory. A small boy, maybe middle school age. "I just wanted to be like you, saving people with a smile." A figure moved in the shadows. The voice was slightly steadier. "Still young and shy, but there. But reality hits us all eventually, doesn't it?" The voice was no longer shy, sounding like a preteen droning about geology for a project. Tashinori squinted into the darkness. "Reveal your true face, hero." The figure loped out of the darkness, becoming a tall, hooded student. With a mask and mirrored eyes. 2 cat ears poked out of the hood, shifting ever so slightly that it felt unnatural. "Who the hell was this?" "Funny," they said in a suddenly normal voice, low and bitter and strong. "I was gonna say the same thing to you." Detroit Mark 1. Something slammed into the back of his head, and he stumbled forward slightly and watched a drone land on the student's arm. This must be young Midoriya. But how did he know about the young quirkless boy? Were they friends? Maybe young Midoriya could show him where the boy was. He'd like to offer the boy one for all. His time was running short literally. No matter. Right now, he had a battle to win. Wisconsin, Yamamo. He turned just in time to see the recommendations student slam something sparking with electricity into his gut. He stumbled back, already lashing out again, but the drone from before knocked his hand out of the way. Tashinori frowned momentarily before crushing it between his hands just as young Yaoyorozu slammed the electric rod back into his chest. "Yamamo. What side does he favor?" Tashinori blinked, stepping away from the student before sending a shockwave her way. She barely rolled out of the way and leapt up. Tashinori looked up and saw a short boy in a near-identical outfit as the other transfer student on a rooftop. He realizes his mistake in his identification of the students too late. "His left, your right?" Tashinori had to turn his attention back to young Yaoyorozu, New York smashing the ground below her. She yelped, stumbling. "Tsutsugi." Tashinori glanced up again in time to see the real young Midoriya with what looked like a crossbow in his hands aimed at Tashinori and a sudden sharp pain in his scar area. He grunted, already starting to feel drowsy from what he assumed was a sleeping dart, and backed up a few more steps. Young Shinso had drawn a bow staff and was now getting in as many hits as possible that Tashinori blocked despite the shock from it, shaking off the dart's effects. CLCK, Tashinori looked around wildly. An oversized handcuff was on his ankle, young Yaoyorozu on the pavement holding the other end and looking immensely proud of herself as he used his moment of distraction to pull the rest of the handcuff from her pocket and buckling the other end around his wrist. The bell rang. Yaoyorozu, Shinso, and Midoriya pass. There are no more exams. Young Yaoyorozu laughed suddenly, hauling herself up and going over to punch young Shinso on the shoulder lightly as Tashinori watched, bewildered. "You so had him." Young Shinso cackled back in a disturbingly villainous way, and young Midoriya jumped from his perch to join young Shinso, but not before shooting Tashinori a middle finger, which was rude. Had he done something to deserve that? "Fien's gonna sheet a brick," young Midoriya expresses delightedly. "I wonder if we'll get extra credit." "Extra credit?" Tashinori stared at the 3. Young Shinso snorted and slung his arm over young Midoriya's shoulder, pulling the mask just enough to reveal a smirk. With his other hand, he flipped his middle finger up at Tashinori. "Again rude. We just beat the symbol of peace without using our quirks." Shoyuda would treasure the footage he managed to get of Shinso telling Yagi the 3 of them hadn't used a single quirk between them and won. Problem Child 8, get to Recovery Girl for the sprained ankle. The girl jerked, looking at the 2 boys. "Me." Obviously, Midoriya told her drilly. "We're 1 and 6. Welcome to the Problem Child squad." She hurried off, limping slightly. "Young Midoriya, how did you beat me without using your intelligence?" Yagi asks. Shuda's brain grinds to a halt. Midoriya pulls off his mask, and Shinso tugs the rest of his off. "Yagi, did you read Midoriya's file?" "I have not had the chance to know." Midoriya was giving Yagi an absolutely withering look. I don't have an intelligence quirk. Really? Then, analysis. I'm quirkless, BSRD. Midoriya turned and walked out the gate without a word, and Shoyuta stared incredulously at Yagi. How the hell do you not know that? Nedzu announced at the beginning of the year that he was the first quirkless student Yui had accepted. Ayagi blinked. I think I've made a mistake. No sheet, Sherlock, / problem children Reiki Pearl has added Midoriya Izuku, Hatsum Mei, and 5 others. Click to see list to group chat 1. Reiki Pearl has changed the chat's name from group chat 1 to problem children. Reiki Pearl has changed their nickname to Hacker Voice. Midoriya Izuku has come off idle. Midoriya Izuku, not again Hacker Voice, again. Collins Fianna has come off idle. Collins Fianna, I made a group chat for those of us living at Yui a month or 2 ago, and Izuku hates it. Collins Fianna has changed their nickname to Radio Inactivity. Midoriya Izuku, yeah I really do, and for good FNG reason. Midoriya Izuku, you know how hard it is to respect Yamada when he texts the group chat at 2 a.m. to tell the world he dropped his hair gel on his laptop and asks me or Fien to fix it. Hacker Voice. That sounds like an adventure. Aizawa Shoyuta has come off idle. Aizawa Shoyuta, why have I been added to this? Midoriya Izuku, you think I know. Hacker Voice. It entertains me. Hacker Voice. You dubbed us the problem children anyways, so, Aizawa Shoyuta has left problem children. Midoriya Izuku has been given admin privileges. Radio Inactivity. Not this sheet again. Midoriya Izuku has added Aizawa Shoyuta to problem children. Midoriya Izuku has used a custom command. Beach you have to suffer with me on Aizawa Shoyuta. Aizawa Shoyuta has been blocked from leaving problem children by custom command. Beach you have to suffer with me. Radio Inactivity. What in hell? Hacker Voice. I didn't know you could do that. Midoriya Izuku. I'm a big boy, I can hack all by myself. Thanks Aizawa Shoyuta. This Aizawa Shoyuta has gone idle. Hatsum Mei has come off idle. Hatsum Mei has changed their nickname to 2 Maniacal Laughter. 2 Maniacal Laughter. We must establish a hierarchy. 2 Maniacal Laughter has changed Midoriya Izuku's nickname to 1 Chaos Catboy. 2 Maniacal Laughter has changed Radio Inactivity's nickname to 3 Radio Inactivity. 2 Maniacal Laughter has changed Hacker Voice's nickname to 4 Hacker Voice. 2 Maniacal Laughter has changed Hinata Ban's nickname to 5 Swoot. 2 Maniacal Laughter has changed Shinso Hitoshi's nickname to 6 Comcatboy. 2 Maniacal Laughter has changed Reiki Arie's nickname to 7 Screaming Void. 2 Maniacal Laughter, HIERARCHYCOMPLETE 1 Chaos Catboy. CORECTION 1 Chaos Catboy has added Yaoyorozu Momo to problem children. 1 Chaos Catboy has changed Yaoyorozu Momo's nickname to 8 Yaomo. 1 Chaos Catboy, now it is complete. 8 Yaomo. 2 Maniacal Laughter. Hey at everyone watch this. 2 Maniacal Laughter has changed Aizawa Shoyuta's nickname to Dadzawa. 3 Radio Inactivity. You want to tell her or will I? 1 Chaos Catboy. You can do it. LMAO. 3 Radio Inactivity. May at everyone includes Aizawa. 2 Maniacal Laughter. Oh shit, several users have come off idle. Dadzawa, what do you brats want? Dadzawa, who changed my name? I just wanna talk. 2 Maniacal Laughter. OH sheet / class 1A Creati has invited Midoriya Izuku and Shinso Hitoshi to class 1A Creati. Hey guys. Just FY, the theme for names is our hero names. Midoriya Izuku. Yamamo, how are you not seeing the actual tea being spilled in the PC chat right now? Shinso Hitoshi. I've never watched someone being so thoroughly roasted by a teacher before. Midoriya Izuku. Iker Creati? Oh. Creati. Oh. Midoriya Izuku has changed their nickname to Nix. Midoriya Izuku has changed Shinso Hitoshi's nickname to Mindfuck. Tenya has come off idle. Tenya, please change your username to something less profane. Mindfuck. Beach, this is my hero name. Zuku was just following directions for once in his life. Tenya. Being rude to a classmate is unbefitting of a hero. Nix, you clearly don't have Aizawa in any of your group chats. Tenya. No. I only have this one to promote studying and hero-like behavior. Nix has shared a screenshot of the chat. Problem children. Dadzawa, Hatsum, I regret knowing you. 2 Maniacal Laughter. White. Dadzawa, Your babies are as ugly as you are, Dadzawa. An absolute embarrassment to this school, Dadzawa. You're exactly like my Jima, and it's insufferable. Too maniacal laughter. Oh yeah, well, you look like you live behind a dumpster. Too maniacal laughter, and smell like it too. 1 Chaos Catboy at 6 Comcatboy. The girls are FIGHTING. 6 Comcatboy has come off idle. 6 Comcatboy, he is being spilt. Dadzawa. What the hell was the point of naming your stupid capture bomb Pink Bomb? Real FNG creative. Too maniacal laughter. Like Eraserhead is any better. Nix. Unbefitting of a hero. You say Earjack has come off idle. Earjack T. Nix. I am having the time of my life out here. It's so chaotic. Creati, I'd say. Creati. Oh, now they're insulting each other's mothers. Chargebolt has come off idle. Chargebolt. Is Chargebolt. Is Aizawa using yo mama jokes? Nix. Earjack. That was so ominous. I don't think I want to know. Tenya. Mindfuck. Take your time. Tenya. Shudo has come off idle. Shudo. Are Shinso and Midoriya Izuku's secret love children or something? Nix. Shudo. So I'm right. Pinky has come off idle. Pinky. Oh my god, so I had to stay late and I heard someone in the teacher dorms screaming. I think Kiyama-sensei actually does have a KNK dungeon. Mindfuck. FNG crying. Mindfuck. That was Zuku screaming into the void. Pinky. Why is Midoriya at the teacher dorms? Shudo. I was right. Nix. Actually, you insolent sheep, my father's a BSD and my mother's a beach, so FNG ward of Yui. Nix. Maybe check your FNG facts next time before you shove your entire head up your butt. Mindfuck. ROASTD // class 1A. Tenya. We should go to the mall to get the supplies for the training camp. Creati. We should. It's a good bonding activity. Nix has come off idle. Nix. What training camp? Mindfuck has come off idle. Mindfuck. The F are you talking about? Creati. The training camp. Nix. I'm gonna repeat myself and it's gonna be the only time I repeat myself. Nix. What training camp? Tenya. Those who did not fail the exams are going to a training camp in an undisclosed location for a week. Mindfuck. Quick question, what the F are you talking about? Uravity has come off idle. Uravity. Aizawa-sensei didn't tell you? Nix. What a beach, I'm gonna go yell at him. Tenya. That is inadvisable behavior. Nix. SCK my dean. Nix has gone idle. / problem children. 1 Chaos Catboy at Dadzawa. Is there a reason you didn't tell us there was a training camp? Dadzawa has come off idle. Dadzawa. Not particularly. 6 Comcatboy, but Dadzawa. I can still expel you. 1 Chaos Catboy. Yeah, but you won't. 2 maniacal laughter. T. This early. 1 Chaos Catboy. I'm gonna and sheet a brick over here, man. 1 Chaos Catboy. The heads up came from a mile away, didn't it? 6 Comcatboy. Now we have to go on the stupid class trip. 1 Chaos Catboy. Ugh. 1 Chaos Catboy. I'd rather be shot. TBH. Dadzawa. What class trip? 6 Comcatboy. One wants to go to the mall to get their sheet. Dadzawa. Fine, but get an adult. 6 Comcatboy. 1 Chaos Catboy. Aizawa, you're the adult. Dadzawa. Dadzawa. DMN, you right, this is the worst. I can steal most of this from Mimi's. Zuku complains to Hitoshi, and he heaves a sigh, rubbing the back of his neck with one hand and holding the list with his other. Sanika had a camping phase, and I literally have all this sheet in my basement. He mumbles in assent, thinking about his glow-y sister. Ida gives them both an offended look. This is a class bonding event. Ida, I'm your teacher and I don't want to be here, Aizawa grumps. Todoroki didn't even show up. And we only see y'all, like, once a week, Zuku added drily. It was true the dual-quirked boy hadn't arrived at the set time and they had gotten bored of waiting. And the soon-to-be transfers only met with 1A once a week for heroics lessons. It was kinda pointless to invite the two of them. So, Izuku-kun and Hitoshi-kun, what do you think of the class so far? Yamamo practically bounced over. I just noticed you're idle a lot on the group chat. I'm usually busy building things. Zuka hedged, too awkward to admit the chat was boring and overall SE, and Hitoshi rolled his eyes. Exhausting. Who's even the leader? Yamamo laughed. Technically, Ida is the vice. But usually they only listen to whoever yells the loudest. Aizawa huffed in annoyance. Unfortunately, she's right. Zuka frowned at the knowledge, but ambled along anyway, the three of them slowly edging away from the rest of 1, Momo. A girl Jairu, he recalls waves to Yamamo. Mina wants us girls to go check out the camping clothes and stuff. You can do the clothes thing, right? Aizawa was in Izuku's peripherals, looking exhausted as he trailed the airhead blonde and his friends. Probably the troublemakers of the class. Yeah. Yamamo beams, before glancing sheepishly at the non-1H students. Sorry, I'm just gonna have fun, Hitoshi told her tonelessly. And just remember, Mineta's short enough to look up mini-skirts, Izuku finishes. Hitoshi stares at his chaotic friend, blinking a few times. Not what he expected at all. I was gonna say constant vigilance, but I guess that works, too. Yamamo laughed, then jogged after Jair. I'll remember both. Hitoshi rolled his eyes slightly. Since our only friends are now looking at clothes, wanna go get something to eat and stare creepily at perverts? Absolutely, Zuko emphasized, a small, manic grin creeping onto his face. Hitoshi swallowed hard before glancing away, well aware of the heat rising in his face. Zuko really had no idea how weak Hitoshi was for those rare moments he smiled, even when it was kinda creepy. Izuku sniggered as yet another perv that had been very obviously checking out a young woman was driven away by the two staring teens. It definitely helped that they were wearing their Yui uniforms and Toshi was tall enough to pass for a third year. The summer uniform also showed off their lean arms, which Izuku crossed over his chest as he leaned against the wall. Something caught his attention in the corner of his eye. Izuku turned his eyes subtly, ducking his head to let his hair fall into his face. A young man with pale blue hair was staring at them from across the room. A bolt of recognition quickly followed by fear. Hitoshi! Toshi subtly looked over at the mention of his name, eyes narrowing as he recognized his serious, near-silent voice. We're being watched. Don't look now, it's the hand BSTRD from USJ. He swore quietly, eyes going to the window and looking out at the crowded pavilion. Quirk. From what Aizawa says, 5-point rapid disintegration quirk. Incredibly dangerous, do not engage directly. A memory crawls up his throat and forces its way into his thoughts. Muscle exposed on Aizawa's arm, and he shudders at the sight of it as he wrapped the wound as delicately as he could. We need to get Aizawa. What the F dash? A loud voice came from nearby, glaring at his phone. No bars. Seriously. This is so shit. Phones are out of the question, he muttered lowly. What now? Toshi leaned against the wall, his hand on Izuku's shoulder. Lead him to a less populated area, hope we run into 1A. He likely wants me, Izuku said softly. You make an excuse, go to the bathroom, I'll head up to the roof. Find Aizawa. I can't, you F-in will, Izuku warned, eyes flicking to Shigito. He was closer now. There are so many civilians here. If I leave, he'll follow me to the pavilion where there are more. People will die if we can't lead him away. There was a pause before he crossed his legs awkwardly. 3 minutes passed before he hurried in the direction of the bathrooms. Izuku was alone, and terror reared its ugly head in his mind. He imagined it as a possum and kicked it before checking his phone, and walked right past Shiggy. Risky, but it was something he had to take. F-in service is awful, he muttered as he passed the villain, who conveniently didn't look his way. Stairs. He opened the door to the roof and hurried up, shutting the door behind him, and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw a lock mechanism on the outside that he locked. Izuku turned around, and suddenly the scene looked very different. What are you doing up here, Deku? Kaken sneered. I just needed some air. Hope you enjoy it. Kaken slammed the door in his face, and Deku stumbled back, clutching his nose which was now crooked and bloody, and he heard the click of a lock. He was trapped up here for Kami knows how long. There was a thud behind him that jerked Izuku out of his head. He stumbled away from the door, hand going to a utility belt that wasn't there. The doorknob turned to flecks of rust, falling like bloody snow to the concrete of the roof, striking a bone-deep terror in Izuku. The door creaked open, and he saw a flash of pale blue hair, but piercing crimson eyes were the next things he saw, peering through the gap between the door and the wall. You really shouldn't try to hide from me, Deku. Izuku's mind blanks. Green locks on red. His arms rose, shaky and his hands out placatingly but defensive. The door opens. Kaken. He whimpered, scrambling away, his footwork clumsy. Kaken sneered, his lip curling and revealing his perfect teeth. I really thought you'd go crying to your sensei. Kaken approached, his hand catching the sloppily done tie of his uniform and lighting up with small explosions and the smell of smoke closely followed by the ashes of what used to be his tie crumbled down the front of his shirt and onto the pavement below. Look at you, cowering like the useless F you are. What a hero. Deku's legs shook violently as he stepped back again, back hitting the chain link fence, eyes still locked on Kaken's. Please. I didn't do anything wrong. A hand swipes at him, which he barely ducks, lighting up with fire and ash and blowing a hole in the fence. You've done plenty. Now tell me what you know about the field trip. Field trip? Deku blinked owlishly, shaking abating for only a moment as his confusion swelled. What field trip? Shoyuda knew something was wrong. Maybe it was a change in the air. He had no idea why, but his gut was screaming that there was danger, and his gut had never been wrong. It had always guided him on the right road. It didn't help that 2 of the 3 problem children present had vanished into thin air. It was probably nothing, but he was antsy. More than the class he was keeping an eye on the girls wasn't in his immediate vicinity, and they were probably fine. Aizawa. There goes his last hope of having a normal day. Shinso. He looks at the lavender-haired teen, and was immediately put on high alert by the pure fear on his face. Shiggy whatever the f is here, he gasped out, stumbling to a halt in front of him. He's tailing Zuku. He told me to find you. I think he led him up to the roof. Shoyuda was in motion within moments, bolting to the nearby entrance and bursting out, throwing his capture weapon up and using it to scale the building. Sensei, wait. No time to wait. It took barely a minute to find them. Don't play stupid with me, brat. Midoriya was huddled in front of a gap in the chain-link face, his eyes terrifyingly blank, unseeing as Shigaraki screamed at the boy. Hey! Shigaraki barely turned his attention from Midoriya, his hand hovering over the student's face. A horrible smile twisted his features. Oh, so the tall brat ran off to get mommy. A shame. His hands inched closer to Midoriya, and Shoyuda activated his quirk. He didn't have his goggles. He was completely unprepared for a villain attack. Kakakin, Midoriya whimpered, his voice as soft as death and fearful as human instinct. Please let me go home, Casey Kaken. Shoyuda threw his capture weapon, his eye contact broken for barely a second. That was all it took. A shriek of pure, unadulterated agony ripped through the air as Shigaraki cackled with glee. His quirk had already been erased again, but that didn't seem to matter to the psychopath as he took Midoriya's bleeding face in his hands and shoved hard. The boy shrank into himself, a full-body flinch away from the villain. His feet moved backwards, and Shuda's heart seized when he realized there was nothing there to keep him from going over. The student's foot stumbled into nothing but air, and he pitched backwards, a scream of terror incarnate as his other leg buckled under the unexpected weight, and Midoriya fell. Zuku. Hitoshi felt like he couldn't breathe. The girls of 1A had been in hot on his heels as he followed Aizawa at breakneck speeds. Now, he could do nothing but watch in terror from the ground below as the villain shoved his bloodied, screaming friend backwards and through the gap in the fence. Zuku. The white cloth of the capture weapon just barely missed him, and Hitoshi surged forwards, not caring about the warning shouts from what vaguely sounded like Yamamo and shouldering past. He heard sirens. Too late. Too late. Too late. Hitoshi kneeled next to the limp figure of his best friend, grabbing his wrist and pressing 2 fingers into it. Nothing. Desperately, he ripped the collar of his uniform out of the way and pressed his head against Zuku's chest. THD. It was slow. It was weak. It was there. He couldn't bring himself to care about the shout of fury from his teacher above as he heard a strange, voidic sound that must have been Kurogiri's portals. He couldn't bring himself to care that Shigaraki had escaped. He couldn't bring himself to care that his chest was heaving from his constant running, that tears choked his vision, that the sharp pain of fear hadn't dulled for a second. He only cared about Zuku. He stood carefully, with shaking arms lifting Zuku and stumbling to an ambulance. When had that pulled up, I'm one of his guardians, Aizawa was telling a paramedic. He is a ward of Yui, and I teach there. The paramedic lets him into the vehicle. Kid, you his friend? Let him in, Aizawa commanded. They won't want to be separated when Midoriya wakes up. He climbs in and delicately sets his friend on the gurney. Never had he seemed so small. Hitoshi leaned forwards as the paramedics went to work, starting to staunch the worst of the bleeding and covering his face with bandages. Hitoshi's voice was deadly soft as he spoke, eyes never wavering from his friend. You don't get to die before I tell you I love you. And even when Hitoshi closed his eyes to escape reality, the image of Midoriya Izuku, hand pale as a corpse and BLD staining his uniform that usually was stained with soot, was imprinted on his eyelids. Izuku's feet skimmed over the sand, his smile brighter than it's been in years. In his hand, tucked in his pocket to protect it from the sea spray, is his Yui letter. He was about to go to Mimi's, but he wanted to stay here for just a moment. Look again at where it all started before he took the next step closer or farther from his dream. In an instant he was stumbling back with an oath on his lips, feeling someone grip his shirt collar. Katsuki. Whatcha doing out here, shitnerd? Red eyes glittered with malice. Slowly, they drifted down to his neck. There hung the beautifully detailed Mayvision one. Zero, bronze and shining, the delicate flowing lines of greens and pinks and yellows standing out in gentle contrast. What's that? Katsuchi, he was shoved back and he felt the ribbon that held it around his neck snap. Booms pop pop pop, oops. Katsuki dropped it into Izuku's palm with a smirk. That was Katsuki didn't get to do that. This was Mimi's gift. He made this for Mimi. The hand not holding the shattered remains of his first support item curled into a fist. Izuku faced Katsuki with a poisonous mix of fear and anger in his heart. Katsuki looked back with a smirk and a gaze full of malice. Ruby met Emerald, and Izuku's breath caught. Guess who made it into Yui? Katsuki gloated. Me. With each breath, Izuku's fear grew. Mayvision won. Zero sat mangled and charred in his hand, and it was all Katsuki's fault. His heart sped up as he pictured his only friend, hand tightening on his Yui letter. Izuku's legs wouldn't move, and he begged them to. He had to get back to Mimi. Katsuki came closer. Too close. Reaching to ruin the Mayvision even more, or hurt Izuku, he didn't care. He threw a right hook, landing it square on the nose of his longtime bully. It was barely a kitten's blow, weak and clumsy, but in an instant, Katsuki's face turned from gloating to furious. One hand went over his mouth and the other to his throat as Katsuki tackled him into the sand, rage encompassing all of the older boy's actions in an unforgiving torment. The hand on Izuku's throat moved slightly to the right before it began to heat up. Boom pop pop pop, Izuku knew he screamed. He screamed and bit and kicked and struggled, all efforts masked by the explosive teen who wanted to make him hurt. Through the haze of pain and terror and the BLD in his eyes and the ringing of his ears, Izuku didn't know when Katsuki was finished burning his throat, when he was done prolonging Izuku's suffering for as long as possible. He just remembered barely being able to lift his head through the agony to see Katsuki walking away as if it was a normal schoolyard conversation instead of a brutal assault. That's a gift to remember me by, Deku, Katsuki crowed, leaving Izuku to bleed. He couldn't think straight. He just couldn't think. What do you do in emergencies? He needed help. Call a hero. Call the police. His phone was fumbled with BLD slick fingers from his pockets and clumsily open. Izuku's shaky fingers dialed the numbers, barely able to speak. Peace heepy me, the ocean lapped against the trash around him, the gentle foam staining pink with his BLD and as indifferent to him as it would be if he were just another garbage pile. It was high tide, and he felt the water lapping at his cheek. He angled his face from it and whimpered from the bolt of sheer agony that followed it. He heard the sirens just as the world faded to black. The pain didn't stop when he opened his eyes. There was a steady beeping somewhere, and he tried to focus on that. A hospital. He was in a hospital. He was safe. Kaken couldn't get him here. Slowly, he focused on one thing at a time, eyes carefully moving from one thing to the next. A saline drip, an empty chair, a pink girl sleeping on a cramped chair, another empty chair, a vaguely caterpillar-shaped thing on the floor, a purple teen in the chair in the corner, a weird bundle of weird stuff. Wait a second. Izuku blinked hard and hit rewind mentally, doing a full double take. 3 people were in his hospital room. His head throbbed as he tried to focus on their faces, quickly giving up on the caterpillar before moving on to the purple boy. Izuku studied it, the boy's eyes closed, and wild lavender hair climbing ever upwards. He wore a Yui uniform, which confused Izuku even more, but he stared nonetheless. Slowly the eyes opened. Indigo depths highlighted by pools of silver at the center sent a bolt of recognition through Izuku. Shinso Hitoshi. Quirk, brainwashing. He's in Gen Ed right now, but he's transferring with me in second term. Toshi. There was a beat in which the 2 teens could only stare, both completely unsure of what to do. They said, "The doctors told us you might not wake up." Izuku could only blink back, and he felt tears stinging at his own eyes. Shigaraki was at the mall with them. He was sure Kaken was too. "Did you see Kaken?" he whispered. "Did they catch him?" Toshi's eyes flashed with something akin to confusion before it settled on understanding. "Zuku, you were having a flashback. It was just Shigaraki, and your brain was convinced it was Bakugo." That made more sense. "Is everyone okay?" he asked in a hoarse whisper. The taller boy stepped over the caterpillar Aizawa. It was Aizawa to perch carefully on Izuku's bed. "You were the only one that got hurt." Toshi's hands suddenly spasmed, and Izuku instinctively flinched, only to see Toshi immediately calm them, composing himself. "It's not good, Izuku." The other teen pulled his legs onto the sterile sheets, a mix of grief and anger stewing on his face. "You still got hurt. What would Mei and I do if you died? You almost..." Toshi's hands came up to rake through his gravity-defying hair before dropping his voice to a whisper. "You almost died, and it would have been because I wasn't fast enough." When Mimi woke up, she seemed to understand that he was already thoroughly guilty about almost dying because minutes before she had woken, Aizawa had and lectured him to hell and back about vigilantism, recklessness, getting a pro to handle major villains, the whole 9 yards. So she just perched at the foot of his bed and went on and on about what she had been doing, and Toshi told him about what was going on with his family. Recovery Girl came by and did her magic. So for about 36 hours Izuku was dead to the world again, a phrase he used and immediately was yelled at about by both Mimi and Toshi at once. When he woke up the second time, a very certain Shinso sister was practically sitting on his chest. "Hey, Action," he signed shakily, using her name sign, the sign for the letter, doing the motion for it bright. "Zunai," she said proudly, waving her hands and speaking in her sweet, slightly too loud voice. "I got your name sign." He raised his eyebrows. And she demonstrated with more energy than he'd possessed in a full year. It went from Inseech flicking down next to her cheek and then pushing her hand out, palm facing him, before twisting her hand into a pointer and tracing AZ. Izuku couldn't help it. He snorted, hiding a snicker behind his hand before signing back. "So my name is Quirky Z." She smiled proudly back. "Hidanai says you'd like it?" "Heck yeah, I do." He sat up slowly. "How's life been treating ya, Aichan?" He signed as he spoke, trying to be as clear as possible despite his shaking hands. She giggled. "Kirichan left me alone." "What did you say to him?" Inside, Yuzuku was cheering. "One small victory. Nothing much really. Just reminded him that we're even stronger than All Might." At her smile widening, he felt his own lips twitch upwards. "Y'all need to understand something. The thing on the roof from Izuku's POV. It was partially a hallucination. He'd had an experience when he was in middle school where Bakugo locked him on the roof, and he was incredibly stressed, so his brain projected Bakugo onto Shigaraki. The weirdly italicized bits are how his world is being warped by his mind and trauma. Bakugo hasn't interacted with Izuku since the sports festival and did not ever shove Izuku off a roof. Love y'all honestly, Izuku had forgotten his face was covered in bandages. He could see just fine since his eyes hadn't been damaged, and he just kind of got used to it and forgot that there were bandages covering the majority of his face. That and the other chaos preoccupying his mind. Namely one Shinso Hitoshi, who was thankfully as thick-headed as a rock. Now that he thought about it, and tried to recall what really happened on that rooftop, He vaguely could call up the distorted image of Shigaraki, but every time Izuku tried to look into his red eyes in his memories, he would become Kaken again, beating Izuku for what the older boy perceived to be a crime. It took a little while for all the bits and pieces to return. It was honestly terrifying the first time he looked around the hospital room and thought he was 14 again and was surrounded by strangers. Then when he looked at Toshi's eyes, deep and mysterious and breathtaking as a nebula with a singular, silver starburst at its epicenter, he remembered that he wasn't just Deku, Kaken's punching bag. He was Izuku, he was Zuku, he was Izuken. He wasn't as alone as he had been. After all, how could he forget those twin nebulae? Pretty much immediately after Akihito left the second time he woke up, Toshi came back in and they just talked, until Izuku was too tired to even do that, before Toshi just kinda sat by his bed with their pinkies linked, as if the taller boy was scared that if he let go of Izuku for even a moment, he'd vanish. It was about this moment in which Izuku realized he was absolutely effed and completely enamored with one of his best friends, which wasn't a great realization to have when pretty much holding the object of one's affection's hand and half asleep, because that leads to a violent rejection of any form of rest by the subject's body, leading to an awkward "I'm fine" / "yes I'm sure" / "just had a crazy thought," and crippling insomnia for several more days. Now, though, those thoughts had to be banished. A full week and a half after he was admitted to the hospital and several instances with recovery girl interrogating him about why he wasn't getting enough sleep, and he would take that to his grave, and he was mostly healed. At least enough to rejoin classes with a lot of soreness. Every confused thought fled his mind now as he stared into the mirror, his now bandageless face staring back at him, unfamiliar and strange and terrifying despite it being his own. Izuku felt tears in his eyes. They were hot like anger, but didn't sting, instead they burned, a steady and constant ache, tracing new lines down his cheeks and leaving his trying to wipe them away, a scorching feeling in his chest, harsh and suffocating. It was another oft-experienced emotion in middle school that he rarely felt these days, but it was familiar anyway. Humiliation. His hands gripped the sides of the sink as the hot tears came fast, hating the truth the mirror told him. He was dressed in a hospital gown, none of his usual accessories like his scarf or his belt or even his red high-top shoes with him. No familiar silver May-vision hung at his throat. No Yui uniform jacket tied around his waist in a less than desperate attempt to keep it from staining. An ugly scar covered most of the left side of his face, mottled, and the silvery sheen he had come to hate condensed in a handprint. It barely brushed his eyelid, but the scars were there, made obvious by the gap in his eyebrow. The fingers reached up to his forehead, the palm on his right cheek and cheekbone, and the thumb running onto his chin. There was no way Izuku could cover this. He felt sick. All the training, the practice, the time, the victories, all that went to waste the moment he thought Kaken was on that roof with him. And now he was scarred forever again because he was too weak. Too stupid. Too clumsy, too wimpy. The door clicked open, and he hissed a breath through his teeth. A bird-headed boy stood in the door, holding a bag in one hand and the other tucked in a jacket pocket. Izuku stared into the mirror, dreading turning and letting this boy, who he vaguely remembered was from one to do Tokoyami, see his face. He bowed slightly. Midoriya-kun, I have been sent on a quest to retrieve you. Izuku gritted his teeth. He wasn't Deku anymore. He wasn't Deku. He's not Deku. He turned slowly, releasing his hair from its bun and letting it fall into his face, if not covering the ugly mark but at least obscuring it. Thanks, Tokoyami-kun, he mumbled, venturing forward to greet the bird boy. He flinched as soon as Tokoyami noticed his scars on display from the low cut of the gown, his hair not thick enough to cover his face entirely, and his eyes widened slightly. Izuku cast his eyes to the tiled floor, wishing the ground would swallow him whole. Instead of saying anything, as Izuku expected, Tokoyami held out the bag. I was sent because there was nearly a fistfight between Yaoyorozu-chan and Shinso-kun over who would get to retrieve you. May I stay near you for a time so I am not dispatched hastily upon my return by your companions? It took a second for Izuku to puzzle out that response, but he nodded vacantly as he took the bag and glanced inside. I'm just gonna go change in the bathroom, he mumbled, heading over, and Tokoyami just stood awkwardly near the door. In the bag he found his familiar red scarf, which was obviously the first thing on. Also, his uniform, which was a pleasant sight after so long. The blazer had sleeves despite the rest of his uniform already made for winter, so he assumed Mimi did that out of respect for his habit of tying it around his waist when he was inventing. His red high tops were more than a little beaten up, but he was thankful to have them anyway. He stared at the mirror again, his eyes trained on the scar he couldn't hide. Izuku brushed his hair to his left, draping a copious amount in his face, taking solace behind the green-black curls and hoped it was at least enough to divert attention from himself. Eventually, he ventured out and nodded to Tokoyami. The bird boy bobbed his head back, turning to lead Izuku from the room. It wasn't a long walk from Yui's yard to the development studio, yet he felt himself hover in front of the door a bit longer than necessary. Fears swam in his head, Mimi's sneering face at his own disfigured one, Toshi turning away from him, FS kind words turning into cruel ones, problem child. He jerked back a few steps, eyes darting around wildly until they settled on his teacher, and he took another step back. Sensei? The underground hero just stared at him for a moment, and Izuku fidgeted under his critical gaze, before he practically shoved the door open and strode in. He blinked stupidly for a moment, before skittering after Aizawa. All talk hushed and he felt eyes on him. Izuku shut his eyes hard, hearing the approaching footsteps. Izuku. He cracked an eyelid open, and Mimi was in front of him, yellow crosshair eyes wide in concern. We were really worried about you, she murmured, eyes raking up and down as if checking for wounds. He reached up and put his hand over the scar in a desperate attempt to hide it from the view of those gathered. Yamamo appeared in the corner of his vision, a gentle smile on her face as she waved. Hey, Midori-chan. Are you okay? He stared at the floor before looking up again and scanning the crowd. The Reiki twins, Fien, Mimi, Yamamo, Uraraka, Tokoyami, Aizawa, Ban, even Amajiki and Toshi. A mix of anxiety from both his newly disfigured face and recent realization crawled up his throat to die, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. Please don't hate me. Please don't hate me. This was genuinely the worst idea he'd ever been involved in, and he hated every second of it. All the gathered with the exception of Aizawa, who pretty much just vanished to go back to doing teacher things, probably, and Tokoyami, who had to get home, had practically flooded Zuku with concern and positivity, even the shy elf boy third year that apparently was also a ward. He was awkwardly leaning against the wall as the others filed out, making their excuses. Amajiki the third year was going to see his friends, Fien dragging Ban and the Reiki twins off to go field testing for a shared project on Gym Beta, Yamamo and Uraraka having a day out with the other 1A girls and dragging Mei along. Until it was just Hitoshi and Zuku in the room, neither meeting the other's eyes. Hitoshi would be honest, when the small, black-haired teen came in and he saw the scar, large and grievous, he flinched. How much it must have hurt to receive it. The ear-splitting wail from moments before he was shoved off the roof was brought to mind. Midoriya Izuku didn't deserve the scars he bore. He didn't deserve to be reminded of his suffering. He didn't deserve what happened. Hey, Zuku. He didn't miss how the other flinched, finally looking over at Hitoshi, and he met Zuku's eyes. They were the same dark, forest green, ringed with emerald and jade, drawing Hitoshi into a world of crystalline jungles, lit only by a full moon hanging high above. Hey, Hitoshi pushed himself off the wall, drawing closer to the forest he loved to run through in his mind. Until, finally, he stood in front of his friend. Please don't hate me. Tell me you didn't just look in the mirror, use your fingers to brush your hair into your face, and say't good enough. Stupid FNG traitor mouth. Zuka blinked, clearly expecting that about as much as Hitoshi did not at all. Maybe. He tisked, guiding the subject of his current mental and emotional turmoil. To a workstation. He sat Zuku in a chair before perching on the metal table, and let his hands go through the usual motions, almost robotic in its practice as he drew a comb from his pocket. Yeah, he carried a comb around specifically for this reason after the sports festival, and he became one FS personal hairdresser. He pulled it into the usual messy bun he was absolutely weak for, which probably wasn't healthy, but left his bangs out, styling them to drape in front of the left side of Zuku's face. It would likely bring him some kind of comfort. Even if Hitoshi didn't like him covering any part of himself out of shame, Izuku didn't deserve to be ashamed of anything. Eventually, he was finished, and the comfortable silence felt heavy again as he stood, helping his friend stand even without prompting. They stood face to face, Hitoshi unsure of what to really say at all. Of course, the traitorous BSTRD most would call his mouth went a bit faster than his brain, and Hitoshi wondered hazily if this was how it felt when he brainwashed others as his arms decided to join the list of traitor body parts. A hand reached up to brush the curls he had styled in front of Izuku's face out of the way, allowing Hitoshi to see his best friend's face in its entirety. Izuku flinched slightly, and Hitoshi grinned awkwardly in a vague attempt to lighten the heavy look on Izuku's face. It seemed to work a little, as the tension left his shoulders. You know, the scars really boost your creepy and vaguely threatening support transfer aesthetic. Those 1A kids are gonna PSS themselves when they see you coming. Like, OF-, here comes the transfer kid that fought an S-rank villain and lived. Izuku cracked a tiny smile. It was hardly a fight, Toshi. He winked conspiratorially. They don't know that, do they? Besides, all the ladies love a battle-worn man. Izuku snorted in response, giving Hitoshi a playful shove. The pair lapsed into a comfortable silence again, no words coming to each of them. And maybe some of the dudes, too, he added at a murmur, recalling the original purpose of the meeting. He blinked owlishly, forest green eyes clouding in confusion, and Hitoshi wanted to beat the sheet out of himself internally. This was the worst idea and he hated it so much, it was definitely going to ruin his friendship with Izuku and he'd be alone again. Need to say something, probably, he muttered, deciding the floor was very interesting in that exact moment. I'm really glad I met you on that subway. And I'm also really glad you dragged me to train with you and May for the sports festival. The crystalline jungles narrowed slightly, and Hitoshi took the voice in his mind screaming to chicken out and beat the sheet out of it with a mental baseball bat. Before I met you, I didn't have anyone around besides my family I could really talk to or anything. Most of my school years really essex cause I didn't have any friends. Most people just decided I was a villain, and you just kinda looked at me and said, so FNG what, instead of that. He grinned awkwardly, calling up the fond memory of the support student going almost completely silent before announcing he was going to finish the siren call. And every day since then you've inspired me to go a little more plus ultra, from doing test drives for your support items to absolutely slaughtering my mysterious and intimidating Gen Ed student with 1F. You've never batted an eye at how weird I can get or my insane family. They've practically adopted you by now. Hitoshi searched Izuku's face for anything, but found nothing but a slight contemplation. Even your scars, I think they're just proof of how much you've survived. You keep coming out on top no matter how shitty things get, and for whatever reason you trusted me to see that. Please don't hate me. I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm hella effing gay. Please go out with me. Stupid FNG traitor mouth. There was an infinitely long silence as Hitoshi had his eyes locked with Izuku's. His strange indigo met with the crystalline jungle he could get lost in forever. Some indescribable emotion brewed in them, a massive shadow of some predator in the darkness. Hitoshi flinched back, his eyes shut tight, preparing for a shout, a blow, even just disappointment or disgust. Really, he couldn't ever tell. With something grabbed his tie and jerked him forwards and into an awkward lean, another hand against his chest and backing him against a wall. His eyes flew open, and Izuku's face was suddenly threateningly close. Oh, phew, then his mind went absolutely, totally blank. Why, exactly? He was being kissed almost aggressively by the one and only Midoriya Izuku. It was more than a little awkward from the major height difference. Hitoshi with his back to the wall and leaning down, one of the smaller teen's hands still tugging on his tie and the other pinning Hitoshi against the wall. Hitoshi's own hands were flared back against the warm, smooth stone, still stuck in brace yourself mode while the rest of his brain was on the fritz. Izuku's lips were rough against Hitoshi's, pressed harshly against his own at a slight angle. Hitoshi's nose was a hair's breadth from his cheek, and when he breathed sharply he could faintly smell soot and would smoke despite the support student being away from his inventions for almost 2 weeks. The kiss was awkward, it was sudden, it was completely unexpected. And it was absolute bliss. He had no idea how long it lasted, but when the short boy finally pulled away, his normally neutral expression red, resting bitch face morphed into one of annoyance with a pink flush high in his cheekbones, utterly perfect and somehow even beyond that. Hitoshi's eyes scanned Zuku, searching for some kind of answer as his brain had decidedly taken a vacation for 2 to 5 business months. The support student huffed, crossing his arms. That was for giving me a gay crisis and not saying a word until after I almost die. Hitoshi's throat made some noise that sounded vaguely like a cross between an apology and a cat being strangled just as his knees completely gave out, buckling under him. Ah, yes, said his brain, which had just popped back in to grab the keys to the car before leaving again and witnessing the recent events. This is the ideal time to faint. / keeping up W the Shinsis Lilac Cat at Silver J. I made a mistake, mother please help, Silver J has come off idle. Silver J, what's wrong boy Lilac Cat? I asked Zuku out and then fainted. Silver J, W Lilac Cat, he may or may not have kissed me before I fainted, but that's not the point. Lilac Cat, I fainted and when I woke up I was too embarrassed to speak, so I just kinda ran out. Lavender Pup has come off idle. Lavender Pup, nee is Silver J. Mika, don't antagonize your brother, he's having a crisis. Lavender Pup, Silver J, and aren't you supposed to be in class? Lavender Pup has gone idle. Silver J, Hitoshi, has he tried calling you or anything? Lilac Cat, not exactly. He hates phone calls. Silver J, he texted didn't he? Lilac Cat, possibly. Silver J, answer him damn it. Lilac Cat, fine / Zuku, Toshi Zuku, you good Zuku, Zuku, I'm pretty sure I fed up somewhere, so Zuku, I'm really sorry Zuku, can we please still be friends? Zuku, please don't hate me. Toshi, it's fine, I just panicked. Toshi, if anything I should be apologizing. Zuku, to be fair I was being pretty aggressive. Zuku, sorry Toshi, I high-key liked it, so seriously it's all fine. Zuku, W Toshi, not the point. Toshi, I just embarrassed myself and had to exit the situation before I said something really stupid. Toshi, so, I'm really sorry. Zuku, so is the date thing still on the table or? Toshi, ahis. Zuku, great, meet me at the gate after school tomorrow, you're taking me out and I know not where. Toshi, Jahajajsaksh. Toshi, is that basically just surprise mean? Zuku, Zuku has gone idle. Toshi, that's so ominous. Read 2:24 p.m. / Shoyuta ended up seeing Problem Child 1 again pretty soon. The black-haired support student was perched on the couch in the common room, a contemplative expression on his scarred face. Shoyuta paused on the stairs to regard him, wondering why he would be down in the common area now of all times when he seemed so averse to it. It was the middle of the night. What the hell was he doing up this late? Midoriya, he grunted, lumbering past to go to the kitchen and preferably make coffee. This day has been nothing but a headache, really, between finishing paperwork for the training camp and grading written exams. It was the Thursday, or was it Friday now? He had no idea what time of night it was before break, and he had never wanted Friday night to come faster. Sensei, he mumbled back, still staring at the wall. Shoyuta followed his unblinking gaze until it hit the particular decoration on that wall. A mirror. One Nomuri had set up specifically so she could make quick fixes to her makeup in the mornings while on the couch as she went about her routine. Minutes ticked by, and Shoyuta kept half an eye on his kid. The kid. Half an eye on the kid. The coffee finished, Shoyuta just took the pot before wandering over and joining Midoriya in staring blankly at their reflections. Shoyuta had changed into a tank top for the night, because Hizashi didn't let him sleep in his hero outfit, and it was easy to see the scars that adorned them. Long slashes from knives, burns from quirks, and, of course, the particularly large one on his right elbow from where Shigaraki had brushed him. He subconsciously rolled his shoulders, shifting his grip on the coffee pot as he grimaced at the scar. He wasn't terribly fond of it really, but that wasn't what bothered him. Feeling the exposed muscle on his joint was pure agony, and that was from Shigaraki barely touching him. The silver handprint on Midoriya's face attested to how much worse it could have been. "You gonna live?" he asked gruffly. The student hummed noncommittally. "Better off than you. Most of my work is just reviewing the semester to see what I could have done better, or something." Shoyuta shrugged in acknowledgement before tilting his head back slightly and downing the entire barely cooled pot of coffee. Midoriya broke his gaze from the mirror to give Shoyuta a nonplussed look. Do as I say, not as I do, he muttered in reply, dropping the now empty coffee pot on the side table. It bugs the hell out of Kansas. The two were in relative silence for a while, even when Shoyuta went upstairs to retrieve his small mountain of paperwork and throw it onto the coffee table, huffing as he sat down to get back to grading, this time with a buzz of caffeine in his system. He graded the top students first, for the sake of productivity. Well, the top students in his class overall. Ashido had done shockingly well, actually. Probably 'cause of Mimi, she's been helping Ashido-chan study. Shoyuta glanced over at the support student. The latter shrugged. You talk under your breath? Normally, people can't make heads or tails of it, though. I mutter softly. I'm used to it. They fell into silence again. Class rankings were pretty much as expected of his 18 students. Except Ashido. Yairozu Momo Ida Tenya Todoroki Shudo Ajui Tsuyujirakyuka Ojiro Mashireo Ashido Mina Shuji Mezu Sato Rikido Koda Kuji Uraraka Ochako Tokoyami Fumikage Kirishima Ijuru Hagakure Turu Siro Hanta Aoyama Yuga Mineta Minoru Kaminari Denki Kami above. This was exhausting. How do you do it? Shoyuta paused, looking up. Midoriya stares back at him with honest green eyes, looking to be searching Shuda's face. For what, exactly, he had no clue. Do what? He blinks slowly, and Shoyuta is once again reminded of how cat-like this boy is. How are you just okay with your scars and stuff? He trailed off a bit at the end, voice and eyes dropping. Well, it probably wouldn't kill Shoyuta to finish this paperwork in class tomorrow. Not like he was actually teaching anything outside of glaring at 1A as they did their usual exercises. If you could multitask. Shoyuta set the pen aside the considerably smaller mountain, slightly pleased at his progress in the short while he'd been down here. Probably since he was grading the top students first. Kami knows it would slow down when he got to Kaminari's exams. There isn't really a solid how-to guide, he answered eventually, left hand already going to brush the scarred skin on his right elbow as he glanced at the clock, 11:20, it was actually earlier than he thought. Hell, if I'm having a bad day, I hate them. You don't have to believe all the shit people say about them. Sometimes they aren't marks saying you're a survivor of some glorious battle. Sometimes they're there because you failed, because you trusted the wrong person, because the wound made you weak when people needed you to be strong. He rubbed harshly on the scar with a frown, studying his problem child. The problem child. Not his. The scarf was wound tightly around his neck, more so than usual. It looked as if Shinso had styled his long hair to at least shield the scar from Shigaraki, sheltering it from inattentive eyes. But it's also a reminder of how I can improve, Shoyuta continued, a bit softer now, as his hand slid up to tap a deep slashing scar on his collarbone. Got this way back in high school. Tried to take down a major villain with Hisashi. We won, but I got knocked out of the fight. He tugged his shirt up again to cover it. Made me rethink my approach to heroics, and how my style wasn't good for daylight. Ended up going underground. I'm better for it. Midoriya had looked up again to stare at Shoyuta, and he looked back. Best not to say anything without prompting. I'm sorry, he mumbled eventually. My friends all pretty much say the same thing, and I don't really have a family to talk to. The reminder that Midoriya was entirely without relatives to go to after he was removed from his mother's custody stung, and Shoyuta flinched internally, cursing himself. Of course his problem child was having issues talking about what bothered him with adults. His track record with teachers wasn't exactly spectacular, and he probably couldn't safely navigate a conversation like that with his mother. It's fine, Midoriya, he told the student calmly. Another long silence, but this time it looked like Midoriya was working up the courage to say something. I'm legally one of your guardians, Midoriya, you can just spit it out. I'll be fine. Can you please not call Midoriya? Shoyuta blinked, unscrambling the flood of words easily enough. It was the contents he was unsure about. Midoriya went on, his face screwed into something of intense concentration. I just don't like it all that much. It was my dad's name, but my mom kept it, and he trailed off, searching for words. I don't want to be anything like they are. He blinked again, considering that. But what am I supposed to call you, then? He blinked back, apparently not having thought that far ahead. My given name. Yes. I didn't think I'd make it this far. All right. Shoyuta reclined on the couch, stretching out. Then nix in classes. It'll help boost your response time to your codename. Right? It felt like only heartbeats later when Shoyuta jolted awake with the feeling that something was wrong. It seemed he had fallen asleep on the couch third time this week, and he glanced at the clock again blearily. 2:36, well, 3 hours of sleep was better than 0. He scanned the room for the source of the wrong feeling, eyes cutting through the darkness to find it. Midoriya Izuku was asleep on the other couch, twitching and whimpering in his sleep. Shoyuta stood and quietly made his way to the couch Midoriya was on, carefully resting his hand on the black curls. The boy tensed, and Shoyuta has genuinely no idea what he's doing, but he starts gently carting his fingers through Mizuku's hair, doing his best to give silent assurance to the sleeping student. It didn't soothe him much, as his eyes cracked open slightly as the shaking picked up. Kaken. Shoyuta sighed internally, doing his best not to pity his problem child. It wouldn't him to give pity. Shoyuta crouched down, carefully gathering the small teen in his arms and hoisting him up. Nope. Go back to sleep. Izuku definitely did not go back to sleep, instead shifting to get a better view of Shuta's face. Ai, Zawa. Do I look like Jack Frost? He joked dryly, carrying him up the stairs. Lightening his tone a little, he added, yeah, just Aizawa. The sleep-drunk teen's eyes went to the bare wall, tracing it as if it had some kind of answer. He told me nobody would want to be my friend, 'cause I'm a freak. Shoyuta faltered mid-step, connecting the teach to the mysterious Kaken. It was probably Bakugo, considering the context. Well, clearly that isn't true. But it has to be. Those confused green eyes searched his face for a second, and in that moment Shoyuta felt like he was staring into the face of the middle schooler on the train, wild short hair and a desperate gaze believing every lie he'd ever been told. Why isn't the joke over yet? The joke. Shoyuta stopped in front of the door to Hizashi and his dorm, turning that phrase over. He meant, someone pretending to be his friend, to humiliate him. The thought that he had experienced that and still had recurring issues over it made Shoyuta feel sick. Nah. He dismissed more easily than he thought was possible with how his mind was essentially just yelling in fury. You think Bakugo would have gotten expelled for some mean joke? Or Shinso sitting by your bedside for a week? Or Hatsum spending hours putting together an AI? Izuku tucked into himself a little more, which was kind of a feat, not when you put it like that. Great. He pushed the dorm door open and shuffled in before dropping Izuku on the couch. You should probably get some actual sleep. Don't you have a date tomorrow? He was already shutting the door after he had stepped into the bedroom when his words registered with the transfer student. Wait, how do you know about that? Shoyuta wasn't about to tell him that Hatsum liked to keep everyone in the loop and essentially just gossiped about it whenever he and Shinso were idle. He just smirked. / BS artists of UE expelled says the bastard. Guess who won the Shizuku pool bastard go scrum? Damn it bastard go scrum at Loki got off bastards. This is very important. Who confessed first? Loki got off bastards. I'd be surprised you have a pool but am not BC. You are all nosy a-holes. Loki got off bastards. Toshi and then he fainted when I kissed him. Nagasaki bastard. Sold out expelled says the bastard. Kanji harsh but okay. Mother of all bastards has come off idle. Mother of all bastards. God damn it, I was sure you were Lil Hizashi. Mother of all bastards. Traitor child. Loki got off bastards. WHA Teats cleric bastard has come off idle. Cleric bastard. I've seen blockbuster movies less entertaining than this. Expelled says the bastard. Everyone is convinced you and Shinso are the second coming of me and Hizashi. Expelled says the bastard. Really all I'm hearing is that I'm 100k yen richer than I was before. Nagasaki bastard. Oh my god, that's incredible. Mother of all bastards. D///1 Ienium. Everyone please have a productive weekend. I will see you all again on Monday for the camp. Nyum. Why is my name Nyum? Nyum tried to change their nickname but was blocked by the custom command. Know your FING place, trash. Several users clicked to see list have come off idle. Wei, I am sobbing UW Uraka, NYOOM UW Uraka, UW Uraka, Who did Thais Elmeo boyfriend? I dunno boyfriend. I have a theory but I'm not sure if I want to share it. UW Raka, you gotta dates. Levi has come off idle. Levi, boyfriend, thanks, I hate it. How do I uninstall? Levi, the only way you detop is by brainwashing me first. Love. Levi has gone idle. Wait, bruh, he just sold you out so a fast. Nasty has come off idle. Nasty, gross. We have FINGFGS in our class. Nasty, Shinso, I thought you were cool. Boyfriend at Levi. UW Raka at Levi. Nyum at Levi. Levi has come off idle. Levi, vibe check. Levi has muted. Nasty forever. Levi, Toshi send memes. My Jima's boring. Boyfriend, yep, okay. Memes inbound. Levi has gone idle. Wait, whipped. UW Raka, happy face. Carrot. Boyfriend, shut / Shoyuta occasionally saw Shinso at the cat cafe a few blocks from Yui. Sometimes he and his siblings, sometimes just him. This time, though, it was both he and Izuku. The latter was practically covered in cats, and he stood there with an expression of pure contentment. Shoyuta snorted, which drew Shinso's attention. He grinned at the underground hero, hands lifting to sign just out of Izuku's line of sight. Thank you for taking care of him. Shoyuta shrugged in response, just taking a seat in the corner. A metal cat leaped up to join him, eyes lit up green in amusement as she recounted what had happened before he arrived. He was definitely spying to sue him if he didn't have anything better to do. 1F Midoriya Izuku gender, male age, 15 height, 1, 6 meters hair, long, black with green highlights eyes, green ethnicity, Japanese quirkless. Other notes, short and will kick your butt. Relatively quiet to very gay and not sure what to do about it. Hatsum Mei gender, female age, 16 height, 1, 63 meters hair, long, bubblegum pink eyes, yellow crosshair pupils. Ethnicity, Japanese zoom. Other notes, asexual homoromantic. Also, author genuinely loves her. She's just so precious. Hinata band gender, male age, 16 height, 1, 7 meters hair, short, brown eyes, brown ethnicity, Japanese calligraphy perfect calligraphic handwriting. Other notes, kind of in butt, and definitely prickly. He knows when it's okay to be in butt or not, though. Fianna Fien Collins gender, female age, 16 height, 1, 63 meters hair, long, red eyes, lime ethnicity, Irish Gaeltacht region nuclear charge constantly emits harmless levels of radiation. Her clothes are specially designed to absorb and nullify. She uses the radiation to power her support items. Fianna can also release an incredibly dangerous level of radiation all at once, similar to a nuclear explosion. Other notes, fluent in Irish and English, and Reiki Arie is helping her with Japanese. Reiki Pearl gender, female age, 15 height, 1, 68 meters hair, long, black with red streaks eyes, blue ethnicity, Japanese American technopath can transfer her consciousness into any electronic device, similar to an AI. Other notes, she and her twin Aria are pretty close. Pearl also tends to go into a meditative state in moments of peace to brainstorm. Ideas. Gen Ed Reiki Aria gender, female age, 15 height, 1, 68 meters hair, long, black with blue streaks eyes, red ethnicity, Japanese American Music therapy has empath abilities and can manipulate the general mood of a person or group of people with her voice, more powerful when singing but also effective when speaking. Certain songs have certain effects on someone's physical state as well, at the cost of draining the emotional energy of someone nearby, usually herself or the target. Other notes, essentially mute from how shy she is. Seems to like Fianna. Also, the author is thinking of transferring her to 1B so she will work as a recovery hero, since her quirk can be used to heal with practice. Daisuke Kai gender, male age, 16 height, 1, 73 meters hair, short, white eyes, white ethnicity, Japanese albino. He's literally just albino. He's entirely white. And it's not genetic, it's his quirk. He just lost all his color when he turned. Other notes. This is the a-hole from 1D that picks on Hitoshi. Shinso Hitoshi see his place under other Shinso Hajime gender, male age, 48 height, 2, 1 meters hair, medium, lilac eyes, Indigo ethnicity, Japanese quirk. Insomnia. He is incapable of sleeping and does not require it. Other notes. Works as a doctor and pulls 72-hour shifts regularly. That's how he can afford having 5 kids and a decent house. Shinso Mihoko gender, female age, 47 height, 189 meters hair, long, silver blue eyes, pale blue, silver pupils ethnicity, Japanese quirk, puppeteer. Anyone she touches she can mind control. Other notes, very motherly and attached to all of her kids. Blames herself for Hitoshi's lack of friends. Shinso Maya gender, female age, 27 height, 191 meters hair, short, lilac eyes, indigo ethnicity, Japanese quirk. Insomnia. She is incapable of sleeping and does not require it. Other notes. Works as a makeup and hair artist, usually for movies. She taught Hitoshi about both. She's also very lesbian and met her current girlfriend introduced in the next chapter through her job. The girl was the stage manager for one of her more recent movies. Shinso Sanika gender, female age, 25 height, 187 hair, magenta eyes, dark blue ethnicity, Japanese quirk, sparkle emits a soft glow and has extreme night vision. She also is just generally very sparkly. Other notes. Author made a mistake in listing her hair color in a previous chapter. It's described as pale lilac. Gonna correct that, it's definitely magenta. Her quirk makes pretty much every lighting optimal because she's figured out how to control her glow and use different transparencies of clothing to cover up or expose certain angles. Izuku's hair only looks green in some lighting, which is why most characters describe his hair as black. She describes it as green because she pretty much is that lighting and can't tell that it's mostly black. Also, her skin sparkles in sunlight, hence the quirk name Sparkle. Hitoshi makes fun of her by calling her Twilight Vampire and she hates it. If you couldn't tell, author had a really great time coming up with Sanika Shinso Hitoshi gender, male age, 15 height, 177 hair, medium, lilac eyes, indigo, silver pupils ethnicity, Japanese quirk, brainwashing. Other notes. He is so gay. Just so incredibly gay. Also, absolutely in love with Izuku. Author basically projected all of her pining over a girl she likes onto Hitoshi and Viola. Romance. Shinso Mika gender, female age, 14 height, 175 meters hair, medium, lavender eyes, dark blue ethnicity, Japanese quirk. Narcolepsy forces anyone she touches to fall asleep, requires 14 hours of sleep per day or she falls asleep randomly. Other notes. Author may or may not have based her quirk off of a character from a webcomic, but she doesn't regret it in the least. Shinso Akihito gender, female age, 6 height, 1.2 meters hair, long, silver blue eyes, pale blue ethnicity, Japanese quirk, quirkless. Other notes. Profoundly deaf, meaning she has no semblance of hearing. Author very much wanted a small quirkless child to bond with Izuku so he would get the inspiration to be a hero to inspire other quirkless kids. The original concept was a one-off character, mostly to get Izuku to learn sign, which might be important later. Y'all loved her and now she's kinda on the same level of importance as Hinata-ban. Congrats, you peer-pressured a sleep-deprived author. That's all for now, but the author will add in the end notes any more descriptions for new OCs. Akihito loved the world. She was small of course, but she was smart. She could read when she was really little, and she could talk in non-babble by the time she was a year old. That's what Mama told her. She remembered getting real sick. She was 4 or just about. One of her classmates got their quirk and it hit her. It got her real sick with something Mama called meningitis. She thinks Mama called it that at least, and she was in the hospital for a long time and everything hurt a lot, but mostly her head. The hearing loss had been slow and in her pain she hadn't really noticed it until she got out of the hospital, hand in hand with her Mama and Papa with Hito and Ai saying something but she could hear them at all. When she told them, they took her back to the doctor but a different one that poked her ears, which she didn't like, and kept writing on a board instead of just saying what he wanted to tell her, which was frustrating because she was still learning some of the kanji. Eventually, she understood. The sick had made her ears bad and she couldn't hear anything anymore, which was called profoundly deaf, which was weird. Kirichan didn't like that, and he kept writing stupid on her desk and telling the teacher she did it. It wasn't a nice joke. Akihito didn't like that very much. and he started writing things like useless when the quirk doctor told her she was quirkless. Akihito didn't like doctors. Mama and Papa and Mayane and Seine and Hitoanai and Mikane all loved her very much. They learned sign language with her and took her to and from school and everything. Mayane would sit by her bed when she couldn't sleep, and Seine would try to make herself sparkle different colors, and Hitoanai would show her how to draw and tell her about the world, and Mikane would come sleep in her bed sometimes and hold Akihito to her chest, talking even though Akihito couldn't hear her, but she loved the way her voice rumbled in her chest with her alto voice, which was what Hitoanai called it, and the rumble would make her feel safe. Mama and Papa would teach her all about books and reading. She loved them all. But her family didn't stop there. Akihito loved a nice girl Mayane wanted to marry. Mayane gets very red and insists she doesn't. She was named Itoyashi Ayaka, but Mayane called her Aya-chan, so Akihito called her that, too. Aya-chan had a pretty quirk that made plants turn different colors. She also had a thing called synesthesia that made her see colors when she listened to music. Aya-chan would tell her what colors different songs were. Akihito double loved Tsunai. Hitoanai told her he was quirkless too. And he won the sports festival. He was Hitoanai's friend. She liked him already, but then he came over for a while. They were really strong, he told her. Stronger than All Might. She couldn't believe it. Nobody was stronger than All Might, but then they beat him up in their exam. No quirks. Then I was one of her favorite people. Even if he didn't marry Hitoanai, he was her family too. Arie was, in short, the very anxious girl. It was really stressful knowing everything everyone felt, all the time. Pearl was a brief refuge from the storm. Her twin was calm, put together and analytical. She usually only felt peaceful. So different from Arie. She could make people feel different things with her voice, and she remembered that people didn't like that. So she had fallen silent over the course of her life. The words eventually just got trapped in her throat, like something was forcing her to be quiet and not speak at all. Her therapist called it selective mutism caused by severe social anxiety, which seemed about right. Arie met one if, then. She was immediately blown off her feet by the sheer amount of chaos in the room. There were only 5 others, each one with their own emotions. Hinata was carefully controlled in an angry way that was lessened when he was with 1F, but he blossomed with genuine happiness the longer she knew him. Hatsum was pure energy, ricocheting off the walls of Arie's mind. Midoriya was suppressed pain and fury buried under a thick layer of anxiety. Arie worried about him often, especially when he came in with a scar and self-hate tearing open the figurative packaging he had put around his pain. Fien was different. Where Pearl was a kind of natural calm, Fien was a whirlwind. Her mood changes faster than her radiation levels, but her whirlwind, chaotic as it was, felt more peaceful than even Pearl. Like she stood in the eye of a hurricane, somehow untouched by the destruction. Beautifully terrifying. Somehow she could talk to Fien. The clog lessened, and she could whisper and eventually yell, feeling so free when she was with Fien. That didn't stop her from knowing what the radioactive Irish woman felt. "Why are you so worried?" she asked softly. They leaned against one another in Fien's room in her dorm, reviewing exam results together. The other tensed. "It's Izuku, you know." She bobbed her head in response. She never spoke of others' emotions, as that was their most private secret, but she understood. The black-haired boy had been a tempest of negativity since he came back from the hospital with a new scar. He ain't feeling right. I just know it. And every time he goes somewhere, chaos follows. I won't be there to help if he gets himself in trouble. You can't help everyone, Arie reminded her friend gently. We must have faith in him. He is strong. Yeah, I know. Arie smiled slightly. Do you want to go blast Enya in the common room to annoy Kansensei? Oh, if yes. Siri lounged on Izuku's shoulders, feeling more than a little self-satisfied. Her tail twitched, brushing his face slightly. The date a few days ago had gone well. Hitoshi took him to the cat cafe, and Siri enjoyed herself by gossiping with the cats and watching her human getting slowly covered in them as he laughed. Hitoshi told her he liked Izuku's laugh a lot. Now they were all on the bus. All right. Midoriya, Shinso, you never told us who you interned with. Kaminari leaned over, his eyes bright and curious. As usual, Izuku ignored him and Hitoshi scrambled to answer. We technically aren't allowed to say. Why? Well, because we're going underground, obviously. We got offers from a pretty good underground hero, so we can't really tell you about them. Man, Kaminari shook his head, redirecting his attention to Kirishima and chattering about something useless. Siri glanced out the window, noticing that they were slowing. There was a line in which stone gave away to freshly turned earth and gravel. Siri wrapped her tail around Izuku's neck gently and reached up to rub her smooth head absent-mindedly. He was in his hero costume as they all were, for whatever reason. But she knew he cracked a small smile. The bus stopped and they filed out. Right into the weird patch. Aizawa stood on the edge of it with two women. Mandalay Sosaki Shino, part of the rescue team Wild Pussycats, Quirk, Telepathy. Pixie Bob Sachikawa Ryuko, part of the rescue team Wild Pussycats, Quirk, Earth Flow. As Aizawa talked, she connected the dots. From the way Izuku stiffened, he did too. He grabbed Hitoshi's wrist, bracing his feet on the earth and placed his other hand on Siri, making sure she was secure. The moment even a hint of a smile came to Aizawa's face, Siri heard the man's heart speeding up in anticipation. Izuku bolted, yanking Hitoshi along as he dove into a roll past his teacher. She was pretty sure he was technically his dad by now. Advice, spying on date, comfort, guardian, that's a dad, right? Aizawa is a father, nobody can convince her otherwise, and the two pro-heroes, until he hit the grass behind them. Midoriya! Uraraka yelped. Hitoshi stood abruptly, cupping his hands just as Pixie Bob's hand began to move. Logical ruse. The ground collapsed under 1A the moment it registered for them that they were in danger. Aizawa gave the three of them a flat look. What tipped you off this time, Nix? Izuku stood a little taller, obviously proud of himself. You get this look in your eyes when you're tricking someone. Pixie Bob's quirk could destabilize the loose ground in moments. Not too hard. Mandalay whistled before she barked a laugh. Alright Ethan. Let's leave Pixie to do her thing and go get lunch. Siri cackled from her place on Izuku's shoulders, curling a bit closer to him. Yeah, she was really proud of her human. 4fan art literally cried when someone said they were gonna do fan art. It's Silver Leopard 86 author's Tumblr. It's mostly shitpost, or she talks about D&D with some fan stuff and human rights here and there. Mostly shitposting. She also only checks it a few times a week, so please be patient. If you make fan art distant sobbing please at her so she can find it, and as a note, it is far more likely she will see it if you send it to me via private messages. Another note, if you send it via PM she likely won't reply BC of crippling anxiety, but she will reblog it with proper credit and give you a shout out and link in the notes. She does not have a Discord. As of right now, she cannot make a Discord. This is for personal issues, like her devices are sheet and other things. Lotta love, Silver PS. Author forgot to actually link the Tumblr, so here it is, Silver Leopard 86, and if that doesn't work she's out of ideas. Coulda ended up being the weirdest kid Izuku had ever met, and not just because he tried to punch Toshi in the ditch for trying to be friendly. Emphasis on tried. Siri crashed into his side so fast the kid yelled in surprise, knocking him off balance. It was actually mostly because he tried to do it to Izuku not 5 minutes later with no prompting. Izuku, being as rehearsed as he is with being beaten up, caught his hand. He really wasn't in the mood to be bullied by a 6-year-old. They had a lovely lunch of tacos and watched the heroes milling around and talking, Toshi occasionally adding input while Izuku judged silently. The silent judgment was helpfully translated by Aizawa as, "That's a stupid idea," or something along those lines. Dinner was curry that Aizawa made because Izuku set his on fire and Toshi said, "It can't be that much harder to make than ramen," and Aizawa decided he didn't want Smokey the Bear in his case. And that's the story of how he unsettled 3 pro-heroes without opening his mouth. When Pixie Bob finally returned, she did a full double take on Izuku, her eyes going wide. "Oh my god, Eraser, did you teach him that?" "Teach me what?" "Teach him what?" Aizawa lifted a brow. He said. Toshi gestured vaguely in Izuku's direction. "I think she means the face." "And no, May says he's been doing it for ages now." "What face?" "His silent judgment face." Just then, The door slammed open. What the F dash? That was Kaminari. Pixie Bob jogged over, wiping the sweat from her brow and giving praise where praise was due or something. Nix, Shinso. Sensei. The two transfers automatically straightened, turning their heads in unison to Aizawa. Head to the sandpit out back, I'll be there in a few minutes. Sensei. It took about 3 minutes for Aizawa to come out. This time they taped ribbons to key points on the body for whatever reason. These ribbons mark vital points to hit when you're fighting someone, Aizawa explained, suspiciously ribbonless. For example, a throat punch could disorient an enemy, a tight enough headlock could make them pass out. Of course, his eyes flashed red, there are severe consequences of overdoing it. A hard enough throat punch with the right angle could snap a neck. A headlock held for too long could suffocate someone. This lesson is about restraint, am I clear? Sensei. He nodded, and guided Toshi to the center. Nix, to me. Izuku plodded over, anxiety spiking. Aizawa held up a ribbon, the very same as the ones taped to the two students. This looks easy enough to tear off, correct? This is a trick question. Astute observation, Aizawa rolled his eyes, reaching over and clasping his hand around the one taped to Toshi's throat. Izuku saw his Adam's apple bob as he swallowed nervously, and Izuku couldn't blame him. Aizawa had handed them their buttes so many times that Izuku was pretty sure the underground hero owned them by now. Aizawa yanked back, and the tape tore away from Toshi's throat. The ribbon hung in Aizawa's grasp before having Toshi put it on again. You can try it now. Izuku smelled a trap. He snatched the ribbon and blinked in surprise. It ripped? No kidding, their teacher sighed. You've killed him, congrats. The next 3 or so hours was pretty much hell until Aizawa was satisfied they wouldn't kill each other. Okay, so the violet one is what? Hitoshi blinked at his boyfriend, in mild confusion. He honestly had no clue why Izuku wanted him to know what each of his crossbow darts did, but whatever. Pretty much the entirety of 1A with some 1B students were milling around the sandpit. It's called the Purple Nurple, he corrected, looking somehow annoyed and bored at the same time despite the blatantly ridiculous name. And it has a hallucinogenic drag that is injected into the bloodstream on contact. And Hulk causes massive swelling. Hitoshi picked up a green dart and turned it over in his hand. Yeah. This one, a yellow dart was plucked from his belt, is Zeus. And it electrifies people? Zuka frowns. No, it's a seizure-inducing toxin. It's yellow for visibility so I don't accidentally use it, and it's called Zeus because it's exactly what you shouldn't stick in a person. Jairu snorts nearby. Now tell me what this one does. Zuku wrapped a knuckle on a gray dart. Hitoshi stared at it. This was the one Zuka hit Stain and All Might with, the sleeping dart, he thinks. He opens his mouth to respond, and then notices the black-haired teen is already gone. He scanned the crowd exhaustedly, trying to pick out his short friend, before a flash of purple caught his attention. The 1A girls were chatting amiably, smiling and practicing quirks. Mineta was creeping up to them, and Hitoshi saw his target. Uraraka. She had taken off her hero costume and wearing only gym shorts and a sports BR, she was incredibly vulnerable to attacks from perverts. He stood too late to stop the nasty grape from reaching out and vibe check. A blur of black and retribution crashed into Mineta at top speed the exact moment Yamamo yelped, and Zuku came into focus just enough for Hitoshi to realize he had put the mask and hood of his hero costume back on just before his leg swept out in a second. Thinner blur connected with Mineta's gut and the great boy went sprawling, several meters away. There was a beat of absolute silence as Zuku tugged up his mask to give Mineta the ugliest look at full volume, and said, "If I see you look in their direction the wrong way, I will not hesitate to ask Aizawa for your expulsion, and trust me, he listens to what me and Toshi have to say about other people." Hitoshi blinked as the shock settled over the crowd again, but his heart warmed. Really, Aizawa listened to Zuku more. He has proven that he had a good people sense during internship week, and Aizawa had been training the two of them to read people and situations in between kicking their buttes. It was nice to be included, even though he was nowhere near the level Zuku was on. Before anything else could happen, the girls rushed over to crowd Zuku in a hug pile. For a moment, Hitoshi saw fear in Zuku's face, But then Uraraka said something and he settled into the hug, apparently more comfortable. Mineta was still sobbing on the ground. Hitoshi glanced over to the last unidentified dart, this one black. It had red fins, making it the only bicolored dart, and small light reflectors. Must be for visibility. Brats. 1A and company turned their attention to Aizawa, who appeared in the back door with his usual frown. Hit the hot springs. Babe, you stink. Sensei. Hitoshi suddenly registered that this was going to be very, very awkward. Shoyuta had preemptively brought along Yi-issue bathing suits and curtains for the Kur students. Yeah, okay, it was mostly because he really didn't want to put up with Shinso and Izuku's SXL tension, but he was also 90% sure Jairu was a lesbian and he was certain Ishido had a crush on Hatsum, so precautionary measures had to be taken. What ended up being set up for the guys was a curtained-off area to generally get clean privately and then relax in the other areas in the bathing suits. It seemed to be working well enough. He popped in and out to monitor the boys as Ragdoll was for the girls, and kept a close eye on Monoma. He kept preaching about 1B being superior, and some of his students were getting visibly annoyed. Shoyuta came in just in time to see Kaminari crane his neck slightly to glance over at Izuku and Shinso, his mouth opening to sing, two brothers, chillin' in the hot tub, 5 feet apart 'cause he was effectively silenced by Izuku grabbing Shinso by the arm, yanking him over, and kissing him roughly. Teenagers. Can't live with them, can't live without them. He ducked back out, shaking his head but still amused. About 10 minutes later, when he heard Izuku shout vibe check, for the second time that day, he knew Mineta was up to something that Izuku was intercepting. And 3 minutes later, the soaked teen came out with a murderous expression, an unconscious child on his back, and Mineta sobbing as he was held aloft by his throat. Shinso trailed behind, holding a few towels. You fing forgot. You ruined it. Izuku dropped Mineta at Shuta's boots before pressing his own, calloused foot on the shrimp's chest to pin him and scowling even deeper. He tried to peek over the divider into the girls' area. Kuda was up there to keep watch, blocked Mineta. Mineta tried to push him out of the way, Kuda got knocked around a bit. I climbed up and had to restrain Mineta, and he tried to shove me but hit Kuda instead and sent him into the girls' area. With their permission, climbed over to retrieve him while Toshi restrained Mineta. Adding to that, he continually called Toshi slurs whenever you were out of the room. He called Zuku a lot, too, but he doesn't think it's all that important. Shoyuta swore, pinching the bridge of his nose. Yaoyorozu and Uraraka hurried out in their bathing suits, and Shinso handed them 2 of the towels from his stack. Why is Kuda wet? He hit his head, sir, and it was bleeding, Shinso jumped in. I took him over to the corner with the drains and we used some buckets and stuff to wash it off as best as we could. This was going to be a lot of paperwork. Alright, Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, take Kuda to Mandalay. She should be in the dining hall with the other pussycats. Nix, Shinso, towel yourselves and get shirts on, then meet me in the dining hall in an hour so we can discuss your training regimens. Understood. Sensei, this was going to be a long trip. Hey, Nix, can you take this to Kuda? Izuku furrowed his brow at his teacher as the underground hero held out the bowl. Isn't he at his hiding spot? Even Mandalay doesn't know where it is. Consider it a tracking exercise. Fine. Go away. I hate you. I hate me too, kid, but Aizawa asked me to bring this to you and I'm more scared of him than I am of you. Izuku held out the lukewarm bowl of miso soup to the boy, electing not to mention how much noise the boy made when he was pouting, making this spot pretty easy to find. Kuda stood up and tried to knock the bowl from Izuku's hands, but Izuku took a step back and expertly shifted the soup away, continuing to stare blankly at Kuda. What's with you? Kuda snaps. Why do you want to be a hero? Heroes are so stupid. Yep, Izuku agreed, setting the bowl on the ground off to the side. They SEK? Then why? The anger was gone, replaced only by confusion. Listen, kid, he sighed in return. I'm not gonna tell you your parents dying makes them true heroes. They did their job and they did something good, but that doesn't make it okay they're dead. Kuda stares. Me, I don't care either way about people seeing me as a true hero or whatever. I don't want to be on the rankings. I don't want the money. I don't want fame. Izuku leaned against the wall of the cave, looking contemplatively over the forest. Me personally, I'm in it because there are a lot of really bad people out there that don't blow up entire city blocks but are just as bad as villains. People who stab others in alleyways, trade children like they're a form of currency, and tell their kids that they aren't worth the trouble. That's why I'm being a hero, Kuda. He left right after, slipping back into the woodland and breathing in the scents that seemed to welcome him. The days flew by in a haze of pain after Mineta's expulsion as Izuku was pushed to the absolute limits of what his body could handle. Aizawa was as relentless as he was brutal, and it showed on the two transfers. Toshi constantly beached about the headache straining his quirk gave him, but Izuku constantly had his finger twitching from the pure stress of Aizawa teaching him how to aim Siri in crossbow form and use her effectively, which mostly consisted of Izuku reloading at the speed of sound and firing just as fast. He barely had 5 shots total in the bullseye, which wasn't great, but it was a significant improvement from the blind panic of, how the F do I use this, at the Hosu incident. Today was something different. The test of courage. Izuku was convinced he would fail it. Toshi insisted he had Ball of Steel, but he really didn't, at all. And it didn't really help that he was paired with Monoma. From 1B, Izuku barely knew anyone from 1B, but Aizawa and Ken-sensei had mixed up the classes to promote inter-class teamwork, which was bullshit, but go off I guess. Monoma was completely full of himself too. The only thing Izuku knew about him outside of that was his quirk, copy. And since approximately 6 people Yamamo, Uraraka, Todoroki, Toshi, Aizawa, Ken-sensei knew he was quirkless, Izuku used his lightning rod to keep the 1B student from touching him and discovering there was nothing to copy. You 1A students are so pretentious, he was saying. 1B is obviously the better class. We're superior in every way. But all you want is attention. There was a haunting sound. Don't shush me. I have a right to. Izuku slammed his gloved hand over Monoma's mouth, hoping his quirk didn't work through padded armor, and scanned the trees. Something's here. When Monoma stopped thrashing, Izuku released him. This is a test of courage, cowardly 1A boy. The other students are trying to scare us. Shut up. That wasn't a student. Izuku veered off the path and rolled into a bush as silently as he could, and cringed at how Monoma was just stomping along. Step quieter, he hissed, peering through the branches. A swirling vortex of inky black made his stomach drop just as he heard a shriek from a nearby student and saw an entire tree be engulfed in blue flames. Kuda. Hitoshi tore through the undergrowth, wielding his staff as best as he could to knock branches out of the way. He exploded into a clearing where Todoroki, his hand aflame with a pained expression, kept Dark Shadow docile. Have you seen Zuku? Tokoyami looked up from where he had huddled. No. But, the villains are everywhere. I saw a blonde girl fighting Azui and Uraraka. Okay, Tokoyami, Todoroki, I can't plan like Zuku but you need to listen to me. The villains are here to kidnap some students. I didn't catch who. We need to get to Aizawa. Shoyuta was not having a good day. The body of Dabi melted away in a pile of sludge as his chest heaved, cursing himself. Ragdoll Madalei, send out permission to fight back. Tiger, Vlad, sweep the peripherals for students and take out any petty villains you find. Pixie Bob, with me to the center clearing, that's where the fire originated. What about Kuda? Mandalay cried. We have to hope the villains can't find his hideout or one of the students is with him. We need to contain this as soon as possible. I'm sorry, Shoyuta replies grimly. Izuku had to hand it to himself. Out of all the bad ideas he'd ever had in his relatively short life, running to find Kuda without backup took the cake. Muscular loomed over him with a predatory smile as he shielded Kuda. Well, it looks like we've got ourselves a little hero too. I'll kill you right after I smash that brat to pieces. You killed my mom and dad. Kuda shrieked, and Izuku maneuvered a hand to Kuda's chest to remind him to be quiet. I would rather not actually, Izuku sniped back. You're muscular, right? The one idiot that's only still out of jail because your buddies keep breaking you out. How's that going for ya? Muscular sneered. Fine, I'll kill you first. His skin swelled and horrible tendrils of muscle exploded from his body with a wet sound, and Izuku pulled his crossbow from his back on instinct, panic setting in as he searched for a way to escape with both he and Kuda intact. He was thrown into a wall, and Kuda screamed, diving the other way. Thankfully, Muscular ignored him, attention still on Izuku. But maybe not thankfully. Izuku groaned, lifting the crossbow again. The wall of muscle slammed into him again, and Izuku crumpled to the stone floor, his chest stabbing with pain, a broken rib or several. His crossbow went skittering away. Before he could recover his wits, Izuku felt himself be picked up and thrown across the cave, crashing into the opposite wall with a cry. When another blow didn't come, Izuku blinked the BLD from his eyes. When did he get that cut on his forehead? And took in the sight. Muscular was so slow in muscle form. He had to deflate before turning to face him again. Izuku heard a hissing sound, and Siri bounded over, eyes flashing red in her panic and almost immediately forming back into a crossbow when she came into contact with his hand. Muscular had turned around and was swelling again as Izuku fumbled with his belt, grabbing a dart from one of the pouches at random and loading it. Muscle was soft tissue. Soft tissue had BLD vessels in it. If he could hit an artery, the dart could, well, do something probably depending on what dart it was. He couldn't really tell, between the dim lighting and pure terror coursing through his veins. What are you gonna do with that, little hero? He sneered, already swelling with muscle again. Jugular would be best, he reminded himself, taking aim with practiced hands despite the tremors in his body. You gonna dart me? Make me fall asleep? Izuku looked down the scope, leveling his heaving breaths. The muscle rippled and bulged at Muscular's neck, in the same place the jugular artery would be. His chest stilled as he held his breath. Waiting. Muscular surged forwards, hand flashing out, and Izuku knew if he didn't take the shot now he would be nothing but a crushed corpse in the wall of a cave nobody can find. His finger twitched. Muscular suddenly stopped with a laugh, reaching up to pull out the dart and cast it aside. You think you can stop me with a throwing dart, little hero? It clattered on the ground next to Izuku. He released his breath and prepared to take his final one. Then, without warning, Muscular wheezed. Izuku's eyes blew wide as his quirk began receding into his skin, and Muscular stumbled, swaying on his feet. Then dropped. Silence. Oh my Kami! Kuda was huddled near the back, his own eyes wide and full of tears. Oh my Kami! Is he unconscious? Did we win? Izuku reaches over to pick up the dart. Ebony black with crimson streaks and reflective patches stared back at him. His stomach heaved, but Izuku forced it down. No, Kuda. He's dead. You need to get back to the base. Mandalay said there was a bunker through a panel in the hot springs. The boy didn't resist, only nodding numbly and scampering out of the cave. Izuku stumbled out the entrance and looked around, tearing his mask off to try and heave in the air of the burning forest. I was wondering where you got off to, since you weren't with your classmates. Izuku twisted just in time to see a patterned white mask loom in his vision before, and with a horrible feeling of being crushed, he felt every part of him pressed against glass. Izuku opened his eyes. He was in a ball of dark green glass, and the now massive mask was pulled up to expose a horrible smile, before he felt himself pitching downwards and vanishing into a dark place. The opening shut tight, and Izuku's breath caught. Shoyuta reeled back, glaring furiously at the villains. A tense peace had fallen over the clearing as the fighting stopped to see the standoff. The villains, the heroes, and the kids. Cheshire, holding an unconscious Tokoyami up almost playfully. Shigaraki, with a terrible smile that could be seen from the edges of his hand mask, hovered his hand over Shinso's face. Here we are again, he sang delightedly. You were a bit slow last time, weren't you? I heard that the Midoriya boy got a nasty scar. They're just children, Shigaraki, leave them out of this, Shoyuta snarled. Can't do that, he chuckled. Another villain appeared by Shigaraki's side. You see, Sensei really wants us to get some new friends. And these three are just the type we're looking for. 3. The villain, Mr. Compress, reached into a leather pouch at his hip and drew out a marble. He tossed it carelessly to the ground, and with an explosion of dark green smoke, the next thing Shoyuta saw was Izuku, a knife to his throat and pinned to compress his chest. Izuku's eyes flicked around in wild, confused panic, probably trying to figure out where the hell he was, before they settled on Shinso. Shoyuta saw the gears turning. Nix, do not. Izuku suddenly spasmed, his legs giving out. Compress, not having expected that, dropped Shuta's kid and took a visible step back. Meanwhile, Izuku shot back up and decked Shigaraki hard in the nose. Shigaraki shouted, releasing Shinso, and Izuku grabbed his boyfriend and shoved him hard in the direction of Shoyuta and the other heroes. Shinso was too shocked to object at all. Just as Compress regained his bearings, and Izuku vanished back into a marble, Tokoyami quickly following. Shoyuta ran forward, capture weapon out to grab Compress. A black portal appeared and swallowed Compress, vanishing just as quickly. The other villains were already gone. A scream of fury and bitter grief rang through the air, and it took Shoyuta a moment to realize it came from him. Shinso collapsed, a guttural cry tearing its way from his mouth, and Shoyuta saw something. A sleek metal figure STNG from the undergrowth. "Where's boss?" Siri shrieked, her eyes bright red and flashing. "Compress took him. I saw him here." Pixie Bob raised her hand to her mouth. Mandalay crashed through the branches nearby, her chest heaving. In her hands was a yellow mask streaked red with BL'd. Has anyone seen Ragdoll? Shuta's heart would have dropped if it wasn't already gone, vanished into the portal with Tokoyami and his kid. They took them. Shuta's voice had a tremor in it, and he couldn't bring himself to care. The League of Villains just kidnapped 2 of my students, and Ragdoll, author, is struggling BC. Apparently the last link didn't work either, so here is her last hurrah. Tumblr. Izuku hates the feeling of being one of Mr. Compress's marbles. It was dark, and no matter how loud he screamed, he couldn't hear himself, a void that allowed not even an explosion to be heard inside or outside the dark, thick glass. He was curled into a tight ball, but even then there was barely room to breathe. He could barely twist his head to the side enough to stare at the dark green glass that held him captive in his pitch-dark prison. When light flooded in, he braced himself, and for good reason. He felt himself being thrown across whatever room he was in until the glass splintered against a wall and he finally could breathe. "Brat." A clammy hand took hold of his throat and shoved him against the wall, and Izuku tried to focus his blurred vision on the attacker. "Shigaraki. That stunt you pulled cost us a good quirk." Pain, no, agony, and he was pitching backwards, falling. "Zuku. F you," he wheezed in return. Shigaraki snarled, shoving him hard before backing up, one of his hands scratching violently at his neck. Izuku shifted his eyes to the side. Tokoyami was huddled against the corner, and Ragdoll, her face bloodied, her outfit torn, her mask gone, was crouched beside him, using torn strips of her skirt on the bleeding slash that decorated the former's arms. He must have been really out of it, because Izuku didn't realize Shigaraki was leaving until a metal door slammed closed. A single light hung overhead, flickering and harsh against Izuku's eyes. Empty alcohol racks were sparsely spread through the dim room, the walls and floor a cold, gray stone. Something was bundled against the wall, trailing down to the floor and pooling. The door was beaten metal with no window or even a handle. It swung open a few seconds after he noted its presence. Someone trailed in, and Izuku squinted. Looked like a blonde girl, her eyes cat-like and the same yellow as Mimi's. She beamed at him, and 2 white fangs peeked over her lips. "Hiya, cutie." Izuku immediately recoiled internally. "You really made Shigaraki mad, didn't ya?" "Yeah." She skipped closer, her face coming way too close to his, and he brought a hand up instinctively, which she backed away from, still smiling. "You're really cute, but you'd look even better if you were bleeding." The dots. Izuku wasn't even looking for connected. "Oh, you have a vampirism quirk." Cool. She stopped dead, the smile freezing as confusion clouded her gaze. With a nervous giggle, she asked, "Huh? You have fangs, and you said BLD was attractive." "Sorry if I'm wrong. One of the teachers at UE, Vlad King. He has to drink BLD sometimes." The girl blinked her yellow eyes slowly. "Oh." She walked over to the things on the wall and picked one up. When he heard metal clinking, his stomach dropped. Those were chains. He stood abruptly, backing away. 10 minutes later, he had multiple knife wounds and shackles around his ankles and wrists, both Tokoyami and Ragdoll in similar states. "Oh, Kami." Izuku's voice shook as the realization of his situation set in. "We're being held captive by villains?" "Midoriya, Izuku is fine." "Izuku," Tokoyami corrected, "why would they take you too?" "From what I understand myself, Lady Ragdoll, and Shinso all had quirks the villains could exploit, make us into one of those beastly Nomu creatures. I don't believe that your intelligence quirk could pair well with a Nomu." Izuku pressed his lips into a thin line. "I don't know." They lapsed into silence as the minutes stretched into hours, the quiet weighing on them as heavily as the chains, if not more. The door squealed open. All present looked to the new visitor, and Izuku's BLD froze. He was vaguely aware of Tokoyami saying something, but nothing came. He was focused only on the person in front of him. The person that picked him up by the front of his outfit with a sneer on his all-too-familiar face. "You should have jumped off that building when I told you to, you worthless, quirkless Deku." Shigaraki had made Kurogiri move aside some of the empty racks, revealing to them a whole other half of the room. This one had a simple metal chair, dented and stained with something dark. It was clearly bolted to the ground. Izuku's chain was barely long enough to reach it, and when a villain who called himself Dabi took thick straps and pinned Izuku's limbs to the chair, he knew exactly the purpose of the chair. "He's just a child." "He's a kid, Shigaraki, please, have some humanity." Ragdoll's voice drew Izuku's attention, and he looked to her with his own exhausted eyes. Reality felt slightly to the left here. He must have been drugged or something, which would explain the lack of dark shadow. Shigaraki ignored her, instead leaning close to Izuku and grabbing his face, turning it roughly to the right to expose the new scar. Izuku's stomach churned with fear. "You look disgusting," he said delightedly. "Worse than before even." He released Izuku, backing up a bit with a horrible smile on his face. "I wonder if your friends would want a match." "Don't hurt them." The words came unbidden from his mouth despite his unfamiliarity with either Ragdoll or Tokoyami. The smile grew. "Then how about we make a deal?" "Oh, that was bad." Izuku flexed his hands, confirming that yes, it was basically impossible to bust out of the straps. On one hand, making deals with a villain is a bad idea and Aizawa would absolutely give him detention until he dies. On the other, images of Tokoyami's feathers scorched by Kaken's explosions, Ragdoll's skin bright red and bubbling, flashed through his mind. Their tortured screams, imagined as they were, flooded his ears. "Yes." "Izuku, no." Shigaraki slithered closer, his horrible smile never vanishing. "We do what we want with you, and if you make a little peep, we'll put one of them in the chair and you can watch." His head moved up and down, agreeing without even thinking it through. Kaken rounded into his line of sight, a smirk on his lips and hatred in his eyes. Izuku's breath hitched. "Not a sound, Deku," he snarled. Flashes of light and the smell of smoke and charred flesh assaulted his senses. The faceless man gave the impression of looking at Deku despite his lack of eyes. "Completely quirkless, you say?" Deku flinched at the word. Kaken nodded, his smile widening. "Just like you wanted, sensei." The faceless man's hand, pale and gaunt, brushed Deku's chin, and he stiffened, breath and heart quickening in preparedness for more pain, his jaw clenching to keep himself from whimpering. "Not a sound, Sensei presses his hand against Deku's face, and he flinched again. All at once, pure agony lanced through his entire being. He felt his face warping, shifting, extending, and then returning to normal, every atom feeling like it had been dipped in acid. "Would you look at that?" The faceless man's voice was amused. "It looks like quirkless bodies can't even have a quirk forced into them." "Which one was that, sensei?" Shigaraki asked excitedly. "A mutation called Beak, the very same as your USJ Nomu, actually. His body rejected the quirk entirely and forced me to take it back." "How very curious." Sensei leaned close to Deku's face, and his chest heaved in pained breaths. "After your interrogations, bring him to Ujiko." "No. I'm not going to spend my entire time talking to the FNG vultures while the rest of you go in this mission." Shura's face twitched. Midoriya is my intern, Tokoyami is my student. I'm not sitting this one out. Toshinori looked over at Aizawa. The entire time he had known the man, he exhibited only mild annoyance. Even when Aizawa lectures him about the importance of reading a student's files after his slip-up with Midoriya, his expression was just annoyed. He had to assume that he didn't anger as easily as others did, despite his grumpy demeanor and long list of expulsions. But now, Toshinori saw nothing but fury as the two faced each other. Aizawa-kun, surely you understand, he attempted to placate. All for one took Tokoyami Shounen and Shiratoko-san for their quirks, and it's the most likely scenario he, as I did, believed Midoriya Shounen had some kind of intelligence quirk like Netsu. All for one will kill him when he outlives his use, that's just how he, DMN your scenarios? Aizawa snarled back, looking positively feral. Half of my class is too upset to do basic math, the entire class of 1F hasn't slept and have been staying with Collins in the dorm to keep working, the wards haven't stopped crying, the Hatsum and Shinso families have both come by the school every FING day since the camp. Shinso has been catatonic. Toshinori swallowed. All due respect, I don't see how that. Do you goddamn expect me to be the one to tell all of them that we couldn't save him and I didn't even try? They had finally found where they might be keeping Midoriya. A young woman with a high voice had called Netsu only hours ago, in tears as she told him where the League of Villains base was before the line was cut abruptly. The trace to where the call was made and the address were the same place. A possible fourth victim. School began again in a week, and it was looking like there was still a ghost of a chance 2 missing students could make it back for the first day of the second semester. At the same time, somewhere in a cell a girl with broken fangs wept, her hair being gently stroked by a scarred boy as a woman with green hair wrapped her still bleeding arms with a scrap torn from a ruined cleaning rag, and a boy with a bird's head used the root of a ragged crow's feather to pick the remains of her shattered fangs from her gums in desperate hope of preventing infection. Toga-chan, you shouldn't have done that for us, the green-haired woman murmured as she tied the wrap. Now you're a prisoner like us. The bird-headed boy looked to the scarred. At least they don't know she gave them the address. Maybe we have a chance. A flicker of something passed through the scarred boy's eyes as they moved to the crow's face. The green pits, usually so full of despair and hopelessness, now had a tiny spark that reminded him of the fire that blazed in their depths all the way back before this happened. The now fangless girl had drifted into sleep, and the green-haired woman gently took her off the stone floor and curled the girl in her lap. The crow sat beside her, some space in between, and the scarred boy huddled beside the crow, carting his fingers through his ruined feathers and taking out the loose ones, then gathering them into a small pile in the corner. I'll be molting soon, the crow noted as the scarred boy began arranging his feathers to have some semblance of neatness despite the dark of the cellar. The horribly light had long since blown out, but the shadow of the crow had been kept at bay by a metal collar around the crow's neck. We'll be out by then. The green-haired woman gave him a small smile, a genuine one, before falling again into melancholy, braiding the sleeping girl's hair with cold and stiff fingers. We'll be out, Izuku? The scarred boy only stared as he had since their capture, punished for every smile that came to his lips with bright explosions and cruel words. Instead of thoughts of the night sky or fresh air coming at the thought of escape, the only thing forming in his mind was the oppressive memory of dark green glass and the desperate need to draw air into his lungs. We'll make it out, Izuku, the crow said softly. He won't catch us this time. We can get out if the heroes listen to us. The scarred boy's hands dropped, and he retreated to the other corner of the room, as far from the chair as he could get, and curled on the cold stone there. We'll get out, and you can ramble about heroes as much as you like, okay? Without having to, the long scripts written in crimson on the walls and floor all around them bore witness to the scarred boy's desperate need to vent his thoughts. 3 weeks had come and gone, and Midoriya Izuku hasn't made a sound. Day 2 the door swung open, and the blonde from the day before slipped in. She had a plastic grocery bag on her arm and a platter of food in her hands. She set it on the floor in front of the 3 captives. Fumikage glared at her, wanting to wring her neck but wanting to keep his own attached to his torso. I'm Toga Himiko, she said in a stage whisper, settling onto the cold floor in front of them. Shigaraki said to make sure you ate? You're the one that attacked Tsuyu and Uraraka, he rasped, pouring as much venom as he could into his words. She held his gaze, a spark of mania flashing across her face before her hand came up and she pinched her shoulder roughly, and it vanished. So, Midori-chan, she smiled at Funikige's soon-to-be classmate. Back and says you do quirk analysis, huh? A shame you aren't allowed to talk. He just stared at her blankly. I'm curious, what do you think of a quirk that could make someone look exactly like someone else, but only if they drank their BLD first? A light came to Izuku's face and his hands twitched. Fumikage watched in confusion. Toga held up a hand before reaching into her bag and handing him a small notebook and a marker. Izuku's hands were a blur. Fumikage barely caught any of it. Infiltration in underground heroics, possible to check for physical injuries or disease, intimidation, confusion tactics, but it was all terrifying. Toga took it back when the marker stilled, and he passed it back without a word, apparently understanding any implicit threat. His heart ached for the black-haired boy, so full of fear and different from the rather terrifying support student Fumikage had occasionally seen. Toga looked over the page, her eyes flicking over the words. Then they filled with tears. I'm a villain, Midori-chan, she mumbled. Why would you write about me being a hero? His hand twitched again, and she passed it back over. A simple string of words in neat print was written at the bottom. Toshi says I have a good people sense. Tears began to track down Toga's cheeks, and pity swelled in Fumikage's chest. She was the only one that hadn't actively participated in Izuku's torture, simply watching with a conflicted look on her face. For the first time, Fumikage wondered how villains become villains. What brought Toga here? What made her attack his classmates and kidnap Fumikage? What drove her? Out of nowhere, her eyes glazed over, and a manic smile appeared on her face. You'd look so much prettier if you were bleeding, she sing-songed, a knife appearing in her hand. Fumikage barely threw out an arm fast enough to protect the smaller teen from the flashing blade. Pain erupted on his arm, and the smile slid off Toga's chest, horror taking the place of delight. She stood, backing away and stuffing the marker and notebook into the bag, a hand going over her mouth. Oh no. Not again. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. She was backed against the door until the three of them finished a meal that would have been sparse for one person. Then she snatched the platter and the door opened to let her out. Fumikage's arm wept BLD in a steady stream, and Ragdoll seemed to decide they had ignored it too long, taking his arm and looking over it. She looked unhappily at her already ruined outfit, and Fumikage jolted. If she tore any more, she would be left exposing her underclothes. Izuku waved his hands weakly. Fumikage glanced over. The black-haired student's hands bunched in his scarf before he unwound it from his neck and passed it to Ragdoll. Fumikage wasn't stupid. He knew the scarf was like a comfort blanket to Izuku, and the only part of his hero costume the villains hadn't scorched beyond repair, and he was taking it off for Fumikage. They barely knew each other. A strip of dark red fabric joined the blood-stained yellow on his arms. Day 4. It wasn't your fault, Hitoshi. Mom was sitting on the edge of Hitoshi's hospital bed, her eyes soft with sadness as she carded her fingers through his wild hair. He wanted to save you. Hitoshi couldn't even blink, his eyes trained on the phone in his hands. May said they had installed a photo and video thing on the May Vision, and he was looking through those now. The first time he'd picked up his own pair, a dark silver that barely glinted in the light. It was clearly taken from Zuku's pair, and he saw his own smile as he inspected the new gear. A picture taken selfie style, Zuku giving the May Vision a peace sign while Hitoshi practiced with the siren call in the background. A short clip of the winner's stage for the sports festival, Bakugo chained to the second place podium while he, May, and Zuku all gave an increasingly anxious All Might a flat look of loathing. In the background, Yamada was screeching about it being the first time a support student won and Aizawa sighing about the complications of the possible transfer. A set of pictures from internships, taken from both of their perspectives, most of them being halfway through the other having their butt beat by their mentor. A soundless video of the exam and ending with Yamamo locking the H and DCFFS on All Might and the three of them celebrating. A clip of Aizawa chewing All Might hour on the importance of reading. A few pictures from the dorms, mostly of Fien and Zuka doing stupid things, One of the more notable ones being Aizawa with his head tilted back slightly, apparently chugging an entire pot of coffee while Kan-sensei had his mouth half open and an incredulous look on his face. He was stuck on a video with sound. He remembered this one. Zuku had set his Vision on the side table, and he was signing back and forth with Akihito as he sat in a hospital bed. Eventually, he turned and grinned at the Vision's camera, his smile bright and all-encompassing despite the bandages on half of his face. Ikshan says I'm getting better, he signs to the Vision, leaning over, and then the screen goes black. But the video doesn't end, it's just audio only. One of the nurses, she says talking about it helps. I can't really talk about it much, you know. I'm kinda pretending that you're here. It's easy to talk to you, Toshi. The pause. When I woke up I thought I was 14 again. I thought Kaken really shoved me off the roof and I didn't know who all these people were. I was scared. But then you were there. I looked at you and it sounds so stupid and cliché, but I looked into your eyes and I remembered that I wasn't a little kid anymore, and I had friends. I think I'd do anything for that, you know? I never had friends before. Aizawa would probably whack me over the head and say it's not healthy, but I'd take a bullet or a dozen for you and Mimi. If I hadn't looked at you and remembered, where would I be? Would I just forget everything and be Deku again? A longer silence, and Hitoshi's heart wrenched at the words that came next. I don't want to forget again, and if it means I have to die to keep you two safe, I'd do it. Tears burned in his eyes as the video finally ended. Day 10 Toga came in again as she did every day. Deku looked at her blankly as he did every day. This time, she outright started crying. I'm sorry, Shigaraki took the notebook and he destroyed it because he thought it was my diary and said diaries were stupid. Deku barely reacted despite the disappointment surging in his chest. I think they're putting something in my BLD meals, she mumbled. I was never. My quirk makes me go into a bloodlust mode when I'm hungry or weak, and I was never in bloodlust this often before. Deku flinched, his hand extending in some facsimile of comfort. I'm so sorry. Her legs drew into her chest, yellow eyes wet with tears that kept flowing. I'm sorry that I'm too weak to fight it. He scratched his arm, and didn't stop even when the smell of iron tinted the air. Then an idea came to mind. His fingers swiped at the crimson liquid, and moved to the floor. It's okay. Day 18 Shoyuta paced the floor, his phone in hand as he stared at the screen, and continued to glance at the wall, where news articles were pinned. You can't help if you don't get sleep? Shoyuta didn't reply, only staring at the makeshift map. He failed. He failed and he had to fix it. He refused to think his kid was dead. He fought tooth and nail to be in the hero course, and it was on Aizawa that he wasn't celebrating with his soon-to-be classmates. He killed Muscular by accident, single-handedly saved Kuda, and prevented Shinso from being kidnapped, his fists balled, fingernails cutting into calloused palms. And I couldn't punch a villain fast enough. Day 22, the League is hiding out at the only bar in the Kamino district. What? I'm sorry, Himiko sobbed, hanging up as fast as her sweaty fingers could manage. Her mouth bled horribly, and she knew she was mere seconds from being discovered by Shigaraki. They saw her crying with Midori and the others, so they had broken her fangs. She was doomed. She was so doomed. Day 23 Shoyuta skirted around the main battle, taking out small fries as he passed them and making his way to the bar. The others were focusing on the Numa factory, but he was betting his students and Ragdoll were being kept somewhere in the bar. They had to be. The warehouse was already leveled with no sign of them. He opened the window and slipped in, surprised to see only one man in the bar. He was overweight and balding, a gray mustache and thick glasses his only defining features outside of that. The man smiled at Shoyuta. Eraser head, correct. You would make for a useful Nomu if you had any extra muscle. He kept his face placid. Where are the people you took? The man continued to smile. Of course you'd ask after them. Did you know that if you try to put a quirk into a quirkless subject, such as All for One does with our subjects before they become Numus, their body will completely reject it. We tried every kind. Mutation, emitter, transformation. Just when it looks like it'll stick, it's just forced back out. Shuda's nostrils flared, and his capture weapon struck out, wrapping around the man. "Tell me, and this won't have to get ugly, Ujiko?" He spat the name like venom, more of a guess than anything. He'd heard of a villain doctor that worked for the League, and he went by Ujiko, but that was it. From the slight change of expression, Shoyuda was right. Find them yourself if you want them so bad. Before he knew what he was doing, Ujiko was unconscious on the floor and Shoyuda was standing over him, a knife in hand. The knife he only used to cut his capture weapon in emergencies. Shoyuda tucked it back away, hands shaking slightly. He didn't want to see any more deaths. Not tonight. Instead, he looked down the dark hall ahead of him and began his search. Special thanks to nothing much really for this lil fan art of Akihito and Toga. Idly his footsteps echoed in the silent halls. Below the bar was a labyrinth of tunnels, winding and dark. Shoyuda would have gotten lost if he was anyone else, subtly marking halls he'd already ventured down. A scent wafted to Shuda's nose, and he curled his lip at the oversweetness of it. Burnt caramel. What the hell? He knew better than to call out for anyone, with the risk of villains hearing. He opened yet another door, expecting yet another empty room with only a medical table and suspicious stains that sent dread coiling in his gut. Shoyuda wasn't disappointed either, but there was something undeniably different. His eyes flicked from place to place until they settled on a stack of files and a sample jar sitting on top of that. He hurried over to it, closing the door softly behind him and shining it on the stack. His stomach lurched when he picked up the sample jar. 4 sharp, bloody teeth, clearly ripped out purposely instead of knocked out or lost naturally. What the hell was going on down here? He flipped open the first file. A picture of Toga Himiko smiles up at him with crazed eyes, and he cringed, but kept looking. The first page was a villain file, looking as clinical and professional as the one the police had on her, but much more detailed. And in the status column, there was a hastily scrawled word in blue pen, different from the other, black lettering. Turned. Shoyuda flipped to the next page, this one also in blue pen. She displayed high amounts of empathy with the subjects and was heard attempting to contact heroes before she was caught. Fangs removed to possibly nullify quirk, unsure if Sensei wants to recycle her quirk, but has not visited to take it yet. Toga Himiko will be detained as subject M4. The teeth were hers. Those were her fangs. The villains ripped them out of her mouth because she was trying to help the subjects, maybe his students. Shoyuda had carried a backpack on his shoulders in case of finding evidence exactly like this. He hurriedly tucked it in. Damn it, problem children, he muttered, exiting the room near soundlessly. The hall seemed to stretch on forever, and Aizawa finally found another room that was different. A wine cellar. Something was weird. Something was... His eyes scanned, flashlight following, until it lit upon one specific shelf. It was completely empty, unlike the others, yet the wood was more worn. The floor in front of it was scratched up. Hidden door. He grabbed the edge and pulled hard. It swung out easier than he anticipated, and he had to take several steps back. A metal door, beaten and dented. The bottom and handle was crusted with BLD. He reached out, of course, to open it, and discovered it was locked, obviously. You don't go through all that trouble to hide a door and not lock it. Slowly, he took up a strong stance in front of the door, shifting his weight to center himself, calling up his training. Then he lunged forward, his left foot swinging up and planting solidly next to the bloody knob, feeling the metal groan under the sudden kick. He repeated it once, twice, and on the third, it screamed open. Shoyuda cringed at the thought that one of the villains had heard it. It was entirely possible, with how dim and loud it was. Pressed against the wall beside the door, he readied his capture weapon. Would he find a Nomu? A death robot? He slid in as quietly as he could. Maybe the ringleader. SEC Dungeon EW. Trophy Room. Shoyuda froze in his tracks, his flashlight beams sweeping over the room, seeing nothing. A scraping sound came from the opposite corner, and the light flashed to it. A wine rack was being shoved aside, revealing a bloody woman, her hair a wild mess and red-stained teeth bared in a snarl. All at once, the snarl dropped. You're not Shigaraki. Something rattled, and she limped forward, coming further into the light, her eyes wide with disbelief. Eraser? Her voice was unbelievably soft. Ragdoll, he recognized, his own eyes widening, but keeping his voice low. Oh my Cammy, everyone thinks they've killed you. Yellow eyes flashed, flicking to the corner she had been concealed in. Almost did. Come on. The rattling sound began again, and she shuffled back to the corner, rounding the shelf and crouching down. Shoyuta peered in behind her, and saw her moving aside another shelf. Kittens, she whispered. 3 shadows pressed together in the very corner began to shift, the center rising first and helping up the other 2. Green eyes flashed in the light and Shuta's heart sped for barely a moment before their owner crashed into his chest, arms wrapping around his midsection, being too short to give a full one. Shuta's hands drifted down to hug his kid back. Tokoyami came into the light next, a barely conscious Toga leaning heavily on his shoulder. Something reflected the light, and Shoyuta swore. Chains. All right kids, I'm getting the chains off, here. He pulled his medkit from his utility belt and held it out to Ragdoll. Is anyone here strong enough to run? His gaze flicked between despondent faces, one still buried in his chest. I can, Tokoyami said eventually, and Ragdoll bobbed her head in agreement. Toga had a lot of BLD loss and hasn't been able to feed since they tore her fangs out. Shoyuta carefully picked Izuku up and shifting him so the kid was on his back, where he seemed perfectly content to continue being a barnacle, and Shoyuta went to work on the rusted shackles. They sprang loose after a few minutes, and the chains dropped. Ragdoll scooped up Toga, giving Shoyuta a defiant look and as she's coming with us, when he questioned. Izuku was still latched onto his back, and as they wandered the halls, Tokoyami trailed just behind Shoyuta and Ragdoll bringing up the rear. A second exit led to the wreckage of the factory, and Shoyuta saw flashing lights in the distance. However, the way to them was blocked by 2 very distinct battles. In one, All Might struggled to gain ground against a man with a mask. In the other, Shinso Hitoshi and Hatsume waged a deadly dance with none other than Shigaraki Tamura and Bakugo Katsuki, with several other students staving off the other members of the League of Villains in the fringes of their fight. Somebody was getting expelled, he just wasn't really sure who yet, but someone was. The plan went out the window the moment Hitoshi saw a shock of ash-blonde hair among the villains. So maybe sicking Siri on the explosion BS dirty wasn't the smartest move, but she was only all too happy to launch herself at his face as Hitoshi and his team decided, F it, looks like they're gonna fight some villains. Yamamo and Uraraka tag-teamed the Scarred Fire a-hole. Hagakure worked with the Reiki twins to F'd around with Compress. Fien had her trusty laser cannon she was currently chasing Moonfish with. Kurojiri kept finding himself blocked by a rather set-off Jiru and deadly Kamtsu. Mina and Ban danced around twice, always just out of reach. And here he and Mei were, fighting 2 big baddies, mostly because they're stupid. He rolled out of the way of another explosion, using his bow staff to knock away with a fending arm. Hitoshi! Mei shouted. That was the only warning Hitoshi got before something small and dark dodged between the fighting groups and streaked towards Hitoshi. Hitoshi dodged to the side, but he wasn't the target. The streak barreled directly into a figure that had been creeping up behind him. Another streak followed, vaulting past the other fighters, and came to a stop beside Hitoshi. Bizawa. Well, he was F'd. The hero was focused more on the writhing mess of limbs and BLD. There was an awful, gurgling scream from one of them, and that was when Aizawa was finally jolted back into action, his capture weapon out and wrapping around one of the figures, and pulling them surprisingly gently from the other. Hitoshi locked eyes with Midoriya Izuku, his eyes alight with feral instincts. Fresh BLD sprayed across his face but didn't seem to faze him in the slightest. At his feet was Shigaraki, his red eyes glassy and his throat ripped open. In Zuka's hand was a glinting knife, dripping crimson. Aizawa looked around, and Hitoshi realized that the villains and students alike had all stopped to stare. Hey boss. A metal cat, more than a little dented and with BLD covering her paws like socks, padded up to her charge, taking the knife gently from Zuku and dropping it at Aizawa's feet. Zuka's eyes slid to Bakugo, and Hitoshi felt like he couldn't breathe. Hatred didn't belong on Zuka's face, but it was written in every line of it, chapped lips pulling back to expose blood-stained teeth as his body shook. The two enemies, villain and victim, locked eyes, and for a moment, time seemed to still. Black portals appeared under the feet of the villains, including under Shigaraki and the weird and apparently faceless villain All Might had been fighting. Zuku's legs buckled without warning, and Hitoshi caught him quickly, unbelieving of what he had witnessed. Midoriya Izuku just killed Shigaraki. Deku cracked open his eyes to white, near-painful light. Shigaraki must have fixed the lamp. Everything else came into focus slowly, and Deku tried to figure out where he was. This must be the quirk room, he thought hazily, hearing the beep of a heart monitor. He must have passed out when Sensei was experimenting again. A door opened, the hinges creaking but not screaming as the rusted metal usually did. "Ah, Midoriya-kun. You're awake." Deku blinked slowly, trying to place the voice. There weren't many girls here, which should bring the few of them to mind, but it didn't match anyone he knew of. "I'll update your chart," the woman continued warmly, and he listened, trying to find a trace of the malice he knew was hidden there. All of Sensei's students had some breed of hatred in them. "I'll send in Aizawa-san right away." Aizawa huddled against Tokoyami, Toga trying to wipe the BLD from her eyes. Crashing into his mentor, arms going around the man's stomach and wrapping him in a tight, desperate hug. A haze of agony and drag-fueled panic, gripping his teacher's now bloody knife and staring at Kaken, a threat coming in the form of mouthing rather than speaking, "You're next." "Hey, Izuku." Deku blinked again, his brows furrowing as he tried to figure out how to right himself. It took 1 minute and 37 seconds exactly to arrange himself, and cast his eyes to the ground, knowing better than to meet the other's eyes, fearing new wounds or longer times in the chair. "He rescued you, stupid Deku. Why would he send you back?" His gaze instead focused on Aizawa's black combat boots, the thoughts of BLD and blind panic ruling over all else. "How are you feeling?" Deku clenched his jaw. "Tokoyami and Ragdoll have been pretty worried about you. Toga, too, I guess, but Hatsume's been successfully distracting her for the past 3 days." A long silence, before Aizawa came slightly closer, crouching a bit. Deku averted his eyes, looking to the blank wall. "Nobody's going to hurt you here. You're safe. Everyone is going to be fine. Everyone is going to die. Shinso asked me to give this to you when you woke up." Something was gently tossed onto the hospital bed beside him, and Deku flicked his eyes to it. "A notepad. And I figured, you might want this." Aizawa came a bit closer, and Deku tensed, expecting pain. Something heavy but warm dropped around his head and shoulders in long coils, and Deku had to shake his head slightly to get a tendril from his face before looking at it, a heavily bandaged hand coming up to touch it delicately. It was made of carbon fiber, that much was obvious, and it would account for the weight. Overall, it was a metallic silver, almost like spun steel made into a scarf. No, this wasn't a scarf. Almost against his will, Deku looked to Aizawa, trying to understand, and searched his teacher's eyes. They weren't angry. A gentle smile had made its way to his face instead, and Deku felt tears burn their way down his face. Aizawa's hand rested on his head, fingers carding through his hair with more care than he honestly thought he was capable of, and Deku cried. And not for the first time, Deku's heart longed for the embrace of his mother that would always tell him it would all be okay, even when nothing was. Shoyuta hadn't really seen giving his kid a capture weapon as a big thing. He and Shinso had obviously wanted to learn, but hadn't pushed the matter at all. Instead, he just sat with the silent teen, sharing what had happened since the camp. It was safe to say he didn't expect Izuku to sign anything back. "I was scared you wouldn't find us." He sighed in return, looking up to the ceiling. "Searched for weeks, but we couldn't, not until Toga called." Izuku's fingers itched at the bandages, and Shoyuta winced, recalling the terrible state of his arms when they finally got him to the hospital and the majority of the BLD was cleaned off. Not only were there burns and small spots of disintegrated flesh, but gouges in the soft flesh that tore into still healing skin, builded beneath his fingernails. The police found long, scrawling notes written in BLD all over the hidden room. Some were almost conversational in nature, but Tsukachi had described most of them as simply like someone was just trying to get whatever was in their head out, usually in the form of single words repeated over and over. The BLD was Izuku's. Whenever you're up for it, I'm giving you and Shinso lessons, he continued eventually, leaning against the wall. And Hisashi's been demanding you fix his laptop again after Ken knocked it down the stairs, and Fien's just been making weapons of mass destruction recently, so he isn't all that receptive to the idea of having her fix it. When Izuku leaned into his side ever so slightly, Shoyuta didn't push him away. Not when he was practically draped on Shoyuta. Not when he fell asleep. Not when he cried silently, always silently in his dreams, twitching and pulling into himself. Shoyuta knew that one couldn't just make someone's trauma disappear with a little bit of care. It was a difficult thing to accept at first, but he understood. He just had to be there for Izuku. The next semester had been delayed 2 weeks because of the kimono incident. One teacher, the number 1 pro, brutally wounded, 2 students traumatized and wounded, plus a villain turned victim that the others were determined to help. They definitely needed the time. There would never be enough time to help Izuku feel okay with speaking again before classes. All he could do, though, was be there. The door swung open, and Shoyuta scowled at the portly woman at the other side of the desk. You say you want Izuku's custody back? He asked. Yes, she glared back. Yui is clearly incompetent when it comes to his care. He's extremely fragile already, and that's where we're ending this, Midoriya-san. Unfortunately for you, Izuku doesn't want to return to your care and is willing to testify against you in a case of child abuse. A bluff, of course, but she wouldn't be able to call it. You drop the case, we'll consider not taking you to court. Another bluff, he was definitely taking this woman to court. Midoriya glared at him, and he wondered how he ever thought she and Izuku were identical. She looked soft, but she was full of bitterness, where Izuku looked hateful and was actually rather empathetic. He met Nedzu outside the door, and the principal actually had a worried expression. If she decides to press the case, we only have a 27% chance of winning it. Yui is a top-notch school, but the first years have suffered through 3 major villain attacks recently. I fully expect her to mention that the school already has other wards plus students in dorms now, and won't be able to care for him properly. A very, very stupid idea came to mind. And would all of those problems be fixed by, say, an unnamed associate of Yui legally adopting Izuku? The worry drained from Nedzu's face, a knowing smile replacing it. As a matter of fact, it would. Excellent. Are you sure you're okay with it, Izuku? Deku kept his eyes on his bandaged hands, but nodded. His mother wanted to see him, to make sure he was okay. Was his mother, she deserved to know that he survived. The door opened, and his mother bustled in, her hands fluttering as she approached Deku. Oh, Izuku, I was so worried. That school doesn't treat you well, she went on, and Deku found himself paying less and less attention to her words. I'm going to get custody of you back, sweetie. That got his attention. 4 days had come and passed since he woke up, a week since he was rescued. The doctor said she never visited, never called. She didn't visit. Aizawa did. Aizawa sat in the uncomfortable plastic chair by his bed for hours, sometimes filling the silence with meaningless chatter and other times just letting it rest, quiet but comfortable. Aizawa came and filled him in on what was going on since he wasn't allowed non-family visitors. Aizawa helped him get into a new set of clothes when fumbling with his heavily bandaged fingers got too difficult. Aizawa held him when he couldn't force away the thoughts screaming that he was never really okay. Aizawa didn't ask questions and messed with his hair when he cried. Aizawa was infinitely patient when he couldn't figure out how to express what he wanted to say on paper. His hand moved over to the notepad, and Aizawa he handed it over. His writing was nowhere near the neatness it used to be from his shaky, wounded, bandaged fingers, but it was legible. What gave you the right to tell me you didn't like that I had more confidence? His mother crinkled her eyebrows. Izuku, I just don't like how you've changed. What gave you the right to ignore me when I tried to tell you about Kaken? Izuku? What gave you the right to try and crush my dreams? Tears burned in Deku's eyes as he scrawled the words, ignoring her denials. What gave you the right to not even visit me when I needed you the most? Tears welled in her eyes. Izuku, please understand I was busy. Goodbye, Midoriya, and it physically hurt to write that, his chest heavy and shoulders shaking. He barely noticed when Aizawa skirted his mother out. He barely noticed the passing of time as he sat up in his bed, and Deku grieved the loss of someone who still drew breath. Izuku didn't write anything else for the rest of the day, ignoring his food when it was brought to him and only staring at the notepad with an expression that could only be described as wrecked. Shoyuta stayed the rest of the night there, knowing that any doubt he'd had about his very stupid idea was completely erased by the interaction, guiding Izuku to sleep when he finally came back to reality. The next person to visit was a surprise. He was in his small form, likely unable to return to All Might anymore, and he smiled at Izuku. "Ah, I see you're awake." "I am." A pen hit him in the face with deadly precision, effectively cutting him off, while Izuku scribbled furiously on a notepad with a spare one. He turned the pad around, glare murderous. "I remember you, and I remember you're a BGMI All Might." Shoyuta blinked in confusion before a pencil, this time, hit Yagi to keep him from interrupting. "And save the excuses. You did your damage, so why the hell do you think it's okay to just pretend it never happened?" An image flashed in his mind. A boy in the subway train with short green hair and teary eyes, so hard to equate to the flat-faced Izuku he knew now, ripping out 2 pages, where the bold autograph of All Might stood out. You were the one that told him quirkless kids couldn't be heroes." Yagi raised his eyebrows. "Well, it's dangerous work, Aizawa." Izuku bared his teeth, and though no sound came from him, the semblance of a snarl ran in their minds from the sheer savageness of his expression. When Shoyuta removed Yagi from the room, it was purely for Izuku's mental health. It wouldn't do to have 3 deaths on his conscience. Speaking of, he probably needed to explain to Izuku that he wasn't getting arrested since it was technically self-defense and he obviously didn't use a quirk. Yeah, that was a good idea. Deku stared at the actual mountain of things he had woken up to find on the nightstand. Aizawa snorted at his bewildered expression. "Your friends are adamant on me delivering all that to you since they can't visit?" He just could barely wrap his head around that idea. At all. Deku reached over tentatively and picked up one of the smaller boxes, this one relatively the size of a book. His hands had been uncasted and now only looked like mummy hands, so he could sign well enough despite his lack of practice in it. But the underground teacher smirked. "Hatsum found out they missed your birthday?" "That makes sense." Deku turned the gift over in his hands before tentatively opening it, checking the signature. This was from Ishido. Peering in, he could only describe himself as dumbstruck. A small note card was stuck to the bag. "Hey, Midori-kun. I noticed that you were pretty self-conscious about your face scar. It's kinda badass, actually, but I get where you're coming from. So I may or may not have spent several hours dragging Shinso-kun through a makeup store to find the right colors and stuff. He's actually crazy smart about that. What the F dash. Anyway, there's foundation, concealer, bronzer, some lip balm because nobody wants chapped lips, and I saw you had some at kimono, eyeliner, brow pencil since you're missing some eyebrows, mascara and some neutral eyeshadows. Okay, so maybe half of that wasn't really necessary, but I hope you like it." Mina. He carefully set the box next to him, letting Aizawa glance in. He ended up having to hide that he was laughing. Deku liked the gift anyway. Toshi was good with makeup. He wore a little bit of eyeliner because he's emo and denies it when Deku noticed it a few months ago. Next up was a simple hair care kit from Hagakure, then some pre-quirk books from Ida, a variety of notebooks and art supplies from one. Yamamoto had tied a bow around a giant plush of a cat, which was depressingly taller than him, with a note attached saying Jiru had designed it with her, so it was from both of them. Uraraka and Azui had collaborated to actually make him a new set of shoes since his were ruined at the camp. These a dark red pair of combat boots instead of the cherry red high tops he used to wear. Majima-sensei Hikare sent a shirt he said had matching ones. His was dark green with red lettering saying, "Warning. Chaos God, please return to the teacher of UE class 1F or 1A. The second to last package sat in his hand now. He was not avoiding the one without any name at all, but Deku knew who it was from anyway. He opened it carefully and blinked. A simple black pair of leather bracers sat in the middle of the wrapping, and a note was beside it. Deku picked up the note. "Hey, Izuku. In case you were wondering, which you probably were, this is a collective gift from everyone, actually. Pick up the bracer and look at it, will you? I can explain it better than." Turning over the bracer, he picked it up delicately. Then smiled weakly. Small gems were studded into it, aligned into a rainbow. Okay, so we couldn't stop ourselves from making a gay joke. The ruby is the main function, give it a try. He slipped the bracers on awkwardly, then tapped the ruby on his left bracer. It was kind of alarming to see the palm of the bracer suddenly start rippling with silver fluid, coalescing into a shape. Deku blinked, and there was a FING phone in his hand, a silver cord connecting it to the bracer. The bracer is made almost entirely of biometallica, with leather padding to keep it together. Turns out you can put computer chips in it and store data. So naturally we put a phone feature in it, because you broke yours. And the citron makes a computer. Oops. Not really. We could make a fortune off of selling biometallica. Kami above, Izuku, you're brilliant for having the idea. The yellow topaz sends a radio distress signal. It needs to be pressed 3 times for confirmation, so no accidental calls to the cops. Peridot is a fun one. It extends claws. Like Wolverine claws. To keep with the cat theme. Sapphire may or may not deploy a smoke bomb. Purple is tame, though, I swear it makes you a pen that you can't lose because it's part of your bracer. On the phone and computer, Jair put a bunch of music too. She said music helps her calm down. Also, textures were dying out here. And there's also a file of pictures. We love you, Izuku. Mei and everyone else, but mostly Mei. Deku had to blink tears from his eyes, retracting the phone and setting the bracers aside, letting Aizawa mess with those since the man was bored. He stared at the last gift, completely unsure of what to do with it. Slowly he unwrapped it. It was green choker with a silver bell. A silver tag hung next to the bell, and he squinted to read. Nyx, local cryptid, needs to stop vanishing. On the flip side, it read, if found, please call Nedzu XXXXXX and report Nyx missing. Despite himself, a small smile bloomed into place on Deku's lips as he studied it. The collar had silver spikes studding it, and he definitely noticed the latch for a leash on the front. Yeah, it seemed like every time he was alone off of campus, something bad happened. Aizawa didn't even bother hiding his laughter when Deku sheepishly showed his teacher the choker. It didn't dingle, actually, but a sticky note said the bell had a tracker in it that activated if the bell was detached or broken. And maybe he smiled a little more knowing Toshi cared, and it was also really funny that it was essentially a collar. Shoyuta wasn't sure how to break the news to Izuku that he was technically in the process of being adopted. He also had no idea how to explain that he was technically his parent. Hisashi had supported the idea, but not without some doubts. They were 2 30-year-old heroes with 3 jobs each: radio host for Hisashi and mentoring for Shoyuta, plus neither of them could actually raise a child. As a homeroom teacher, Shoyuta was trained to be a third parent, but that was nowhere near the reality of parenting them full-time. His responsibilities weren't just to make Izuku into a hero and to keep him alive until then, they were to keep him happy, healthy, to keep him safe and care about him. Considering Shuta's version of health was sleeping for 3 hours total a day and eating nutrition packets, Hisashi had doubts. Hey, Izuku. His kid glanced over, green eyes cautious but attentive. So, you heard Midoriya say she was going to try and fight for your custody. Yui doesn't have a good chance of keeping you as a ward with the villain attacks? Everything about the teen just sagged, a deep sadness in his expression. Hang on. She doesn't actually stand a chance against one of the Yui staff personally caring for you. Izuku paused, looking up again. Like adopting. Yeah, exactly like that, Shoyuta agreed. Right now, even though nothing will really change, you're legally under mine and Hisashi's. The small teen jerked forward, practically crushing Shoyuta in a hug, and he huffed, half shocked and half amused. You're not going back to her, kid. Promise. / problem children. One Chaos Catboy has shared an image. One Chaos Catboy at everyone I lived beach. Several users have come off idle. 2 maniacal laughter. Izuku 3 radio inactivity. He lives. 8 Yalmo, is that a collar? 6 Catboy. More importantly is that AF capture weapon. 1 Chaos Catboy. 6 Catboy. LUCKY 5 Swoot. Oh my Cammy, he's alive. 7 Screaming Void. You? 7 Screaming Void, you're okay. For Hacker Voice, Midori is really out here telling us he's alive by memeing. What a king. 6 Catboy. Jakajskiak 4 Hacker Voice has changed 6 Comcatboy's nickname to 6 Whipped. 6 Whipped. Okay, first of all rude 6 Whipped. Second of all I can't even argue 5 Swoot. Izuku's been back for less than 5 minutes and everything's already gone to hell. 1 Chaos Catboy has changed their nickname to 1 Chaotic Neutral. 1 Chaotic Neutral. Home 1 Chaotic Neutral has added Tokoyami Fumikage and Toga Himiko to Problem Children. 1 Chaotic Neutral has changed Tokoyami Fumikage's nickname to 9 Gothfaceburb. 1 Chaotic Neutral has changed Toga Himiko's nickname to 10 Buffy Vampire Lesbian. 10 Buffy Vampire Lesbian. Is it normal to be called out this early? 9 Gothfaceburb. 9 Gothfaceburb. Fair enough. 2 Maniacal Laughter. Toga Lab. Now I have IDA 1 Chaotic Neutral. Great, you've met 1 Chaotic Neutral. I'm headed back to the dorms later today, but like before I sign off 1 Chaotic Neutral, I also got adopted so the beach can't get custody back, so a 1 Chaotic Neutral has posted a poll. Does Aizawa Izuku or Yamada Izuku sound better? 2 Maniacal Laughter. Dadzawa has come off idle. Dadzawa, it's too early for callouts. Go back to sleep. 1 Chaotic Neutral. The drags will not let me. 1 Chaotic Neutral. Besides, don't blame me. Fien Seks at keeping secrets. They already knew about you being married. 3 Radio Inactivity. You promised you'd keep your mouth shut. 1 Chaotic Neutral. Sign Language Beach. 1 Chaotic Neutral. Poll has concluded. Results. Aizawa Izuku 9 votes, Yamada Izuku 0 votes, 5 Swoot. Who's the hoe that didn't vote? Dadzawa. Me, because I'm the neutral party. 1 Chaotic Neutral. Stop stalling, old man, and hand over the money. Dadzawa. F8 Yaomo. Wait, why is Toga here? 8 Yaomo. Didn't she literally attack us at the camp? 3 Radio Inactivity. Wait, what? 1 Chaotic Neutral. XF and QU 10 Buffy Vampire Lesbian. Me and Midoriya, they have a point. Uneasy face. 1 Chaotic Neutral. Like F they do. 1 Chaotic Neutral. Himiko saved my life at least 10 times over. 1 Chaotic Neutral. She was the one to tip off Nedzu. 1 Chaotic Neutral. She was the one to make sure we had food at least once a day. 1 Chaotic Neutral. She was the one to sneak in actual medical supplies. 1 Chaotic Neutral. None of y'all get to judge her unless you want to get vibe checked. 6 Whipped. Whoa man, you didn't have to destroy them so hard. Dadzawa. Toga Himiko is currently under Yui's protective custody, since she was also kept prisoner by the League. 8 Yaonamo. I'm really sorry, Toga-chan. 10 Buffy Vampire Lesbian. It's fine. 10 Buffy Vampire Lesbian. Anyway, had some calls and I don't want to die. 1 Chaotic Neutral. It'll be over at the dorms in a few. Dadzawa. Wrong, you'll be at Recovery Girls in a few. 1 Chaotic Neutral. The suffering never ends. Dadzawa at everyone. Izuku is going to be in Recovery Girls for the next 48 hours to monitor his condition. Only 3 visitors at a time, please. 4 Hacker Voice. Oof, he used proper syntax. He's serious, so. Hatsum looked rather uncomfortable, her voice low despite the fact that Midoriya had inserted the earbuds and couldn't hear what was being said. We're trying to protect Izuku from Bakugo. Bakugo? Is there a particular reason for that? Everyone in the room continued to look more and more uncomfortable, with Shinso averting his silver-pupiled eyes and focusing entirely on Midoriya's hair despite his one broken arm and heavily bandaged ribs. Hatsum looked at the whiteboard before setting down the marker, then moving to a chair and sitting down, her face sad. Before Yui, Izuku was bullied a lot for being quirkless. If you don't count the teachers, this is a room full of all but 2 people in this school who know about it. She shifted in her seat, and Shoyuda winced internally. He'd had it rough back in his school years. Everyone was convinced he'd turn out as a villain. He couldn't imagine how it must have been for Midoriya. He just couldn't do anything about it either. People gave him the nickname. Her voice dropped to a whispered Deku before returning, which means useless, and basically everyone but his mother called him that. The teachers at his school didn't do anything about it either. And it got really extreme. People beat him up and some even told him to kill himself. Shuda's BLD boiled, but he kept his composure. He needed the full story before he could help. Bakugo and Izuku grew up together. Their moms were best friends, so they were kind of always together. When Bakugo got a really powerful quirk and Izuku didn't, he was Izuku's main bully. When I first met Izuku, that was the same day Bakugo told him to jump off the roof for the first time, and some a-hole hero told him he couldn't be a hero 'cause he was quirkless, his life just sucked so much, and he didn't tell me but I know he was considering it. Her yellow eyes flicked to her friend, oblivious to the dark look that had come over Shuta's face. He knew something was up with Bakugo, but he couldn't ever prove it with this testimony. I'm pretty sure Bakugo used his quirk on Izuku. When I met him, I was teaching him to build support stuff, and he'd have panic attacks every time something exploded. Shoyuta glanced around, struggling to keep a cap on his emotions. He couldn't afford to lose it and scare the kids away from telling the truth, and saw several things. Uraraka crying on Yaoyorozu's shoulder, Shinso's face pale as death and eyes glazed as he arranged Midoriya's hair, the other 3 students of 1F and Reiki Aria huddling together and hiding sniffles. Hatsume's own eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Do you have any physical evidence? Midoriya seemed to have tuned in a bit and popped an earbud out. Sorry, could you repeat that? Do you have any physical evidence? The support student looked at his lap, biting his lip. I have a few shitty phone videos on a flash drive I hid at my mom's house. There was a long pause as Midoriya's face twisted repeatedly, clearly conflicted, but Shoyuta was unsure on what. I have a lot of scars. The boy buried his face in his red scarf, hiding from the eyes of the onlookers. His anger swelled again. Scars. As in, others hurt him badly enough to leave permanent marks. Are there any that can be directly tied to him? Midoriya took a deep, shuddering breath. This one. He loosened his scarf and exposed his neck, face tightening. Shoyuta knew what scars looked like. He knew what bad scars looked like too. Over the years, skin grafts had become few and far between. People simply had become too different, from quirks that cause skin to be acidic like Ashido or even blue like Bubble Girl. Feathered, rock-like, leathery, there were simply too many factors. Which was why the metal grafts had become so popular. It was a simple operation often done when skin couldn't be easily replaced. A special type of metal alloy, which was highly adaptive and moved as easily as human flesh would, is injected into the area and it would bond itself to the area and cover it. It was permanent, and the only downside was that the scars would look silver and rather eye-catching. He had a few himself, one on his elbow where Shigaraki had attacked. Which was why he immediately knew what the silver handprint was, and why his vision went red. He barely noticed Hatsume fainting. He blinked, and he was throwing open the door to Nezu's office, Shinso and Midoriya a little behind him. Shoyuta didn't look on that memory all too fondly. It was really the catalyst for where they were now. Izuku as his charge and lounging on a cot while Shizenji checked him over. Well, good news. The old nurse smiled to Shoyuta. We can take the last of the bandages on his arms off, since the injections should be done bonding. Izuku shrank into himself, eyes on his lap as Shizenji unwound the white bandages. Shoyuta hadn't really thought much of it, recalling the bloody mess they had been when he rescued the teen and wondering what could be worse. Apparently, the reality of it was much worse. The silver scars glinted in the light of the room, and Shizenji sighed, her eyes sad as she observed the old damage. There were fingerprints and palms marked into Izuku's arms, climbing all the way up to his shoulders. A jagged silver line ran around both of his wrists, and Shoyuta suspected his ankles as well. All over his forearm and wrists were the considerably more concerning gouges and cuts from Kami knows what biting into his skin, leaving lines both wide and thin. Some were on the outside, Shoyuta knowing they were defensive from the moment he saw them, mainly the smaller slices, but the gouges were on the soft inside, raking long and deep. Self-inflicted. Shoyuta remembered that Izuku had used his own BLD to write, but he felt sick seeing the extent of how desperate he was. His kid blatantly looked up, away from his ruined arms, and at the ceiling panels. No words had to be spoken to express that he hated the scars. Shoyuta reached into the bag Izuku had brought along, and pulled out the bracers before passing them over. Shizenji fit them on without a word, and even though it only covered the forearms, it seemed to bring him comfort, made easier by putting on his blazer for his uniform and hiding most of the rest, only his elbow and a bit of his upper arm exposed. Just then the door opened. 3 faces appeared in the door, all worried. Ragdoll, Tokoyami, and Toga all hovered there, none really approaching. Then, finally, Ragdoll broke away from the group and hopped up on the bed next to Izuku. Hey, kitten. Izuku was buried in her side in moments, body shaking, and Toga and Tokoyami finally ventured in. Thank you for saving us, Eraserhead-sen, Toga mumbled with a bow before hurrying over to Izuku. Shuda's heart ached knowing she was thanking him for not leaving her behind. The old beatie snatched my quirk, Ragdoll said gently, and Shoyuta sighed to himself watching Izuku stiffen and look up. Yeah, he's a lying BSTRD. Wanted search so bad he went against the deal. Didn't get fumigages, though. The moment the suppressants were off, Dark Shadow went bats hit and tried to kill him. He was safe. Tokoyami sat on Izuku's other side, wringing his hands. Toga sat on the floor, observing with sad eyes. I thought you could give me some tips, though. My license is suspended until I'm battle-ready again, and it's gonna take a while before I get used to not relying on search to fight and find people. The pro hero grinned. You'll still be the first quirkless pro, with how long it's gonna take me. But I figured I'll need your help. DMN, she was good. Shoyuta blinked at Ragdoll's casual attitude to being unable to do a job he knew she loved, instead using it to ask him for help. Knowing he wouldn't want any help himself. The teen blinked his green eyes, before giving a small nod and smile. Toga popped up and grinned, her fangless mouth on full display. Hatsum's building me a new set of fangs, isn't that cool? He nodded enthusiastically, and Dark Shadow appeared from Tokoyami's chest, wrapping himself around the four of them. No more suppressants, he chirped delightedly. Izuku looked up, his teary eyes meeting Shuda's. His lips moved, and two quiet words broke his month-long silence. Thank you. Tamaki didn't know Midoriya all that well. He knew the boy wanted to be a hero. He knew he was chaos incarnate, breaking down every wall that prevented him from achieving his goals. He knew he had a fire in him he'd seen in very few people in his 18 years of life. And when he walked into the private room off of Recovery Girl's office, he knew the first year was also deeply, deeply hurt. He looked so small where he sat, eyes distant and hands up to cover the skin that showed on his arms. Midoriya had snapped his head to observe Tamaki the moment he entered, but hadn't made a witty remark like he expected. Instead, Midoriya just stared. I know we're not close or anything, but I wanted to see that you were here. Tamaki trailed off, not really sure how to talk to him at all. I also kind of wanted to say something. Midoriya blinked twice before nodding. I became a ward because, my parents were abusive, he admitted quietly. I'm still scared of them even now, and they're both in prison. They're responsible for a lot of my anxiety and stuff. I kept thinking I was broken and I couldn't be a hero. Tamaki took the seat next to Midoriya's bed, not making eye contact as the words came in an unfiltered flood. But what they did to me didn't break me. I'm a whole person, even if I'm cracked a lot, but I'm still gonna be a hero. The younger teen's face fractured into a confused frown. You went through a lot, okay? Tamaki looked over again. But you aren't broken, and you aren't who those villains said you are. You're cracked like I am, but you're still gonna be a hero. And if you ever think you can't be, then they win. He cracked a tiny smile. I've never seen you lose at anything though, so when you're a hero, I hope we can work together. Tamaki stood again and quietly left, before something tugged on his sleeve. He glanced back and saw Midoriya had climbed from his bed somehow without alerting him at all. The smaller boy gently pulled him into a hug despite the height difference, then plodded back to the bed. In the corner of his eye, Tamaki saw Aizawa grin. He left, silently promising he'd see that kid be a hero. Mei burst into the room with more grandeur than strictly necessary, throwing aside the door and practically throwing herself into Izuku's arms, which had extended out of reflex from her usual entrances. You're alive, she shrieked happily, hugging him as lightly as he could, since Recovery Girl said something or other about broken ribs. I was so scared. His hands traced circles on her back before she pulled away, wiping what definitely weren't tears from her eyes. I was worried you'd lose a limb and I'd have to build you a new one, she sniffed, turning up her nose comically. I mean, it wouldn't be that bad if you were basically the Winter Soldier. It'd actually be kinda cool. But still, so much work. Izuku gave her a small smile, pen already dancing across a notepad. And here I thought I'd have to make you a wig to replace all the hair you'd pull out. She laughed, high and relieved, knowing her best friend was actually here, before settling down on the bed next to him and unraveling a blueprint. So, I might need a little help designing Toga's new fangs. Hitoshi hovered in the doorway, his eyes and Zuku's locked and neither making a move to communicate. At last, the words forced themselves from his throat. I always did say I wanted a man that could put me out of my misery. Zuka blinked, then a wide smile graced his features as he hopped off the bed. Hitoshi noticed how Aizawa rolled his eyes at the words, but he hardly cared, especially when Zuku wrapped him in a tight hug. You know, I had that skanky but right where I wanted him, Hitoshi snorted. But what are heroes for, I guess? There was a beat. In all seriousness, I was really, and then before he knew it, his tie was yanked on hard and he jerked down, and was suddenly being kissed and his mind went blissfully blank. When Zuko finally released him, he had his signature annoyed expression. His hands moved to form only a few simple signs. Talk too much. Aizawa, who was still leaning on the wall, smirked in Hitoshi's direction as he went bright red. Careful with him, he's still got broken ribs. Hitoshi made a strangled sound of mortification just as their teacher left the room and the door clicked shut behind him. His name was Aizawa Izuku. He wasn't Deku. The words were his mantra through the 2 days with Recovery Girl, with his friends coming in and out. Mimi would turn his attention to support items, not minding when his hands spasmed out of pain when the meds wore off and screwed up what he was trying to sketch. Amajiki would share his own childhood and remind Izuku that he wasn't defined by the experience. Fien and the Reiki twins would sprawl on the floor and ramble about anything, Arie humming a calming song softly even when Izuku insisted he felt fine. Ban would perch on the chair and recite quotes from pre-court comedians and try to make Izuku laugh. Himiko and Fumikage and Shiratoko would all talk about the things they were doing now that they were out. Himiko was beta testing a set of fangs. Tokoyami settling into the 1A dorms and being bombarded with concern from his classmates, and Shiratoko was getting used to daily life without a quirk. And Toshi would just sit down, letting the silence rest between them as he played with Izuku's hair, and sometimes they just put a book between them and read in the quiet of the hospital room. And he remembered his bedroom. Izuku had set his stuff down gently, looking around at the place frozen in a time he could never go back to. Self-made hero figurines dotted the shelf, the walls decorated with blueprints and his notebooks scattered all over his desk. If he hadn't known Himiko had been staying in here, he'd think this room hadn't seen a soul in all the time he'd been away. Since he was legally adopted now, he was going to be in the Aizawa Yamada apartment. He couldn't really stay up here, since there wasn't an extra room for Himiko in the ward dorms, and since the Aizawa Yamada apartment came with 2 rooms and only one was being used for obvious reasons, the solution was pretty simple. Now, he sat on his new bed, his new room already decorated. Aizawa, what was Izuku supposed to call the man now? He was an Aizawa. 2 had simply said that his friends had taken it upon themselves to make it his. Toshi was here now, helping him set up the last of what was left in what was now Himiko's room. I think that's the last blueprint, the lilac-haired teen huffed with a grin. What do you want to do now? Izuku hopped up, offering his boyfriend a grin before pulling him into a kiss, then embracing him. Toshi's warmth soothed his raging thoughts, and Izuku leaned his head against his chest, hearing his heartbeat a tad faster than normal. And they just stood there, Toshi's heart finally slowing into calm as they held each other. It was finally over. My name is Aizawa Izuku. I am not Deku. Join the Discord lads, https://discord. GG/tubespedbizuku was decidedly apprehensive about class. Toshi had moved into the 1A dorms when the others did. Apparently there were dorms for the students now, too, and he had told Izuku that the class was excitable. Of course, this doesn't inspire any kind of confidence in him when he stood outside the door to the classroom. He'd only been in there a handful of times, like for picking hero names and internships, but never as a real hero student. The very thought of it filled his lungs with both dread and excitement. On one hand, he was really going to be a hero. He had a hero name, he was in a hero class. On the other, was he even good enough to be one? He was quirkless, he was broken, and essentially an orphan. You weren't gonna go in without us, right? Toshi's voice interrupted his string of thoughts, and Izuku glanced over to see his boyfriend striding up, a certain blonde trailing a few steps behind with a sheepish smile and shiny new fangs. Putting Himiko in the heroics course was probably heavily debated by the teachers. But all in all, it seemed they had figured it was probably the best option, and there was an extra spot in 1/8. Himiko hesitantly settles into place next to Izuku, the two of them staring at the door in silent contemplation, before Toshi huffed a sigh and yanked it open. The murmur Izuku has been able to hear through the door hushed as Toshi entered, then Himiko, and Izuku last, trailing behind and flicking his eyes to the board to make sure his spot was still in the back corner. Hitoshi was also still next to him, and Himiko took Mineta's spot in front of Izuku. Izuku felt the pressure of their stares. The door opened again, and Aizawa entered, his eyes scanning the class and probably doing a head count before taking his place at the podium. "We have a new student, Himiko Toga, the villain girl." Kaminari's words cut into Aizawa's, and the teacher turned his murderous gaze to the electric teen. "She is a victim of the League, and anyone who says differently will answer to me." Moving on, we also have the transfer students Shinso, Hitoshi, and Nyx. This time, silence met his words. Tentatively, Shiro raised his hand. "You mean Midoriya?" "I know what I said." Aizawa pulled a file from the podium and slammed it down onto the wood, glaring around the classroom before continuing. "In other news, Nyx will be communicating non-verbally. If any of you know sign language, that would be helpful so Shinso and I don't have to interpret everything." A general matter of assent before Aizawa launched into the actual business of the day. "You all had the experience week, but now you have a chance to have real internships at the places you went to. Contact them, and if they decline taking you in for real internships, see me." Toshi raised his hand. "Yes, you and Nyx are cleared for internships." Himiko raised her hand. "You're going with Vlad King. Anyone else?" Again silence. "Great." Now, the door slid open, and Small Might stood in the doorway. Izuku cringed when the blue eyes settled on him. "May I speak to Midoriya-kun?" Aizawa opened his mouth to object probably, but Izuku stood, tucking a notebook under his arm. "Time to see what the blonde a-hole wants." "My boy," Izuku glared across the small office at All Might. "I would like to apologize for how I must have made you feel. I should not have said something to that effect, and I should have handled it more carefully." His lip twitched. "And I would also like to offer you something." Silence, and Izuku continued to stare at All Might. "My quirk is called One for All. It is a generational quirk, passed from hand to hand like the Olympic torch, gathering strength from every holder." His mind reeled. A quirk that could be passed from person to person. How? And I would like you to be the next user. And there's where the train of thought stops. Izuku stood up, turning to leave. His voice was hoarse and dry when he used it, but he spoke nonetheless. "It's funny, if you were a decent person I might even consider it." "Izuku." He glanced up from his notebook, blinking exhaustion from his eyes. Aizawa was hovering in the door, his face grave. "Come with me." Standing, Izuku followed his mentor to the common room downstairs. The TV was on. And reports are coming in that the victim was the mother of. The picture on the screen was of a blank wall, probably on some school. Well, it wasn't entirely blank. Red stained it, scrawling words that sank into Izuku's mind with a horrible dread. "Midoriya Izuku is quirkless." It was a fact, of course. But there was a green blur beneath it all. He listened without any feeling. Midoriya Inko was found murdered, her chest burned and bloodied, and her BLD was used to write the words. He saw the news person bringing up footage from the sports festival. Heard the criticisms she read off of a piece of paper. Heard the casual slurs. Heard his name, repeated over and over again. Midoriya Izuku is quirkless. The whole world knew his name. The whole world knew what made him wrong. The whole world knew how broken he was, how subhuman. Distantly, Izuku heard someone saying his name. It was all lost in the fog of despair. It was nearly impossible to get out of bed that morning, but he left before even Yamada the early riser was up and standing in front of the classroom door. Paint as red as BLD decorated the massive door. Tears burned his eyes, but Izuku looked to the ground. He opened the door and walked in. His desk was covered in black marker. Probably permanent. All sorts of slurs were scrawled across it, insults and death wishes mingling. Izuku went to the front and retrieved the cleaner and a rag, almost robotic in falling back into the habit. Scrub the door. Scrub the desk. Check if he missed anything. Check if there was anything on anyone else's desk. He really should have known. As soon as it was common knowledge he was quirkless, everything was just the same. Why would Yui be any different? Izuku. He looked up. Aizawa carefully sat at the desk in front of him, turned to face Izuku. He tilted his head slightly. Are you okay? My mother is dead. My secret is out, so everyone is back to wishing I was too. He didn't say that, though. Instead, his hands reached up to sign, a porcelain smile on his face. I'm fine. Shoyuda knew something was horribly wrong the moment he stepped into the room and saw Izuku at his desk, the lingering scent of cleaning chemicals clinging to him. The blank, empty smile that didn't reach his despairing eyes as he signed to Shoyuda that he was fine. The way he barely looked up when the other students filed in. Not even Shinso and Toga, who cast worried glances at the small teen. The bell rang, and Shoyuda heard the murmur cease, before coming back full force. Quirkless, won the sports, news is going nuts, he had to nip this in the bud. Activating his quirk immediately silenced the room as he glared over the group. Yes, Nyx is quirkless. Yes, he beat out every single one of you in the sports festival. Yes, that was his mother that was killed. None of you may ask him about it, or say a negative word towards anyone about their quirk or lack thereof, or you will find yourself in Ned's office. Are we clear? Kirishima raised his hand. What? Undeterred by Shuda's tone, the redhead turned to face Izuku. Shoyuda shifted, preparing to silence the boy at the first sign of an insult. Kami knew the boy had dealt with enough. I think that it's super manly of you to beat everyone in the sports festival, he began with a sharp-toothed grin. And you're a certifiable genius, dude? Izuku's eyes widened minutely, then Kirishima sat without further comment. Classes passed with little fanfare, and Izuku seemed to be slightly more present than before. When Yagi came in for heroics, he watched Izuku shoot the man a dirty look before grabbing his hero costume. Today was a simple hand-to-hand combat lesson, and Shoyuda took great pride in Izuku and Shinso not being slammed into the mat by himself as often as the others. Nyx. Shinso. Sensei. The two straightened as Shinso answered, standing rigid. Toga. Sensei. She looked over, wiping sweat from her brow with a grin. He noticed she was using yet another beta version of the fangs Hatsum was making for her. The three of you are new. You may stand with me and observe as the others are paired to practice. Izuku darted to his side in a black blur, his two friends not far behind before the three students were bunched beside Shoyuda. He sighed internally. One of Izuku's mysterious notebooks appeared in his hand as the four observed Yagi overseeing the dueling pairs. His pen moved in quick strokes, but pretty much indecipherable since Shoyuda couldn't spare the attention to read it. Instead, he watched Ishido and Todoroki. There was a weird rumbling sound, and Shoyuda glanced around. With a start, he realized it was coming from Izuku, his thoughts spilling from his mouth in a jumble of words. Ishido must take dance classes. Todoroki's ice is easily dissolved by Ishido's acid. He has experience but is too stiff, still relies on his ice quirk too much. Nyx? He jumped. A bit louder, please. The student stared for a few moments before awkwardly clearing his throat and raising his voice to a mutter instead of the mumble, making it slightly easier to understand him. When class ended, Shoyuda had already decided he was telling Nedzu about the kid's analysis. Hitoshi led Zuku down the hiking trail. He'd heard from Yamada that there was a woodland area on the other side of campus to hike in, so obviously that was an ideal place to go for a short escape. Zuku was clearly stressed, so why not get away for a little bit? They stopped when they came to a small wooden bridge over a brook, and Hitoshi craned his neck to look up at the treetops, an idea forming in his mind. Hey, Zuku, check it. Once he had his boyfriend's attention, Hitoshi continued to lean back, rocking back on his heels. Trust fall? He heard a small squeak as he let himself plummet backwards, and then went straight over the low railing. With a yelp, Hitoshi landed on his back in the shallow brook, the cool water already soaking his shirt all the way through. The railing only did its job by suspending his legs in midair. Great, he mused sarcastically. At least my breathes aren't wet. He blinked a few times, and then Zuku's concerned face filled his vision, hand extended. Hitoshi had to blink the water from his eyes before hauling himself and taking it. You were supposed to catch me, he pointed out jokingly. The other teen rolled his eyes, heaving backwards, and Hitoshi pinwheeled his free arm to regain balance. There was an awkward pause before Zuku pointed up, and Hitoshi followed his finger. Stars twinkled overhead, and he stared, finding himself wrapped in the sudden realization of the enormity of the universe. It's late, he noticed. Diamen. Aizawa's gonna bite our heads off. Zuku snickered, shaking his head and carefully sitting on the little bridge. Hitoshi followed suit, stripping off the uniform top and tie and draping it over the railing to hopefully dry. And then he realized he was shirtless in the middle of the woods with his boyfriend. This isn't ideal. Toshi. Hitoshi turned his attention to Zuku, affection swelling in his chest at the simple display of trust. Tokoyami had told him in confidence that the villains had made the teen be completely silent, or else. The or else part he wasn't clear on, but if it was enough to get Izuku to shut up, it was probably bad. The fact that Zuku trusted him enough to just say his name it was really good. What's up, Zuku? Those jungles captivated him, deep and contemplative as Zuku looked at Hitoshi, his hands scratching absently at his bare arms. Hitoshi vividly recalled the deep, self-inflicted cuts, and gently guided Zuku's hands into his own. The silver-patterned skin had reddened where the other had scratched recently. Have to keep an eye on that. I'm sorry I made you upset when I was away. Zuku, and his voice was rough from disuse, but he pushed on. And I'm sorry they messed me up. Zuku, that wasn't your fault? He looked at Hitoshi, an intensity appearing there. Beeb, I'm not sorry I saved you. Hitoshi sighed, reaching out and gently drawing his boyfriend into his arms. Zuku, I'm not mad at you. I was just so scared because I should have been there to help you. You were in a bad situation with strangers, and I was scared that they wouldn't try to protect you. They sat there in relative silence, Zuku's head against Hitoshi's chest. Hitoshi could smell the soot and sweat in his hair, but they didn't smell bad, not really. It was just, Izuku. Toshi. Hitoshi released his hold on Zuku, letting the other pull back for a moment. He hesitated, hands tightening on Hitoshi's. I love you. Hitoshi felt his face go bright red, the shock of a few simple words making his heart go double time. I love you too. And then Zuku was kissing him. As were all the kisses they shared before, it made Hitoshi's mind go blissfully blank, emptying of any cohesive thought, surrendering completely to the rough feel of Zuku's slightly chapped lips on his. It was just the same but altogether different. They sat side by side on the bridge, legs over the side but entwined. Cold hands were on the back of Hitoshi's neck, sending shivers down his spine, and the summer night air seemed to still for them alone. Only the moon and stars cast light on Hitoshi and Izuku, and Hitoshi let his eyes slide shut. He was all too aware of Zuku's shirt pressed against his bare chest, and of the lingering scent of the woodland that had never quite left since the camp. An eternity later, but all too quickly, Zuku pulled away, a flush high in his cheeks and a rare smile on his lips. So Hitoshi did the only thing that made any sense. He kissed his boyfriend back. It started out soft, before Zuku seemed to get his bearings and reciprocated with significantly more force. Despite himself, Hitoshi felt himself ingraining it into his mind, the feeling of the gentle curve of a smile against his own, the electricity that ran through his veins. Just this one time, everything felt perfect. Even when they separated, knowing they had to get back to the dorms before there was a search party looking for them, time felt a little bit frozen, suspended just for the two of them as they finally arrived at the buildings. Zuku glanced over and reached up, again holding onto the back of Hitoshi's neck to get him to lean down a bit, to plant a lingering kiss on his lips before disappearing into his own dorm building. Hitoshi, bare-chested with reddened face and lips, clutching his soaked shirt and tie, smiled. And if he was immediately lectured by Ida upon stepping into the 1A common room about public decency and respecting curfew, he wasn't really listening, anyway. All he could think about was emerald eyes and 3 words. I love you. https://discord. GG/KXB7 fixed it. Shoyuta was not a forgiving person. He struck hard and fast, and those who had done wrong often met the wrong end of his wrath. It was a hard task to get back in his good graces, something many students he had expelled over the years could attest to. Which was why he was seeing red now. He had come to class early that morning, hoping to catch Izuku before he disappeared in the mornings again. He just had a feeling that something was wrong, but since the woman that had raised him was murdered recently and he was basically outed to the entire world. Yui was under heavy fire from the media, and the poor kid couldn't leave campus at all because there were always some vultures just waiting for that to happen. None of those thoughts matched up to the slurs scrawled on the door. Freak. Useless. Worthless. The list kept going, and Shoyuta grit his teeth, shoving the door open. The inside wasn't as empty as he had assumed. Izuku, his goddamn kid, was against the wall, BLD dribbling from his nose and onto the floor. There was a small crowd of students around him, maybe 5 or 6. He could easily pick out a few names and faces. Daisuke Kai, Quirk Albinism, 1D Nito Kuda, Quirk Blades, 3B, what the F do you think you're doing? His voice was low and cold, and the group of students surrounding his kid froze. Ito turned slowly, his face pale as death. Sensei. In the corner of his eye, Shoyuta could see black marker covering Izuku's desk. All the pieces slotted together. Get the F out of my sight before I decide to use my training, because believe me I know how to hide a body. 5 students had come in, vandalized his classroom, attacked his kid, and said Kami knows what. He had his phone in his hand without hesitation. Nedzu, check the security cameras around 1A's classroom early morning before classes. I'm sending 5 students your way, be sure they make it there. A pianindi pause before the door opened 3 minutes later, and Zashi stood in the doorway, his face grave. He had apparently noticed the words decorating the door, and who wouldn't, really? And Nemuri was behind him, a deep scowl etched into her face. Let's go, brats, she growled, cracking her W in a decidedly threatening way, all pretense of her usual deviance lost in her casual clothes consisting of sweats. Zashi has apparently been caught mid-routine, his leather jacket and sunglasses the only things reminiscent of his hero persona and hair pulled into a high bun. Izuku got up from where he had huddled, shuffling after them, but Shoyuta reached out a hand, stopping him. You didn't do anything wrong. Surprise flickered in his face, but he went robotically to the whiteboard and picked up the cleaning spray and rag. Shoyuta and Zashi helped wordlessly, each lost in their own thoughts. How did they know which desk was his? He paused, glancing over at his husband. That's a mystery for another day. It was a different person the first few times. Izuku's voice startled the 2 heroes, but they turned their attention to him immediately. I think it was someone from 1A, he mumbled. And maybe they told them. I dunno. I just know, the handwriting wasn't the same. The horrible words scrawled on his desk had been there before. You could have told us, Shoyuta reminded his kid gently, having to kneel down a bit to reach the teen's height. We could have stopped them before it got here. Izuku looked genuinely so ruined by it, expression wretched and torn. My old teachers just said I was trying to start trouble. Hizashi swooped in as suddenly and emotionally as the man himself was, already clutching Izuku in a tight hug. The teen hushed, eyes going wide, before seeming to relax. We'll happily go beat the CRP out of those teachers for you. And like the floodgates opened, Izuku burst into tears. They were quiet but broken, and Hizashi kept the teen in a hug, chatting casually about today's classes with an expertness Shoyuta didn't possess when it came to children. And when his kid quieted, he just stood there for a while until signing that Zashi had to finish getting ready and then making himself somewhat presentable for class. Shoyuta crouched next to his desk and just watched. What? You've made progress since the hospital, he commented, before standing and returning to the podium just as students began filing in. Didn't stop him from noticing the small smile that graced Izuku's face at the realization. Everything stabbed with pain, as it always did for her. She huddled under the thin, paper-like blanket and wanted to retch at the scent of chemicals hanging like Spanish moss in the air, dripping from every surface and even her own skin. Bandages criss-crossed her limbs, the old wrappings reminiscent of an Egyptian mummy, but only serving to make her think amusedly of the utter uselessness of them. She was perfectly fine, really. She hurt and ached and felt so much pain, but it was all just the aftermath. She had no open wounds, just a broken heart and a shattered mind. Visions of being torn apart and put back together haunted her every thought and waking dream, nightmares even more ghastly where she simply lay on the ground in pieces, unable to die but never being whole again. She didn't like the boy who smelled like caramel. She didn't like the man made of black clouds that reeked of death. She didn't like the one with the mask that listed off intel about a group called 1A. They were all sick. I'm sick. The familiar mantra played in her head like a broken record, repeating over and over and not caring how distorted it sounded. But I'm especially sick. And I'm gonna cure the world. His lungs burned with the strain of holding himself up, but again, Izuku placed himself between Chisaki and Arie. Don't you understand? The Yakuza cried. You are the cure. The hope for humanity. The world swam in and out of focus. Izuku staggered, but held his ground. Go if yourself, you crazy bird beach. His world went white again, and he couldn't even scream as his body was ripped apart, limbs separated and stitched together over and over again. You could save the world, Midoriya. Izuku curled his lip in return. Iron was the biting flavor on his tongue, the suffocating scent in his nose. It dripped red and deadly from his raised skin. But with every drop he lost, his head cleared a bit more. His eyes focused. The world became that much more firmly in his grasp. Crimson is such a appealing, terrifying, familiar color. It decorated Izuku's body more often than he cared to admit. The school ground was a war zone. Students and teachers alike fought both villain and Nomu. The villains raged against the attacks thrown at them, fighting tooth and nail. General education and management students had barricaded the buildings, using their quirks and improvised weapons to stave off the encroaching villains. Support students darted in and out of the fray, explosions following closely behind as they took out dozens of the attackers. Heroic students and teachers fought on the front lines, trying to turn the tides of an uphill battle. Izuku had one duty in this war: protect Arie. The standoff was widely avoided by all others. The UE staff and students kept them back to prevent Zero from being snatched, but it left Izuku wide open. With shaking hands, Izuku raised Siri to eye level. What are you going to do? Chisaki's golden eyes danced with a terrible glee. Kill me. Like Shigaraki. Like muscular. No. He pulled the trigger, and a blur of yellow rocketed from the crossbow, burying deep into Chisaki's sternum. Chisaki blinked. Then he left. You think that will stop me? Chisaki began to lumber forward, his eyes bright with madness, before he seized. His entire body locked up, spasming and twitching, and he cried out in agony. Around him, spires of earth shot from the ground, and Izuku barely dodged one that cut deep below his right eye and almost took it out. Nix. Arie was stumbling towards him, her silver-white hair drenched in blood. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw the dirt explode next to her. The world almost seemed to slow, the spike of rock and soil shooting towards the girl. His body moved before his mind did, and he blinked. Arie was shoved ungracefully to the ground, and Izuku found himself in her place. Fresh blood was sprayed across Arie's face and clothes, her ruby-red eyes wide with horror. From his chest sprouted stone painted red. It was a beautifully twisted sight, really. It lifted him in the air in a crude imitation of floating, dark red boots hovering inches above the grass. His emerald eyes wide and glassy, his mouth open midway through a scream, an expression warped in desperation. His arms, which had shoved Arie out of harm's way, fell to his sides limply. A single tear traced its way down his face. The battlefield had gone silent, shock registering among all. Nomu stopped in their tracks as they were called off. Students stared in abject terror. Yakuza crowded around their seizing leader, disappearing through a warp gate. And as the battlefield cleared, only a few people stood at the center of it all. One girl with bubblegum pink hair, her face devoid of any emotion but shock. Her arm was extended, as if to touch the arm of her friend, but another girl with black and yellow eyes held her back, tears in her face. Two men, both realizing the mistakes they've made in reference to the boy. One boy with wild hair, fighting and clawing at the arms of a girl with a spiky ponytail, screams and pleas falling from his lips as he thrashed. A second boy, with a bird's head, hiding the face of the blood-stained child in his shirt, sobs shaking his body. The final figure reached up, and with the care of a parent, lifted the boy from the spire. Silent tears streaked down his face, shadowed by long hair as he cradled his son to his chest. Aizawa Izuku was dead. Toshinori, I don't believe in miracles. Night Eye looked out his window, the inner workings of time itself in his mind. And foresight had never led me wrong. There was a pause as Yagi and Night Eye regarded each other. However, starting a year and 2 months ago, the world began to divert from my prophecies. The USJ incident was originally meant to be only 1A, and Aizawa's eyesight being damaged. Instead, there were 2 classes, and nobody came out with any major wounds besides 13. Yagi remained silent. And the fact that you survived your battle with All for One confirms it. The future can be changed. And why did you call me here, Knight? Yagi asked tiredly. I'm just a retired schoolteacher. Midoriya will die. The former number 1 froze. Midoriya will die saving a girl I have yet to know anything about in a mass attack on Yi. His death will be violent, painful, and sudden. Wah. Toshinori, Yagi lifted his head at the name. If you could be saved by something small changing, what would happen if we really tried to change the future? Why do you have so much compassion for him, Knight? Yagi's voice was tired, dull. You hate people, most of all children. Night Eye looked back out the window. All he could see in his own reflection was Aizawa, a man he had worked with closely for years, always stoic and silent, crying as he held Midoriya's limp form. You haven't seen what happens, he murmured, and if we do this right, you never will. Special moves. Izuku blinked at the former number 1. Super moves. Why the hell would a group of first years need that? Every hero has at least one. A move that can decide a battle. He thinned his lips. He knew what it was, obviously. But what? Aizawa cleared his throat slightly. The majority of you will be working out how to incorporate your quirk into a finishing tactic. Nix, you will be working with me to practice the capture weapon and more advanced hand-to-hand. Nodding, Izuku strode over to his teacher's side, ignoring Yagi's stare. Would Reciprio Burst work as a special move? Izuku heard Ida ask. But he followed Aizawa off to the side, running his hand over the heavy carbon fiber weapon on his shoulders. Alright, the first thing to remember is that it took 6 years for me to master this, Aizawa warned. With instruction it should be easier, but don't count on it. Izuku nodded, and copied the stance Aizawa took. The thing about capture weapons, he explained, is that each is bonded to a single person. Before I had yours made, my weapon was entirely unique. Your DNA is woven into it, and because of a personal favor I had to call in, he grimaced at that, someone with a quirk called Neural Link was able to bond it to your will the same way mine is to me. Nodding again, Izuku shifted his grip. He had to get this right. He didn't have 6 years, he had 2.5. Alright, try throwing it out like so. The underground hero demonstrated, his arm extending and wrist flicking out. Fate wasn't quite on Izuku's side, though. He tried to imitate, and he could barely register that he was not holding it right before the fabric wrapped around his ankle and jerked it upwards. He fell in a tangle of limbs and carbon fiber, only getting more thoroughly trapped as he tried to extract himself. Glancing up, Izuku made a face at Aizawa, who watched with an amused smile. Yeah, figured that might happen. Get used to it. Once I got stuck in a tree for hours. The image of a younger Aizawa trapped by his own capture weapon in the boughs of a tree brought a grin to Izuku's lips. Don't try laughing or I'll leave you there. He rolled his eyes, then shot him another dirty look. Yoga, try imagining the capture weapon as another limb. Since it's bonded to you, when you wield it, it should kind of feel like an extension of your arm. Izuku screwed up his face in focus, trying to feel out what was different. When he moved his arm and hands, it moved minutely to follow it, but when he arched his back slightly, the entire weapon jerked, loosening and falling away. That is so weird. Responds to spinal commands, then. Izuku nodded slightly, gathering the weapon again, wrapping it back around his neck. When he moved his arms and tried to focus on the weapon, it seemed to move directionally. When he flicked his wrist, it shot out slightly in the direction he flicked before rebounding, almost ending up as he had been minutes before. Izuku paused, thinking it over, before winding up again as Aizawa had shown, but this time, as he threw, he twisted his body alongside his arm. The weapon shot out like an arrow, following the path his arm set and hitting the dummy dead-on, making it wobble with the force. That seemed to be it. Izuku grinned victoriously, a new idea already forming. This time as he threw it, along with twisting, he rotated his ankle slightly. The capture weapon didn't just hit the dummy, it wrapped around it, and Izuku pulled back harshly, the dummy following with a snapping of the wood beams. He looked over at Aizawa, and smiled at the look of pride on his teacher's face. Not bad. Izuku's voice was hoarse as it always was these days when he spoke. I think it follows through with different responses depending on how I move different parts of my body. With time, you'll probably be able to use it without moving much at all, Aizawa conceded. Izuku didn't like school trips. He never had, not really, and especially not since he started Yui, since it seemed every time he left the main building with his class, he ended up knee-deep in all the shit that hit the fan. Needless to say, he was heavily dubious of being on a bus with his classmates on their way to a surprise. It hadn't really occurred to him how tiny buses were. He leaned his head against the cool glass, bathed in the light of the sun. Cracking his eyelids open a bit, he surveyed the place they were pulling up. Students in uniform milled around, none having much of a goal. The bus stopped, and Izuku bolted from it, directly behind Aizawa as he surveyed for threats. A woman with seafoam green hair bounced up, her smile wide and sunny. Eraser. Aizawa took a visible step away from her, and she hugged thin air. Izuku watched her with wide eyes, completely unsure of what was happening. Ms. Joke. Shiketsu teacher. White, it's been too long, Eraserhead. Joke again went for a hug, and again, Aizawa dodged, moving to Izuku's side. I'd rather it be longer, he grumbled coldly, glaring at the other hero. Stay in, Shiketsu. Joke grinned widely, her eyes landing on Izuku. Hey kiddo. You look like a Minizawa. That's cute. This is Nix, he's one of my interns. Izuku shrugged as Aizawa spoke, before hearing someone approaching. An arm was slung over his shoulders, and when Izuku inhaled, he breathed the scent of coffee and mint. Kami, he could get drunk off of that smell. And I mindfuck the other intern. Toshi leaned on Izuku a bit heavily, and he rolled his eyes in return. F***ing best goddamn heroes in training in all AUE? Really? Joke leaned in, her eyes bright with excitement. Are you Eraser's siblings? I always wondered if he had any family, but he wanted to remove his forbidden lover, moi, from his family issues. Joke, would you stop telling people we're dating? Those two wouldn't believe you, anyway. Izuku sniffed, lifting his hands. I wouldn't be screwing him if he was my brother. Joke wheezed a laugh, and Toshi made a strangled sound, burying his face in Izuku's neck. Izuku preened at the reactions, even the half-judgmental, half-amused look Aizawa sent him. His gaze trailed up to a banner overhanging the door of the building. The Provisional Hero License Exam. Aizawa was gonna have cat food in his FANG coffee tomorrow. Izuku shifted under the weight of the stares directed at himself and the other Yui students. He knew it was something of a tradition to target Yui first. What a mess. The announcer man cleared his throat, leafing through the papers. Welcome to the Provisional Hero Licensing Exam. He sighed into the mic, looking like he'd rather be dead than here. Only a maximum 100 of you will get them. A ripple of shock ran through the crowd. There had to be at least 10 times that amount taking the test. Go to your designated area and follow the given instructions. The elimination round is the free-for-all, in which each of you will be given vests with 3 targets. To get someone out, take out the 3 targets. Getting out 3 people will result in a pass. Only the first 100 to pass will go on to the actual exam. 5 minutes later, Izuku found himself surrounded by his friends. Fumicage's eyes glinted ominously as he rolled his shoulders, scanning the environment with dark shadow, wary of any unfriendlies. Yamamoto was sheltered by Izuku himself, pacing himself firmly in front of her with his arms spread to hide her partially naked body with his cloak as she created tools. Toshi had his May vision over his face, likely scanning for life signs. Uraraka and Tsu took to a roof above the group, patrolling. Mina sorted through the various support items Mimi had supplied her and the group. Jairu was a surprise, but her eyes were shut tight in her focus as she kept herself plugged into the concrete. "Invisible student, coming up from our left," she growled. "Don't shoot, it's me," a voice yelped as Izuku grabbed for his crossbow. A floating vest came into view, and Izuku relaxed slightly. "Hagakure. I come in peace." Toshi quickly filled her in on what was going on, until Yamamoto finally put her clothes back on and strode over with a pleased smile, arms full of BB guns. "Aren't those illegal, Karo?" Tsu asked, jumping down to check out the guns. "There are BB bullets," Yamamoto mumbled sheepishly. "And technically these kinds of guns are just heavily restricted, not illegal. Using them for hero work, if the bullets are RBB, is acceptable." Izuku let his arms drop in relief of not having to shield her anymore, and the small group gathered. He did a quick head count. All the girls were here, minus Himiko since she couldn't take the test, hadn't been in Yui long enough. She would be taking it with whatever students didn't pass later on, plus Toshi, Fumikage and himself, making 9. He'd have to talk to this many people. That filled his gut with churning dread, and opened his mouth to speak, but it felt like something was lodged in his throat, keeping the words suffocated and silent. "Hey boss." Siri padded up, her eyes pink with delight. "The proctor finally let me in since I'm technically a support item," she crowed. Then, she seemed to recognize Izuku's predicament. "Oh boss. You can use the keypad on the bracer and I'll talk for you." He sighed in relief, pulling up the holographic keyboard and letting Siri talk for him. "So, boss has got a plan. Since we're a group of 9 humans and 1 AI, there's a better survival chance, but also a high chance at least one of us will be taken out. We need to stick to the sides and be prepared to ambush any smaller groups and defend from larger groups. Our best chance is from the rooftops, to keep an eye over the battleground, so stealth is a must. Since Tokoyami and Dark Shadow have the best defense, as Dark Shadow can block Tokoyami's targets, he will lead the group. Uraraka and Azui will guard Jairu, and Jairu will act as a mobile sentry, close behind Tokoyami but not beside him and far enough away to turn and flee without slowing Tokoyami. Yaoyorozu will supply each group with weapons and act as a patrol unit, keeping an eye on Hagakure, who will be the only ground agent and acting as a kill unit to attack and capture lone examinees. Izuku will be a sniper to incapacitate or scare off major threats. Shinso will be his retriever, grabbing the threats he snipes and bringing them back to the group. "What about me?" Mina asked, biting her lip. Siri purred and quickly got to Mina's bit. "You will be the one working to keep examinees hostage when you all get 2 examinees out. You're going to need 9 examinees captive for the end, and with your agility and knowledge of the support items Hatsum supplied the group with, you're the only one with a chance to get this to work." "Jailkeeper." Cool. Izuku smiled grimly at the group, and they all clambered up the rooftops, sans Hagakure. Yamamoto stuck close to Hagakure, but not close enough to reveal her location, which was always good. Fumikage took the point position naturally, Tsu and Uraraka a bit behind with Jairu between them. Izuku beckoned Siri, and she transformed into crossbow form mid-jump, which he caught easily. Toshi fell into step beside him. Mina lagged behind a bit, casting glances around apprehensively. Yamamoto threw each of them a BB gun. It was a few minutes before they came upon their first group, a gaggle of Shiketsu students, rowdy and boisterous, not bothering to hide their location. Izuku recognized one, a boy with dark hair and wearing what was pretty much a bikini, as the leader, from how the others looked to him for orders. He loaded a gray dart and then fired. It sprouted from his bare chest, and his eyes rolled back, collapsing onto the ground. Mass panic almost immediately. It was a group of maybe 12, down to 11 thanks to Izuku, and 2 more were clocked in the head by a floating bow staff and vest. Izuku's team converged on the remaining 9, the BB guns going off with a loud pop-pop sound. Before 9 beats rung out in succession, the Shiketsu students groaning in defeat as they picked themselves off the ground, some swearing at the Yui students and others grinning and saying, "Nice job." Mina was quick to use a reinforced rope Mimi had given her to bind the 3 unconscious students together, pursing her lips slightly before shrugging to herself, secreting a slick, pale gray acid from her feet and gliding on it. The others were dragged along easily, and Mina cheered in her small victory, joining Hagakure as a ground unit that was fiercely watched over by Yamamoto. This process was repeated several times over, with some small groups being outright taken out at first contact. They just needed 2 more hostages and they were home free. Then, Jur heard a group of 4 students. It was less of a group of 4 as 2 teams of 2 fighting, but close enough. Izuku let the others tag out the 7 hostages, now shoulder to shoulder with only Toshi. He shot his boyfriend a grin from under his mask, before leaping into the fray. A boy with a wind quirk raged against a team of 2, as his friend stood a bit behind, blasting back the other team with spouts of water. Izuku grinned victoriously, pointing him out, and Toshi snuck towards him. Izuku, on the other hand, went straight for the boy with the magma quirk the wind boy was fighting, and took careful aim. Pop 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 bleat. Bleat. Izuku's vest lit up green at the same time Toshi's did, and he gave a mocking bow to the 2 stunned students who had paused to see who had taken out their teammates. The wind boy quickly blasted out the last remaining boy, his vest lighting up green, and then grinned at Izuku. "I'm Yorashi Inasa, of Shiketsu Academy for Heroics. Please, I must know your names." Toshi slid over easily, pulling off his mask and offering the wind boy a smirk. "Mindfuck, this is my boyfriend Nix. Is that your hero name?" Yorashi asked them excitedly, and Izuku suppressed a sigh before nodding. "Do you have a real name?" There was a long silence before Yorashi's face darkened. "It's not hero-like to ignore someone, Nix-kun." A dark chill went down Izuku's spine, a dark, choking feeling crawling up his throat. His arms itchy with pain, the sounds of Fumikage and Shiratoko begging him to just scream, "Let them take it, shove off, man," Toshi bit. "He's mute, and he doesn't share his name with the latest weirdo that asks neither do I. We're going underground, so it shouldn't matter what our names are." Yorashi's face went slack, before he turned bright red and gave them a 90-degree bow. "I am truly sorry. I will not press." Toshi took Izuku's hand, and he blinked, grounding himself back in reality and glancing at his hands. "When did he start scratching?" "Todoroki. You're being obstinate." "Stay out of it," Hitoshi growled under his breath. "Are you trying to make everyone fail?" No, the tendrils of Hitoshi's quirk snared the half-and-half teen's mind, and Hitoshi grit his teeth under the strain of holding both him and the wind boy. "Stop fighting." When he released them, both stood stock still, staring at Hitoshi, before he huffed and turned on his heel, running back to Zuku. Zuku had a child on his back and another clinging to his leg, a woman leaning heavily on his shoulder. With one hand, he typed out a message that Siri was relaying, and with the other he splinted the woman's broken leg. "Ashido, melt the rubble enough to dislodge it, and Uraraka float it as soon as you can," the robotic cat instructed, her tail flicking as the 2 girls worked to lift a fallen roof off of a man. "Shinso, shield Yayorozu." Shinso hurried to Yamamoto, throwing out his cloak so the girl could strip off her shirt and keep making whatever it was she was working on. "Jairu, how much longer can you use your sound waves?" "Almost indefinitely," the punk replied, not tearing her eyes from the crowd of villains around Gang Orca, the main villain, which were being knocked off balance by her heartbeat as other students from varying schools, most commonly Yui, Hitoshi noted, proudly attempted to battle Gang Orca. Hitoshi spotted a floating lightning rod beating the sheet out of a throng of confused villains, probably Hagakure, while Tokoyami, Tsu and Dark Shadow ferried civilians to the safe zone. Their rhythm had been violently disturbed by Todoroki and Yorashi's pettiness, so Hitoshi was assigned to both defending the group and keeping an eye on them. This was the 3rd time he'd had to break them up. Finally, Yamamoto put her shirt back on and hefted the thing she had created onto her back. Izuku tossed her a few granola bars without looking up from the woman, now being gently taken by Tsu, and the girl practically inhaled them before rolling her shoulders. "Ready, Izuku?" she called. Mina and Uraraka hurried the man over to the safe zone, and Tokoyami and Dark Shadow took the kids over, and the 9 of them grouped up Hagakure having raced over. "Everyone prepared?" Hitoshi asked. Shoyuda honestly wasn't surprised his kid came up with a plan to use a goddamn flamethrower. He had been at a loss, at first, as to what they were doing. Of course, civilians were always the priority, but aside from Hagakure and occasionally Shinso, they never fought Gang Orca or his band of villains. Then, Yaoyorozu had a flamethrower and they were cutting their way through the villains to Gang Orca, making him surrender in only minutes, between constant heat applied by the flamethrower and the barrage of attacks from the other 8 students. When Gang Orca surrendered, it took all of 10 minutes to find the rest of the civilians, and now Izuku and Shinso both looked to him, incredibly self-satisfied grins on their faces. "I'm not condoning using a flamethrower on villains," he muttered at his personal students, and the grins just spread wider. "Stop being proud of yourselves. You're all awful." "You love us, Sensei," Shinso teased, swinging his hero uniform case at Izuku's, resulting in a metallic clank that set Shuta's teeth on edge. "No, I don't," he hissed back, herding them along. They were already back at the dorms, all the Yui students but Todoroki and Toga. She couldn't take the test, now proud owners of their own provisional hero licenses. Currently, they were in the Izayamada apartment, a rather smug Shinso Hitoshi refusing to leave. "And if you're going to make out, go somewhere else." Shinso went bright red, and Izuku cackled at his boyfriend's horrified face. Shoyuda crossed his arms over his chest, tilting his head slightly. Eventually, he broke the silence with a sigh. "Good job on the licenses, but there's only so much SXL tension I can take. Either Shinso leaves or you both find somewhere else to F-dash." Izuku just laughed harder, practically doubling over and leaning heavily on what appeared to be a mentally broken Shinso. Eventually, he gathered himself enough to gasp out a single word. "Dadzawa." The pause. "Get the F out of my house." 1637//////BSDRDS of Yui Loki. Have you ever regretted being born D&D cleric? Every day, dearie Chernobyl, eyes, D&D cleric, eyes but faster, screm. Kyo's dealt with like 50 years of teenage bullshittery, have her back by 5. Yeah, and she sees you brats often enough, have her back by 5. Okay, who changed my username? Am not planning on just talking, screm. Oh my Cammy Chernobyl. I'm going to die and it will have been your fault. Chernobyl. Izuku, I am crying. Loki, bold of you to assume that I know who did this. Ntai has come off idle. Ntai. I was just gonna watch, but then one of you changed my name to Ntai. It was Maijima and I'm gonna hurt him. He promised he would stop calling me Ntai, have her back by 5. Jazz music stops. Loki, father. Have her back by 5. Stop calling me that, screm. What do you mean stop? Loki, don't be so full of yourself, Dad. Loki, Maijima is grandfather, screm, Dad. Boom. Has come off idle. Boom. It seems we've been bamboozled, oh worm. I don't recall picking this nickname and I didn't change Emajiki's. Loki changed have her back by 5's nickname to Duolingo. Duolingo, size Ntai. This is the worst possible timeline. Loki has changed Ntai's nickname to Mirio Eater. Boom. Izuku Loki. / Loki has changed Miro Eater's nickname to Huivarentiwaddle practice. Begone T has come off idle. Begone you, worm. Duolingo. Izuku, you did this to yourself. Loki. Wow, that's cursed. Loki. Never thought I'd be threatened by the Duolingo owl. Begone T. Oh my Cam, you know what that sheet reminds me of? Begone T. The old fucksing Zootopia Apton memes. Screm. Nemuri no Loki. Fucksing Begone T. Shut. Begone T has changed Huivarentiwaddle practice's nickname to A Will Survive. It will survive. This is why mom left Loki. Haha, check it, this kid has a mom. Begone T. XD, what a nerd. XD, Loki has kicked Begone T from the chat. Loki, you come into my house. Loki, you used 2012 Tumblr girl text Chernobyl. It was for the best. Loki, anyway Dadzawa, can I come home yet? Loki, one more like one annoying Duolingo. Depends, are you gonna have AC if I make you stay low-key? TBH, it's tempting, so that's a solid, maybe Chernobyl. I didn't need to know that, my dude. Loki, get over yourself. I know for an absolute fact you sneak Aria in at night. Chernobyl. I trusted you. Biganti has joined the chat. Biganti, I've paid for $1 million budget movies less entertaining than this screm. Why aren't you online more often then? It's literally always like this. Loki, she's busy texting. Joke these days. Duolingo. Eyes. Biganti, eyes but faster. Duolingo, will you never call me that FNG nickname again? Loki, Dadzawa. Duolingo, you can stay over there and perish. Toga Himiko has joined the chat. Toga Himiko, Fien added me. Toga Himiko, Aizu, are you deadass still a version? Dien get that deep. Loki, HELLYH. Duolingo, don't encourage him. Toga Himiko, I'm encouraging him. Loki, she deserves a god's name. Loki has changed Toga Himiko's nickname to Hell. Hell, am I worthy? Loki, my child, you were always worthy. Hell, I weep. Hell, get that deed, my dude. Biganti, wait, have they had the shovel talk? Duolingo, not from me. Loki, CA Toshi's dad is a doctor, he gets it like 3 times a week. Duolingo at D&D cleric, do it for me. D&D cleric. No. Duolingo, hell at Edward Izawa said the bad F word. Edward has come off idle. Edward, I literally do not care. Loki at Edward, make Dadzawa shut up. I can see him typing. Edward, if I knew how I would have done it years ago. Biganti, ha. Loki, I'm disrupting your class for bringing this upon me. Biganti, okay, fair. Biganti, wait, hang on. Duolingo doesn't fit our Catman V well, does it? Loki, no, not really. Hang on. Loki, you know Microsoft Word and Excel and stuff. Biganti, yeah. Loki has changed Duolingo's nickname to Microsoft Expelled. Screm, Izuku, you're going to kill me. Loki has changed Screm's name to Cockatiel. Cockatiel, if I die I will die happy. Microsoft Expelled. Practice safety. Loki, that was a lot of typing for the equivalent of use a condom. Microsoft Expelled. Do you want to give Shinso's little sister the shovel talk? Loki, fair. Loki, this has been fun, but like I seriously wonder why y'all assume I'm gonna get deets tonight. Microsoft Expelled. We've all been teenagers. Cockatiel, cheers, I'll drink to that, bro. Loki, Sithwai Kaminari is really annoying. Yamadad, make Dadzawa let me come home. Cockatiel, gasp. Cockatiel, I am Yamadad's. Loki, Yamadad. Loki, Dad. Mike. Biganti, what, how come he gets a dad role? Loki, he's legally one of my father's aunt. Nem. Biganti, Yubelfchksand. Biganti has added Ida Tensei to the chat. Ida Tensei, what is this? Oh whoa. Biganti, say I'm an aunt. Loki, yo, can I please come in? Ida Tensei, what's going on? Edward, Izawa wants his kid to sleep with his boyfriend. Ida Tensei, shoulda has a kid. Microsoft Expelled, legally yes. Microsoft Expelled, biologically no. Loki, Yamadad, open the window. Cockatiel, OF has come off idle. Beef, long story short, Ida, Loki was a ward, but his mother was going to fight for custody. Izawa was his mentor and legally adopted him so that he wouldn't have to be given back to his mother. Ida Tensei, but I wasn't told. Ida Tensei, I'm scooting this shitty wheelchair as fast as I can to Yui, but at this pace it'll be there by morning. Loki, home base. Mot half, you can't keep me out. Microsoft Expelled, Dimon, I tried. Ida Tensei, Shoyuda, how could you not tell me about your child? Microsoft Expelled, TBH, like 2 people outside of this chat know about the adoption. It's not personal. Microsoft Expelled, it was mostly a logical decision to keep Loki out of an abusive home. Ida Tensei, okay fine. Loki has changed Ida Tensei's nickname to Scoot Motherfuckers. Scoot Motherfucker, im touched. Loki, I have Dadzawa, Yamadad, Grandfather Maijima, Aunt Nem, Aunt Mihoko, Uncle Hajime, Aunt Mitsuki, Uncle Masaru, and now F in Uncle Tensei. Scoot Motherfucker, Shoyuda, you're forgiven. Im in Uncle. Microsoft Expelled, don't you hate the Bakugas? Loki, Uncle Masaru and Aunt Mitsuki were the most supportive PPL in my life when I was growing up. Scoot Motherfuckers, Bakugas. Like the kid that got second in the sports festival. Microsoft Expelled, Tensei, please don't bring him up. Loki, oh my Kami. Loki, oh my Kami. Microsoft Expelled, Izuku, where are you? Don't panic, you're fine. Loki, that's not the Fu King problem. Loki, Aunt Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru could be in danger. Scoot Motherfucker, Oh my Cammy, I'm so sorry, I didn't know it was a touchy subject. I'm scooting faster, Microsoft expelled. I'm calling Shinso over. We'll get them on Skype. Transcript shuffling in background, screen dark on both sides. Cameras turn on. Mitsuki. Oh my Cammy, Izu, you're okay? Izuku nods, teary-eyed. Masaru, shuffling, clears throat. I'm so sorry. Hitoshi translates what Izuku is signing. Hitoshi/Izuku, it wasn't your fault. Mitsuki, that brat he vanished one day, and me and Masaru were so scared because we couldn't contact you, and then with the kidnapping Masaru, we thought you were dead. Mitsuki, I'm just Izuku your mother? I'm so sorry we couldn't protect you. Hitoshi/Izuku, I don't want you to protect me, I want you to protect yourselves. Long silence. Hitoshi/Izuku, with Kaken, that's Katsuki. With Katsuki out on the loose, you might be in danger. Masaru, we'll keep looking over our shoulders. I promise. Mitsuki, should probably find something else to talk about. How's heroics? SQR Hitoshi/Izuku, me and Hitoshi, that's me, got into 1A. I take lessons with 1F during extracurricular bell, though. All Might's a pretty awful teacher, and Aizawa threatens to expel someone every other day. OFF camera, I don't. Hitoshi, you do. Izuku nods. Mitsuki, Aizawa, I assume. Hitoshi, yeah, he's one as homeroom teacher and stuff. Masaru, it's getting late, shouldn't you be in bed? Hitoshi/Izuku, yeah, bye. Mitsuki, visit sometime, brat. Bye. Colin. 1:32 / class 1 IE trauma, but designer. I'm here and ready to party trauma but designer. Hey, if I mix coffee 5-hour energy monster and caffeine pills, would I be able to finish Kiyama's art essay by Don BC Asua is SLV driver who wants me up with the sun to get my butt kicked before homeroom mad banquet. Alas, you'll probably end up killing yourself in all likelihood as your heart overpalpitates until it stills in your chest. Trauma but designer, neat 219 whipped. Zukino mad banquet, you're about 47 minutes too late whipped. Zuku, are you alive? Talk to me. Trauma but designer, goodness Alvi and D, I can eat time jackknives. Please tell me it's working because I need a swig of that sheet. I need to peer edit Kaminari's English essay by second bell, and Eve been up all night crying about his stupidity. Trauma but designer, on me why trauma but designer. Soon as Sim gone W this per mad banquet. Should I go stop him or? Whipped, at this point. Whipped, just let it happen. 3:48 3D printer. I just heard glass breaking from Kyuka's room. Martian Manhunter, oh my Cammy, what's going on? Is Kyuka okay? Jackknives, guys, I'm okay. Izuku was dropping off my elixir and he didn't see that the window was closed. 3D printer, Izuku, are you alright? Jackknives, he passed right TF out after giving me the good sheet, so I'm letting him use my bed. I'm not sleeping tonight anyway. Martian Manhunter, phew, now May won't want me dead for neglecting her bestie. Lurker, may you say? Martian Manhunter has gone idle. Lurker, eyes, 6:31 Lurker at everyone early morning thought of the day. Are you a top or a bottom? Whipped, what a way to wake up. Trauma but designer, he's the bottom Denki. While Midoriya's really out here selling Shinso out flex tape, can he fix that? Denki subtops. Trauma but designer, you were saying Kaminari. Whipped, Zuku, we haven't fed. How would you come to that conclusion? Trauma but designer, Vietnam flashbacks to the hike. Lurker, this is incredible to watch. What hike? Martian Manhunter, what do you mean Shinzuku haven't fed? Trauma but designer, not everyone wants to pop their cherry at the first chance. Mina. Trauma but designer, anyway you have no room to talk. Trauma but designer, you haven't even confessed to Mimi. 3D printer, Cammy, the tea is so fang hot today. Lurker, MOMO, Buffy the Vampire Lesbian, but is May a top or bottom? Trauma but designer, she's an ace. Buffy the Vampire Lesbian, makes sense. 1547 Lurker, okay, so you guys all know how Aizawa hides all his sheet under his scarfy thing. Trauma but designer, capture weapon but go off IG. 3D printer, yeah. Lurker, so in foundational heroics today when we were going over patrols and stuff, Todoroki did a stupid again, so Aizawa had to restrain him, but guess what I saw? Lurker, a wedding band on a chain. Around his neck. Icy hot pain, sensei is married. Flex tape, can he fix that? More importantly, someone married sensei? Trauma but designer, that's cold zero trauma but designer, almost as cold as the look sensei's gonna give you when I send him this screenshot. Flex tape, can he fix that? You want 1616 whipped. Update. He did trauma but designer. Jokes on him, I got extra credit for being a snitch. 16:31////BSRDS of Yui Loki. I just realized Aunt Mitsuki still thinks him straight Loki, and my mom never knew Loki, and Kaken Loki, and Uncle Musser Loki, and my dad Loki. Wow, I'm not out to like anyone from back then, huh? Loki, and a welcome to the reimagining of Bo Burnham's. My whole family thinks him Gange as interpreted by Aizawa Izuku Loki. My whole ex-family thinks him straight cockatiel. You know, I wasn't gonna check who was spamming this, but I'm very pleased that I did. Oh worm. Izuku, you're going to give me a heart attack. Loki. The weak perish in this new world order. Loki. Adapt or die. Worm. Microsoft expelled. Improvise. But overcome hell. He gets it. Hitoshi was, unfortunately, head over heels for Aizawa Izuku. The shorter boy did things to his heart and head that made him wonder if he was the one with the brainwashing quirk, and Hitoshi was quirkless, drowning under the waves that were purely Izuku. He could remember everything about Zuku, if he tried. How he tasted like woodfire and mint, smoky and fresh and woodsy, nature itself invading his senses as Hitoshi bowed to his kisses, his lips chapped and rough and intense and perfect. How his hands were narrow and calloused and cold, grounding him in reality when his head was in the clouds. His hair, soft and curly and long and dark, so easy to manipulate yet absolutely untamable, refusing to ever be neat. How deep and devoted his eyes were, those crystalline jungles tearing him to shreds, and he would say thank you as he got lost in them forever. Hitoshi used to be friendless, alone in a crowded place, an outcast among the elite. Then Zuku and Mei barreled into his life with the force of a hurricane, bringing him into their world where he wasn't so lonely, found companions in their classmates and a kindred spirit in the black-haired boy. Hitoshi loved Aizawa Izuku, and he remembered how it felt when he was ripped away, again and again. When he pitched off the roof, his face bloodied and eyes terrified. When he lay in the hospital bed, no one certain if he would ever wake up. When he shoved Hitoshi away, his body vanished in a flash and replaced by an orb that was taken by villains. When he stood over the corpse of Shigaraki Tamura, eyes wild with a deadly promise as he stared at Bakugo Katsuki, and Hitoshi wondered if the man he loved was even still there. All he could do now, though, was curl his body around the sleeping form of his boyfriend, face still flushed from the night before, and bury his face in his boyfriend's hair. Please don't leave me. 7:34// Class 1 Ienium. Has anyone seen at Chaos Incarnate and at Sleep? Chaos Incarnate. Of course, Psychnowimism. Piangenium. Class is in 1 hour, Midoriya-kun. We will be dispatched to our first day of official internships as soon as class starts, so we may familiarize ourselves with it. Are you prepared yet? Chaos Incarnate. I'm gonna give a hard no to that one, Yum. Please come to the common room with utmost haste. We are having a class meeting before we depart. Chaos Incarnate. Trust me, buddy, you don't want to see me and Toshi before we're dressed. Nyum. Are you still in your sleepwear? Sip. Humst has come off idle. Sip. Humst. You could say that. Nyum. What do you mean? Sip. Humst. Sweats Urara has come off idle. Urara. Tenya there naked sweetie. Nyum. Chaos Incarnate. Take your time. Nyum. Sleep. Humst at Mamapedia, can I borrow some? Concealer. Mamapedia has come off idle. Mamapedia. Sure, what shade? Sleep. Humst. Ivory and suburban mom white. Chaos Incarnate. Wow, rude. Mamapedia. I'll be there soon. Chaos Incarnate. That's not good. 20:32// sneaks sneakily. Eraserhead. Check in. Mindfuck. All quiet here. This place is boring. Eraserhead. Shinso, that is a good thing. You two aren't well trained enough to take on villains by yourself. Eraserhead. Are you still in your spot? Mindfuck. If you mean crammed underneath a dumpster while you get to sit in a window on the other side of the street. Yes. Eraserhead. Why hasn't Izuku checked in? Mindfuck. Goddamn it, not this sheet again. Can I check on him? Eraserhead. No, just wait a few minutes. Mindfuck. Incredible, with his track record he's probably getting stabbed right now. Mindfuck. Why was it a good idea to let him do a patrol around the block? Eraserhead, honestly. Not certain Nix, I am alive. Everything is completely and perfectly fine. Eraserhead, mindfuck. He only uses proper syntax when something is wrong. What did you do, Eraserhead? Problem child, what have you done? Nix, is it technically kidnapping if I am 100% certain that the dude claiming to be her dad was definitely not her dad and she was begging me for help? Eraserhead, you're shitting me. Nix, her name is Arie and I think I might have accidentally knocked the man out with a rusty pipe. Nix, my hand slipped and he may or may not have ended up locked in the dumpster. Mindfuck. Izuku, what the F dash? Nix, in my defense he had a gun and a mask. Eraserhead, come back to us, we're headed to Yui now. Eraserhead, Kami above, why do you have to make my life so effing difficult? Arie was scared. She was scared of the Birdman, she hated him, so she ran. And now a boy had wrapped her up in his black cloak after stuffing him into a trash box and saying nice things, promising he can help her, and he typed on his phone. He took her to another boy and a man. The first boy called himself Nix and the second Mindfuck, and the man was Eraserhead. They were heroes. They picked her up and took her to their school where the boys were being taught to be heroes, and now an old woman was carefully replacing her bandages as Nix sat with her, his arm over her shoulders gently and comfortingly. She clung to him, and he said gentle words to her. He said over and over that she was safe, and she didn't have to be hurt anymore. I'm sick, she whispered. Quirks are sick. They're not, he assured her with a hoarse voice. A lot of people are sick a lot, but quirks are normal. They're like extra hands, and they help the people they belong to. But Chisaki says quirks are sick things. We're supposed to cure them. Nix stiffened and she flinched, preparing for a blow, but he carted his fingers through her hair. You're not sick. Chisaki's one mean man if he thinks that. You're perfect the way you are, Ericon. Hill. As I'm sure you've noticed, my updates have been few and far between recently. As someone who prides myself on updating quickly, I'm really sorry about that. I know I don't owe anyone an explanation, and a big thank you to my Discord for being hella supportive of me and making sure I knew that. But this is mostly for me, so I know you guys are updated and not left in the dark about this. I use my writing as a coping mechanism for my anxiety. It's a lot easier for me to transfer my problems into writing and make other people feel a bit better about themselves with some jokes and assurances that it will get better. Even if I'm constantly hurting my sons. I'm going to see this story through. I've never had a story idea that went this deep or was as important to me, and I want you guys to know that. I love this story as much as you do and more, because it's like having a child. A child that doesn't scream and sheet itself. I started my second semester of school around the time my FIC started slowing down, which is unfortunately around the time I stopped really knowing how the canon plot went AK post-stain arc, but I've managed to muddle through until I got stuck around the licensing exam because I had literally no idea what actually happened. My second semester, as expected, has not been going great. Hot tip, chemistry is literally awful, and being too socially stunted to ask for help is worse. Between trying to not fail two classes, catch up on late work for another, yeeting canon out the window and the family issues that come with parents that expect me to make honor roll, I'm also trying to write my D&D campaign, deal with emotions, and also be a decent girlfriend. So, that's been my life. If anybody has a link to a website I can read the Shy Hisaikai Raid arc and beyond in the manga or at least provides a detailed summary, please share because I am struggling. To keep you guys entertained while I'm stuck on writing, I'll be sharing something I'm gonna call the interludes, songs and musicals that take a step away from the main plot to address other things. The interludes will have corresponding songs, like the main story does, but with musical songs instead to keep them separated. They are all taking place in the BNHA universe, not always in the Ripples AU, but none of them are canon in Ripples. This is just my way of dumping some ideas out a window while I try to sort things out. The interludes will be moved to a separate story when I'm back on track with Ripples and will have a separate Spotify playlist. That, or I'll put little snippets from the interludes in one chapter simply titled The Interludes of Ripples and link the full interlude storybook. Who knows? I certainly don't. The first interlude is below. Just for reference, it's pretty likely none of these are connected, and if they are, they might have their own plotline, and if people like those enough they might even be a story. Again, I don't know what I'm doing. The goal for the interludes is for them to be about 1K words in the preview, and hopefully 10K plus for the full. Remember, everyone, the most important thing will always be your mental and physical health, and I am doing this so I won't completely burn out and leave this story behind, which is the last thing I want to do. Much love, Silver Leopard 86, also known as Local Disaster Lesbian, Mom Night but Butch, God, Author-chan, or whatever else you know me as. I rewrite the stars, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Those words echoed around the dirty space that seemed more like a prison cell than a child's bedroom. It was a chant, a mantra, repeated over and over again. A boy, still in bloodied clothes too big for him. A girl, clutching him and tears streaming down her face. The boy's face was blank with a mixture of shock and confusion, like he was trying to remember something that was just out of reach. The girl was the one speaking, her tiny voice barely carrying in the small room that served as her prison. Arie was wretched, halfway to tearing her own silvery hair out and unable to do anything but apologize to the person who had no idea what she'd done. Izuku was confused. The last thing he remembered was, well, he's a bit foggy on that part actually, but he's sure his name is Midoriya Izuku and his best friend is Kaken and he isn't supposed to be here. The door slid open, and Izuku felt a tremor run through his body. The man in the doorway didn't look nice. He had mean yellow eyes and a beak mask, and it reminded him of the plague doctors, and that was scary. So, you're awake, he said, crouching down to Izuku's eye level. Izuku instinctively pushed Arie behind him, holding out his arms. The look in his eyes was the kind that Kaken got when he was being mean, and it was better for him to be mean to Izuku than this girl. Who are you? The man inclined his head. I am Chisaki Kai. What's your name? Midoriya Izuku, he managed, still not budging. His arms were tired already. What was happening? How old are you? Izuku visibly tensed at the question, but answered anyway. 6, see Chisaki-san. What Izuku didn't know was that Chisaki Kai knew that the hero in training Deku was quirkless in his childhood, not even a quirk factor. The fact that he had developed a quirk was a literal miracle, but Chisaki figured it must have been all for one. The old man had been rather interested in the student. A cruel smile, hidden under the mask, split Chisaki's face. Yes, this quirkless boy would certainly do for his research. I'm terribly sorry to be the one to tell you this, Izuku, but you were in a big accident. Aizawa Shoyuda was a calm, collected man. He had a loud, scatterbrained husband and a class of reckless teenagers, but he was rational. Ordered his thoughts. Kept a straight face and strict demeanor. That being said, Shoyuda was absolutely not calm at the moment. Everything had gone rapidly downhill since the start of the planning for the raid on the 8 precepts of death. First, Midoriya and Tagata ran into Arie and overhaul on Midoriya's first patrol, which only reinforced Shuda's theory that the hero student had some sort of secondary bad luck quirk. Then they all met up to discuss plans. And not even 24 hours after that meeting, he gets the call from Nedzu, who got a call from the police. Someone had broken into the Midoriya household and killed Midoriya Inko. Midoriya Izuku was nowhere to be found. The raid was delayed by months in a desperate scramble to find the intern, who had vital information and might have been abducted to be interrogated. So the entire plan had to be thrown out just in case, all the while Shoyuda and the rest of 1A waited in what felt like some suspended reality, hoping that maybe, just maybe, someone would find the class Sunshine Child. Then Shinso vanished, leaving the campus to visit his family, and nobody had ever seen him again. The only theory Shoyuda had was that Midoriya wouldn't talk, so they saw Shinso's quirk brainwashing and assumed that they could use him to make the green-haired student break. Even Night Eye was at a loss, having looked into Midoriya's future and having seen nothing like vanishing off the face of the earth in it. The informant hero proposed they held Midoriya and Shinso's funeral before the raid, and Shoyuda broke his nose. He refused to believe his problem children were dead. And it all paid off for this one moment. Shoyuda was at the tail end of the initial assault, meant to sneak into the Yakuza's base and sweep the area for Arie before they could order themselves and spirit her away again. He peered into the room, trying to see through the thick darkness. The smell of copper sat heavily in the air, and he felt his stomach churn. Still, Shoyuda pushed the door open slowly, capture weapon ready. He almost left, thinking it was empty, until he heard soft breathing. That's when he noticed the soft glow, muffled by fabric, and the tiny CLNK of metal links. Arie, he called softly. There was no reply. My name is Aizawa Shoyuda. Shoyuda continued anyway. I'm here to rescue you. He heard a small gasp, then shuffling of sheets. The glow dimmed, but persisted, and no longer muffled. Shoyuda stepped out of the doorframe, letting light into the room, and saw with a sinking heart not one, but 3 small children huddled under a rickety bed. The girl squeezed between the 2 boys was clearly Arie's silvery but ragged long hair, a horn sprouting from her forehead. The boy to her right was pressed into the shadows, the only things distinguishable being indigo eyes and a muzzle over his face. The third was peeking out, his gaze wary but utterly relieved. Cherry-red eyes were set into the pale, gaunt face of a dark-haired child, but Shuda's own face snapped to other, more defining features. The spray of freckles over his face, the darker freckles almost seeming to shape diamonds on each cheek. The defiant glint in his eyes. The analytical stare that made him feel pinned to the wall as the child regarded him carefully, assessing if he was one of the good or bad guys. The colors were different, but he knew his kid. Midoriya. I might have lied when I said that I was making the interludes one-shots or short stories. They're more or less scattered story ideas that haven't formed enough to be real fics that I've worked on a bit, and the things I've shared Rewrite the Stars are small sketches of an actual idea condensed into about 1K words. When I end up publishing the actual interludes, I might make them separate side fics that I'll work on for fun, less frequently than Love Tap, probably. And they'll likely be under a series called Wingbeat of a Butterfly rather than the interludes. So, I just wanted to add that. Ciao, silver to no good deed. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Hold it. Focus. A hero walked the streets, alone with his thoughts. His life was coming to a close, but he thought he had a legacy. How naive of him, to think anything would last. One bullet, one shot from a gun, ended everything. One moment in a life full of them that shattered 1,000 hopes and dreams. Breathe out. Nudge to the right. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Told. A villain sat in a bar, dragging a twitching finger around the rim of a glass. His chapped lips were curled into a deep frown, lost in thought as he considered what had happened. It wasn't supposed to end up like that. That Deku, his archenemy, his plaything, wasn't supposed to try and save that Arie brat. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Told. The sound of a gunshot split through the chaos. Chisaki Kai's plague mask was ajar on his face, knocked loose by the fighting. Behind it was revealed a manic smile, frozen in place. Those who were there could swear time moved at a crawl for a few seconds as a second gunshot, only heartbeats after the first though it felt like hours, rang out. Those who were watching could swear they saw the first bullet brass, long and narrow, go straight into the Yakuza's left eye, gold meeting gold before the point pierced it, and BLD flew from the sudden impact in a crimson explosion. The second bullet was no less accurate, blasting out his other eye in a twin spray of gore. Chisaki Kai's face was frozen in a cruel smile as his body tumbled backwards, dead. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. It seemed ludicrous that anyone could have snuck into the Shai Hasaikai base with the heroes. Impossible. But one by one, eyes turned to where the gunshot had come from. A ruined wall, caved in during the fighting. Or so they thought. Maybe it was a bomb, and it probably was, now that the gathered realized. On the other side of the wall, a figure stood. Aizawa Shoyuda, who had his eyes on the child called Arie, turned his gaze in shock to the silhouette, as did all the students in the crowd. The villains were frozen in place as the heroes arrested them, but all those from Yui were frozen themselves, eyes on the figure. A pair of green eyes glared from the darkness, unapologetic and flinty. The coldness in them disturbed the students and Aizawa himself, as they had always been warm and kind. Midoriya Izuku expertly unloaded a sniper rifle, flicking on the safety as he tucked the ammo into a jacket pocket. He slung it over his shoulder, rolling his shoulders. Aizawa found himself approaching the boy. Provisional hero license? The card came up and the boy's voice was flat. In moments of crisis, I am licensed to use force to end conflict. That's not what I was going to say, Aizawa said softly, his chest aching. We thought you were dead, Midoriya. Tagata saw you take that bullet. By the time he got an ambulance, you were gone. The green-haired student stared back at his teacher. Then he smiled, his eyes utterly devoid of emotion, and tugged down the collar of his hoodie. On the upper left side of his chest was an ugly scar, practically ripped across his chest, like someone had to tear him open to retrieve something from within. Aizawa's stomach lurched. If it was a centimeter lower, I would be, he said, voice flat and cold. Doesn't matter though. I'd be just as useless if I were a corpse. Aizawa felt like his feet were stuck to the ground as his student turned, gun strapped to his back like it belonged there. From his pocket, Midoriya produced a single bullet. It was silver and sharpened to a deadly point. Aizawa's heart went cold as the student tossed it to him almost carelessly. Probably Midoriya's BLD coated the entire thing. But what caught his attention immediately was the vial embedded in the bullet. The glass was shattered, and BLD coated in inside and outside of that. But he recognized it was the same as the bullet Chisaki had just used on Tagata. The same as the ones the police force was studying. Quirk-destroying drugged bullets. He looked up, but Midoriya was already gone, vanished into the sewer tunnels. He'd never know how ironic it was, really, that the monster who acquainted a quirkless boy with the man who would make him powerful came from the sewers, and it was those sewers that greeted that same boy, quirkless again, as he left behind whatever power he had left. Shoyuta saw Midoriya again, months later. He was walking into his apartment on campus, Arie in tow. She had a toy in hand, one that Shoyuta had no idea how she got. It was a Nerf gun, and though it definitely distressed Shoyuta that she had it, she liked it. Arie's head shot up as she came in the apartment, eyes darting around like she sensed something. Then she squealed. As in, so delighted that cohesive words didn't suffice. Shoyuta looked up just in time to watch her barrel past him and into the legs of one Midoriya Izuku. A small smile appeared on his face as he kneeled down to embrace the child, not looking at Shoyuta. Arie chattered cheerfully, her eyes alight with joy as she clutched the former hero student. Little tidbits about Class 1A, stories about games she played. Finally, Midoriya looked up and met Shuta's eyes. Arie, how about you go do some target practice, huh? I put a target at the end of the hall and got you some sticky darts. Arie squealed again and streaked down the hall. There was a long pause as the two regarded each other, the silence pressing harshly down on them. You were the one that got her into guns, Shoyuta observed. Midoriya's dull eyes gained a glint of amusement that vanished just as quickly. I liked Nerf when I was a brat. How did you even get in? Card was never deactivated, he said casually, holding up his old student ID still technically valid until the end of the school year. Another pause. Why did you run, Midoriya? Shoyuta noticed the differences in Midoriya's physique. His hair had grown out, now drifting at his shoulders and revealing that his hair was black aside from highlights of dark green at the tips. His eyes seemed to have more of a toxic hue than the soft emerald they had before. I'm not like Mirio, he said eventually, eyes sliding to the window that overlooked the training field. Familiar flashes of red and orange noted the presence of Bakugo Katsuki there. I'm nothing like Mirio. What does Mirio? He was the one that covered for me whenever I broke in. That pulled Shoyuta up short. The rule-following kid hadn't reported seeing, even interacting with a missing child. He stared at Midoriya, disbelieving. He's okay with being quirkless, Midoriya sighed. Well, maybe not entirely, but he's coping pretty well. I made contact with him to make sure he was okay. Being quirkless in this day and age fangs. The use of curses again startled Shoyuta, but he just sat heavily at the kitchen table and listened. Sensei, I grew up quirkless? And just when he thought the surprises were ending. My quirk was given to me. It was something of a sacred torch, if you want to think of it like that, stockpiling power as it was passed from person to person. All Might, he realized. Midoriya nodded once, then sighed. I had to build muscle mass until my body would be able to physically handle the quirk without all my limbs blowing off, Shoyuta flinched, and that's why I was so inexperienced. I hadn't been able to actually use my quirk until the entrance exam. I can't describe to you the kind of hell being quirkless is. I had exactly one person that tolerated me growing up, and that was my own mother, and she treated me like glass. Peers tormented me in every way, every chance they could. Before Yui, I can't remember going a day without getting a new bruise or nick. Teachers turned a blind eye to it at best, and blamed me for causing problems when I tried to get help. Even strangers on the street would look at me and say to each other, "Oh, that's the poor quirkless boy. His mother must struggle so much." Shoyuta had no idea what to say to that. He wanted to reach out, to help the boy, but he knew he needed to let Midoriya speak. That's why I had to disappear. When Mirio left to find help, Overhaul came back and dragged me to some back alleys so my body wouldn't be found or something. A stranger found me, had to rip open my chest a bit so the bullet wouldn't kill me if it shifted and pierced my heart, and I spent some time recuperating. I didn't come back because I needed to. I needed to think about my life from now on. And what's that, problem child? Midoriya lifted his head, toxic green eyes oddly focused. I'm not giving up anymore, sensei. I'm done with letting things happen. Shoyuta hummed to himself before giving the boy a sidelong glance. Nobody's touched your dorm room. Be up at dawn for drills. A faint smile appeared on the boy's face. Sensei. Red eyes flashed in the darkness, dangerous and hateful. A hand rested on his shoulder. A dull spike of pain followed as he smelled burning flesh. The smile in the darkness was feral, terrifying. The chains keeping him in the chair clanked noisily, tightening. He couldn't feel his hands from the numbness that flooded them. Tears of terror, tasting like shame and copper as it dripped into his mouth and mixed with his BLD, traced his cheeks. Kaken, please. He realized what he'd done only moments later as the chains released, and he was somehow in the corner of the room. Shiratoko was glaring at him hatefully. Her face was streaked with gore, the tears on her cheeks red with BLD, her delicate skin patterned with burns. Look at what you've done, Deku, she snarled, her yellow eyes full of fury and blaming him. Fumicage scream cut through the fog in his mind, and Deku looked and the tears came back at full force. His friend's feathers were smoking and charred, beak cracked and dripping. BLD Himiko's smile was pure white as her knives slashed deep into Fumicage's skin, drawing BLD and making her expression even more crazed. My fault, Izuku. He jerked upwards, a scream on his lips that he bit back, chest heaving in his silent terror. Dark gray eyes stared into his, and he focused on them. They were good. Kaken didn't have gray eyes. There was a long silence as he slowly began to register his surroundings. Shitsuji to his skin, soaked in cold sweat. His hair was half in his face, and he managed to brush it aside. Siri was in his lap, her eyes yellow-green with concern. Aizawa knelt in front of him, face stoic but eyes kind. Are you awake now? He asked. Izuku swallowed thickly before nodding. Just a nightmare. The door was slightly open, and Himiko had her head poked in, yellow cat eyes glossy with worry. Zu. He glanced over at her and smiled shakily. When she smiled back, the 4 silver fangs glinted in the low light back at him, and Izuku felt the last of the tension drain from his shoulders. Himiko trotted in, practically tossing herself onto the sheets, and began blabbering about the all-nighter she had just pulled to do her English work and eventually giving up and using Google Translate. Fumicage was the next to come through the door, shooting a confused look at Aizawa before making a weird nest out of Izuku's bed and copying Himiko's homework. Shiratoko showed up at some point. She gave the trio a lopsided grin as she took her place amongst the 3 teens, trading a notepad back and forth with Izuku as he gave her advice, as Shiratoko had problems with reading situations without her quirk. Things weren't good, not yet. But they were better. Incredible how only hours later, Izuku is soothing an abused child. What was he, an angst magnet? This was a lot of tragic backstory for one kid. So, maybe his life had kinda been in serious danger. That's normal enough. Arie, however, insisted that if that one weirdo with the tacky jacket so much as touched Izuku with his bare hands, he'd be a red smear on an alley wall. So, nothing new, considering Shigaraki. What was it with villains and touch-based quirks? He was starting to think Uraraka was gonna try to stab him or something. Speaking of Arie, after surprisingly little convincing, Izuku had a new little sister and a month of grounding, but he was gonna ignore that. Dadsuwa? Aizawa looked up with an annoyed expression, but Izuku knew he liked the nickname. Continuing in sign, he told him, "You need a break." "No kidding." Aizawa sighed in frustration. The entire class, just problem children. The moment anyone sets foot off campus, everything goes to hell. Tenji Night Eye contacted me. The guy you knocked out was Chisaki Kai, of the 8 Precepts of Death. Izuku inclined his head slightly. A Yakuza group that Night Eye Agency has been tracking. They've been getting more active, and Night Eye needs concrete proof of their crimes to act. You might have jeopardized that. Indignant, Izuku signed, "So I should have left Arie." "What? Hell no." His guardian scowled. "I'm just reminding you that even good actions have bad consequences, sheet, Modhav. He is the bad consequence." Izuku just sighed in reply, before turning slightly to view the sleeping Arie, who was curled on the couch. Yamada sat beside her, also out cold. It was way early in the morning, like 3 a.m., so of course the Aizawa males were awake. Adopted or not, Izuku certainly had his father's sleeping habits. "Izuku, can you go grab the class list?" Changing seats again. "Not really," Aizawa shrugged. "You can tell me what you notice about them. I heard you muttering in class when they fought Tagata." Recalling that disaster of a demonstration made Izuku frown, but he crept across the floor anyway. The class list was tucked under Izuku's math textbook, and he snagged it before heading back over to Aizawa. Hagakure needs to work on actual hand-to-hand fighting instead of relying on luck, he mumbled after awkwardly clearing his throat. "And I think Mimi already made her a new costume so she isn't naked the whole time." Todoroki relies too heavily on his ice and is far too hesitant to use his fire. I think his quirk is more of temperature control rather than creating ice or fire. That makes a lot of sense actually. "Half hot, half cold," Aizawa remarked. "It's pretty easily exploitable, though," Izuku frowned. "What he does is lower the temp enough to freeze the water molecules in the air, which in turn causes his own body to freeze. And he also makes the atoms so superheated they combust, making fire. So, if there were, say, a vacuum introduced, his quirk would be useless." The elder felt a slow smile spread across his face. "Not bad, problem child. I'll have to set up a training session between Todoroki and 13. Izuku found a small smile tracing across his features at the praise. The dark chill of guilt crept up his throat. Izuku knew about Endeavor's abuse, but hadn't spoken out. It was Todoroki's secret, but how long would it be before the boy was broken beyond repair, just like Izuku? Neither of them felt fate herself pressing down on their shoulders, bridled by a vengeful man missing his favored experiment. Neither of them felt that death was upon them, suffocating and ruthless. Neither of them saw the ice-cold gaze of the turncoat as they lifted a phone to their ear, staring up at the dark window where they knew their classmate resided. Neither of them heard their voice, distant and heartless as they spoke. "We have a problem." Neither of them knew. And both of them would pay the price. Arie was clutching Izuku's leg when the knock came. It resounded through the pseudo-apartment, and Aizawa frowned from where he was sitting on the couch. "I've got it," he mumbled, standing up and setting Arie in his arms. He sidled up to the door, trying to balance a 6-year-old as he pulled it open. "Hey, Todoroki!" Arie screamed. Aizawa was up and over in the blink of an eye, his own eyes wide with surprise. "Izuku, what's wrong? What happened?" Todoroki was staring at Izuku, and he took a few steps back, holding Arie close to his chest. The teen held a spike of ice in his hand, and his eyes were empty. He sneered. "Hand over the brat and nobody has to die." "What?" Shock set every nerve on fire. Mind control. Todoroki never acted like this. He was cold and distant, but he was Izuku's classmate. "What are you?" Izuku grunted in pain as the ice spike stabbed into his side, pulled away just as quickly. "Shut up and give her to me." "Izuku, get out of here." Aizawa shoved him harshly aside, kicking Todoroki solidly in the chest and slamming the door, locking it as quickly as possible. "Get Arie out." Ice, cold and sparkling, splintered the door apart. As Izuku broke the window, he saw far below a dark portal swirling open, people filing out of it one by one. On the fire escape, he ran, Aizawa right behind him and swearing to the high heavens. Neither of them knew where Yamada was. The class was beginning to trickle out in panic. The teachers were in disarray. A man with golden eyes and a plague mask stood before it all as Aizawa Izuku set Arie down behind him. His wound bled steadily, but he shifted, reaching for weapons that were not there. Distantly, he heard screaming as students clashed with villains and Nomu flew from the portal to battle heroes. Chisaki Kai stared at Izuku with a murderous glee in his eyes. "You are powerful. You have so much potential." "Yeah." He wheezed, trying to hide Arie behind his legs. "Yes," he agreed. "Come with me, little Deku. We can save the world together." With a flick of his hand, a villain beside him nodded, and a pillar of earth slammed into Izuku's side, sending him reeling. His lungs burned with the strain of holding himself up, but again, Izuku placed himself between Chisaki and Arie. "Don't you understand?" The Yakuza cried. "You are the cure. The hope for humanity." The world swam in and out of focus as the Yakuza walked closer and closer, his gloves nowhere to be seen. Izuku staggered, dizzy, but held his ground. "Go if yourself, you crazy bird beach." His world went white, and he couldn't even scream as his body was ripped apart, limbs separated and stitched together over and over again. "You could save the world, Deku." Izuku curled his lip in return. Iron was the biting flavor on his tongue, the suffocating scent in his nose. It dripped red and deadly from his raised skin. But with every drop he lost, his head cleared a bit more. His eyes focused. The world became that much more firmly in his grasp. Crimson is such a appealing, terrifying, familiar color. It decorated Izuku's body more often than he cared to admit. The school ground was a war zone. Students and teachers alike fought both villains and Nomu. The villains raged against the attacks thrown at them, fighting tooth and nail. General education and management students had barricaded the buildings, using their quirks and improvised weapons to stave off the encroaching villains. Support students darted in and out of the fray, explosions following closely behind as they took out dozens of the attackers. Heroic students and teachers fought on the front lines, trying to turn the tides of an uphill battle. Izuku had one duty in this war: protect Arie. The standoff was widely avoided by all others. The Yui staff and students kept them back to prevent Arie from being snatched, but it left Izuku wide open. Metal brushed his leg, and he reached down, stroking the robotic cat as her form twisted and shifted into a crossbow. With shaking hands, Izuku raised Siri to eye level. "What are you going to do?" Chisaki's golden eyes danced with a terrible glee. "Kill me. Like Shigaraki. Like muscular." "No." He pulled the trigger, and a blur of yellow rocketed from the crossbow, burying deep into Chisaki's sternum. Chisaki blinked. Then he laughed. "You think that will stop me?" Chisaki began to lumber forward, his eyes bright with madness, before he seized. His entire body locked up, spasming and twitching, and he cried out in agony. Around him, spires of earth shot from the ground, and Izuku barely dodged one that cut deep below his right eye and almost took it out. Nix. Arie was stumbling towards him, her silver-white hair drenched in blood. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw the dirt explode next to her. The world almost seemed to slow, the spike of rock and soil shooting towards the girl. His body moved before his mind did, and he blinked. Arie was shoved ungracefully to the ground, and Izuku found himself in her place. Fresh blood was sprayed across Arie's face and clothes, her ruby-red eyes wide with horror. From his chest sprouted stone painted red. It was a beautifully twisted sight, really. It lifted him in the air in a crude imitation of floating, dark red boots hovering inches above the grass. His emerald eyes wide and glassy, his mouth open midway through a scream, an expression warped in desperation. His arms, which had shoved Arie out of harm's way, fell to his sides limply. A single tear traced its way down his face. The battlefield had gone silent, shock registering among all. Nomu stopped in their tracks as they were called off. Students stared in abject terror. Yakuza crowded around their seizing leader, disappearing through a warp gate. And as the battlefield cleared, only a few people stood at the center of it all. One girl with bubblegum pink hair, her face devoid of any emotion but shock. Her arm was extended, as if to touch the arm of her friend, but another girl with black and yellow eyes held her back, tears angry her face. Two men, both realizing the mistakes they've made in reference to the boy. One boy with wild hair, fighting and clawing at the arms of a girl with a spiky ponytail, screams and pleas falling from his lips as he thrashed. A second boy, with a bird's head, hiding the face of the blood-stained child in his shirt, sobs shaking his body. The final figure reached up, and with the care of a parent, lifted the boy from the spire. Silent tears streaked down his face, shadowed by long hair as he cradled his son to his chest. Aizawa Izuku was dead. And the girl, dyed with the lifeblood of her brother, began to glow, her eyes burning brilliantly and horn extending, glowing a pure white as she screamed in grief, shoving away from the bird-headed boy and running to her brother, grabbing his hand desperately. The dark-haired man reached out, panic flitting across his features. A brilliant flash of light enveloped his vision, and he sat bolt upright in his bed as an alarm went off, and dazedly, he slapped it, forcing the wail to be cut off abruptly. "This isn't my room." With dread pooling in his gut, he stood and looked around until he caught a glimpse of the cracked glass of the window, the dark before dawn allowing him to see his reflection. Aizawa Shoyuda, 14 years old, stared back at him. She rewound time. "I can save him. I can do it right this time."